Predictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
I think he's playing in straight lines better. I think he's playing through that first bump a lot better, where you get rerouted a little bit and you just kind of duck your shoulder and keep going. I think his conditioning is better, and I think it allows him to absorb a lot of physicality. You know, there's running conditioning. Like, I'm okay running on a treadmill, but if I have to block out 3 people and I get chucked on 5 screens, it's over for me. I think Lowry's just enduring all those things. He's not complaining to the officials. He's not looking around, asking for help. He sets the tone for us. Like, Lowry doesn't have to be a vocal leader. I think he's become a good vocal leader in our locker room, but I think his presence on the court is what stands out to me.
Will Hardy on Lowry Markkanen and his fast start to this season, scoring over 30 points a game. Jazz won 2 of their first 3. They've got the Blazers tonight at the Delta Center. Expectations for him continuing this, or you think there's some place he settles in?
Well, I have put the down payment on the postseason tickets, so yes, I'm expecting them. I don't think you're talking about
marketing.
I mean, as long as he plays, if he plays, he's good. And he may not be great every night, but I don't know that he really would suck very many nights, I should say. He is a player, man.
Flying right now, 34 points and 8 rebounds a game. Tonight, 6 o'clock pregame show with Jake and Tim. Tip-off at 7. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Shoots it over Draymond. No, it's a lob for Zubac. Tipped away by Draymond. Grabbed by Curry. Curry on the bounce to Butler. Right down Broadway to the rim, and he slams it down. A 2-hand rim racker for Butler. Warriors retake the lead.
The reigning MVP with 10 to shoot. 40 feet from the bucket. Stutter steps. Steps back, fires. Angle wide 3 is on the way. Got it! MVP with the tray. 107-101 Thunder. 15.5 to play. They make winning plays, baby.
Thunder beat the Kings 107-101 behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 31 points. You heard the Warriors beating the Clippers 98-79. Feels like a third quarter score right there, but there's the final. Thunder off to a 5-0 start. The Spurs are 4-0. The Warriors are 4-1 out of the gate. Tyrese Maxey has been red hot, 39 points, 10 assists. And he powers the Sixers past the Wizards, 139-134. Michael Jordan did not and does not believe in load management, even when he was ill. Jordan addressing the topic of NBA players missing games in the second installment of a series NBA is calling MJ Insights to Excellence. Quote, well, referring to load management, shouldn't be needed first and foremost. You know, I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove myself. It was something that I felt like the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy up on top who probably worked his butt off to get a ticket or get money to buy the ticket.
Yeah, only he said ass.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very crude. Yak changed it there for you. It was mainly protect the innocent, which is you.
Thank you, Yak. My innocence needed protecting.
That comes from ESPN's article.
Well, I didn't read it. I heard it.
You heard it, yeah.
And, he's talking about the guy up in the top who, that's true. And also he said, on the road, the guy up in the top's probably booing me and screaming at me and yelling at me, and I want to prove him wrong. Yeah, I absolutely loved it. I think anybody, I was going to say over an age, but I think anybody, the Joe Worker, doesn't matter who he or she is or are, because they're, whether you're 25 or 55 or 75, if you got a job and you're going to work every day, that is timeless, that is ageless. And you're out there working every day. So many of us are. Not me. I mean, I work every day, but I don't exactly bust it. This is very, very fortunate. I did back in the newspaper day. This is not work. This is fun. But I saw it in my father. Once you see your parent on the back of a garbage can because he's trying to help you, back of a garbage truck because he's trying to help you put food on the table, that sticks with you the rest of your life. And to see these guys just take off all the time, I agree. I think Jordan just ingratiated himself even more.
DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Coach pretty much touched on that, talking about that with us in the team meeting. You know, each and every game going to be like a win or go home game, you know. We started off, first season ever starting off like this slow, so just do or die right now.
That is Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Win or go home, do or die every week. They're 2-5. I do think they could sustain a couple more losses. I think 10-7 will get them in the playoffs. But we can lose 2 more games isn't a great rallying cry in the locker room. So better to go with win or go home.
Right on.
Dig themselves out of a big hole. Patriots made some moves. They traded defensive lineman Keon White to the San Francisco 49ers and safety Kyle Duggar to the Pittsburgh Steelers for late 2026 draft picks, while signing slot quarterback Marcus Jones to a 3-year, $36 million contract extension that'll carry through 2028. Niners and Steelers motivated because they've had injured players. Patriots give up a little depth and use the money to sign somebody they want locked up through 2028. Saints are switching quarterbacks. Spencer Rattler's been starting. He's going to the bench. The rookie, Tyler Shuck, will get the start this week as they take on the Rams. Shuck took over during the loss to Tampa Bay last Sunday. And the Saints just keep playing their way to the bottom.
Yeah, 2 Phoenix guys there battling it out.
Saints off to a 1-7 start, so they can experiment in these last few games and with the Jets and maybe the Titans, maybe another team or two. They'll sort out those first 5 picks in the NFL draft and see who they can add. DJ and PK.
#college football.
I have never made a decision based off of money, nor will I. For a lot of people, they're just like, well, money and it does this and does that. I've seen too many examples in life where money does not buy happiness. So I am never going to make a decision off of money, nor do I care about it. And Jimmy Sexton gets really mad when I say that.
He's got enough.
We got to get this. We got to get this. And I'm like, Jimmy, I don't care. And he goes, I do.
Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin. A lot of speculation about him joining LSU, Florida, making a move. Yeah. He didn't care about money because he's
go stand on the back of a garbage truck, which they don't do it, and tell me you don't care about money. He's made millions for years.
So
Stop it.
He's set.
If he made $25,000, you think he'd care about money?
I think he absolutely would.
Stop it.
If he made $250,000, he'd care about money.
Don't insult us.
But after you make $2.5 million,
of course you
or
don't.
more,
say
4 years,
that. Give us the full story. That's why you don't care.
Yeah. Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt is in a walking boot and will not play this week.
Oh, I think he might be done the rest of the season.
Iowa State coming up. Leaving the loss against the 22nd ranked Houston twice last week, Jeff Sims will start in place of Leavitt.
You got to love it for Sims. Every time he starts, it's a road game.
What's like playing at home? I wouldn't know.
He comes in from time to time, but all his starts have been on the road.
On the road.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they, if this, and it could possibly be long term. I mean, they're going to try to scrap to get bowl eligible. That's their lot in life this season, and I would think Leavitt would come back. But they had a freshman who tore his knee in a state final in Albuquerque, and he has just been cleared. I sort of wonder if maybe they should go with him. Sims is a sixth-year senior. What's the future? I mean, not right now, but in the next week.
Well, let Sims handle Iowa State, and then they come home to play West Virginia, and Sims doesn't get to play home games, so they're going to get to start home games.
Yeah, but see about sprinkling him in.
Right.
Because you would need him as a backup next year. Mm-hmm. Because Leavitt has proven to be very fragile this year.
And isn't West Virginia the soft landing spot to break in a freshman?
I don't know the schedule.
They're next. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I figured.
The NCAA is delaying a rule change that will allow athletes and athletic department staff members to bet on pro sports. The change set to begin November 1st, but now has been moved back to November 22nd. They mull that over. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
2-1. Vladdy hits it high. Left field. Hernandez back on the track. Looks up. It is gone. Block atop. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third. He's 0-1 to Bichette. Swing and a rope. Left field and deep. Turning back Hernandez. It's over his head and off the base of the wall. In to score Andres Jimenez. Around to third Guerrero. Wall ball RBI single Bo Bichette. 5-1 Blue Jays in the seventh. He tagged it out to left.
Toronto Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 6-2. The 2-run homer from Guerrero gave them the lead in the third. They put 4 on the board in the seventh, and they tie the World Series up at 2 games apiece. You wonder if there was going to be some kind of letdown after losing an 18-inning game. They bounced right back. Bieber gave them 5 1/3 strong innings, and they finally knocked Ohtani out in the seventh. So, nice win for the Jays. It's 2-2 now.
Yeah, I really think they need to figure out if having him pitch and hit is the right thing, because something's going to give. I mean, I know he had the one good game when he pitched, but
mostly when he pitches,
twice.
Yeah, he was 0 for 3 with 2 Ks.
His stats are low, and what do you want him to do? There's a reason why it hasn't been done. It's not like others couldn't have done it. I mean, the right fielder who threw out, was it Freeman on the 2 nights ago? They clocked that at 99.
So he's got the fastball,
yeah.
And you could teach him a changeup and probably find some outfielder who throws hard who could put a curveball or a slider over the plate.
Yeah.
Game 5 tonight, 6 o'clock, Dodgers Stadium. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
I think the second we didn't stay what we had to do, and we went away a little bit. Our focus was not as good, and we paid for it. So in a certain way, if we use that the right way, that will be positive for us because that will help us to grow. So that's always the objective. You win or you learn. You don't do anything else. So today will be a learning experience.
That's Bear right there on the Utah Mammoth defeat. They go to Edmonton, and the Oilers beat them 6-3, snapped the Mammoth 7-game win streak. Mammoth started well. They're up 2-0 after a period, 3-2 in the middle of the second, but then it was all Edmonton. Actually scored 5 times in that second period.
Yeah, twice within a minute.
Yep. So the streak is over. Mammoth still tied for the top spot in the Central Division of the Western Conference. Colorado is on 16 points as well. And now the Mammoth are off until Sunday. They'll be back home, face the Tampa Bay Lightning Sunday at 1:30 at the Delta Center. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Kelly Papinga, BYU defensive ends coach and special teams coordinator, is going to join us in our next segment. Riley Jensen, college football expert, 8 o'clock, and Justin Williams, national college football writer for The Athletic, at 8:30. It's also a Win Tickets Wednesday. We're going to be giving away a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day of 2026. So stick around for that coming up in the 8 o'clock hour here on a Win Tickets Wednesday. DJ and PK, stay with us. Question of the day is next, along with K-pop, right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got new crashes, I-15 northbound at 7200 south in Midvale, and also I-215 south interchange in Murray. Both are on the right shoulder. Southbound I-15 is at a crawl between 31st Street in Ogden and 650 north in Clearfield due to multiple crashes in that area, so add some extra time to your commute in either direction as you head towards Salt Lake City this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
Is Bear more consistent than Jake Retzlaff has been?
Yes, 100%.
Is it a more impressive thing what he's doing this year, not just because of the freshman part, but because of the actual performance part?
Yes, 100%. Jake Retzlaff had to go through a period of learning, growth, gaining experience at the Power 4 level. Bear Bachmeier, he didn't have that chance. And he was thrown into the fire this year, and he has been unbelievable. When you consider the circumstances, if Bear was a senior quarterback and he'd been playing 3 years and he had these type of stats and production, you'd be like, yeah, that's okay. When you consider he's a true freshman who transferred here, didn't even get spring ball, and he's doing what he's doing for this team and leading comeback after comeback after comeback, how can you not be blown away by what he's doing? He's leading. This is not just a freshman getting the job done. He's leading.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The peak of Utah cuisine isn't just about the sky-high city views. It's about food that makes you feel like you're home. Join us 10 floors up at the Roof for unforgettable views and a culinary experience that's uniquely Utah. The Roof Restaurant, located on the 10th floor of the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, will be reopening to the public on Friday, November 14th. The all-new restaurant design and an a la carte menu promise to deliver familiar Utah flavors with unforgettable flair. Whether it's Utah classics or historic remixes, these dishes are a tribute to the Beehive State. Indulge in the house-made Utah peach flatbread, reimagined funeral potatoes, perfectly cooked steaks, and local honey-drizzled desserts. But we don't stop there. The new menu features delicious entrees like birria beef, pork ossobuco, peach glazed chicken, fish and chips, specialty mac and cheese. The list goes on. You'll want to come back to try each item. Take your dining experience to the next level, literally. Preview the new menu and make your reservation today at theroofslc.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting the week off. Kalani Sitake on what he wants to get out of this bye week.
Looking forward to this bye week and getting an early start on Texas Tech, and then, making a strong push for these last 4 games that we knew going into the season that we would be in this position and how to utilize this week. And I think everything's going really what we planned and how it would look from our analytics that we're getting, from the data that we're getting from our players. And so put it all together and see what happens this week and get ourselves ready for some trick-or-treating on Friday.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
PK, we are joined once again by Kelly Popenga, BYU defensive ends coach and special teams coordinator. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. Thanks for joining us on a bye week. Is a bye week like 10% less crazy?
It's a lot percent less crazy. I don't know the percentage of that, but it's good. Everybody needs to rest around here. We need to heal up and get our minds and our bodies and everything ready for these last 4 games.
These last 4 games, the stretch run is here as far as that goes. Just specifically speaking for the defense, the mental makeup combined with the physical makeup, where is this team's at?
Yeah, I think we're in a good place. I don't think we've played great the last 3 weeks. I thought going back to the West Virginia game, we had a really good game there, and I think held them, to one of their lowest rushing yards all season long. And I thought we played well in that. In the last 3 games, I felt like there's been glimpses of us playing really, really well, and then glimpses of us not playing well, like the start of this last game. And so just, I think our focus is just consistency, getting back to what we do, playing our brand of football. And, health-wise, I think we're getting healthier. Jack being a little banged up and Glasgow being a little banged up, and some other guys here and there. But I think by the time we get to Texas Tech, I think everybody's going to be at 100%. We'll be ready to roll.
Obviously, you have some new players, but there's a core of guys who went through last year. How is being 9-0 last year going to help guys negotiate it a little better this year now that you're sitting here at 8-0?
Yeah, you know what? I think just from this past week, we can see that our team's different. Leaving the game last year after Utah, there's always, it seems like whoever wins that game over the past 20 years or whatever hasn't had a good record the following week. And so that was a major emphasis for us this last week, is making sure we didn't have a hangover from the emotional game of winning the rivalry game. And so I think just showing what we did on the road, we handled it way better than we did a year ago when we came home. We played Kansas and felt like we were still having a hangover from that game. And so I feel like our guys feel like we're in a familiar territory, and I feel like as of up to this point, we're handling it better than we did a year ago. But having that experience, obviously, from a year ago is it's way better to have it a year ago than just being brand new to it this season. And so having those core group of guys back on offense and defense and special teams, I think has really helped us, so far. And hopefully we can continue to do that after this bye week.
The numbers would bear out what you said about not playing as well consistently in the last couple of ball games, because I think you were averaging about giving up about 350 yards in the last 2 games have been well over 400. Now you can argue how much of it is that just simply better competition, or I don't know if it's a lack of focus, lack of execution, whatever it might be. Where do you come down on that?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything, and you got to give those guys credit. I mean, Utah's putting points up on everybody right now and moving the ball on everybody, and Iowa State's the same. I mean, there's not really anybody that's really slowed those teams down, and so you got to give them credit. They have really good coaches, very good schemes, good players. You know, you add that all together, and it's hard to stop offenses that know how to do those things and scheme you up with good players. And the thing that both of those teams do a great job of is they both have a bunch of personnel groupings. And so you don't see that a lot in this day and age in college football. It's typically just 11, 12 personnel, you know, one tight end, one running back, or one running back, two tight ends. That's basically all you get in the generic football scheme of college football right now. And so those guys, both of those teams do a great job of changing things up. And Iowa State did an amazing job. They got 4 different tight ends that they can use and line you up in all these different formations and do all these different things. And I thought they did a great job just getting us in some situations that we hadn't seen in a long time. And it's hard when we don't, you don't see that in practice when you don't see 4 tight ends all the time. And so I think a lot of it comes down to that. But then I think a lot of it comes down to lack of focus, some guys banged up and some other guys having to step up that haven't played as much. So a little lack of experience out there, and you go through some growing pains with some of those guys. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we got to go out there and we got to execute better. And, that's, I think, a lot on coaches for us to make sure that we're putting them in position so they can execute.
How much of it comes down to the fact that in these last 2 games, when it really mattered, you won the turnover battle, flipped the field, huge momentum swings, a pick 6 to ice the last game. To be +6 over 2 games, it'd be hard to mess that up.
Yeah, that's, a major emphasis in our program, and I'm sure in every program, but you got to come down and you got to execute. And over these past 2 seasons, we've been phenomenal at taking the ball away. And our offense has done a great job this year and last year, but mainly this year holding on to the football. Our turnover margin right now is one of the tops in the country. And so being able to hold on to the football for our offense, being able to get takeaways on our defense, playing with good field position. I think our defense and special teams have set our offense up with great field position. We're winning the field position battle. So I think all those things combined, when you play teams, when you get into Power 4 football and, people are mad at me, or not mad, I shouldn't say mad at me. I have some former teammates that are like, why aren't we blowing these guys out like we did in the Mountain West? I'm like, guys, we're not playing those dudes anymore. These, every week it's similar competition. Where back in the day it wasn't. It's basically us, Utah, and TCU, and, you got up for those games. The other games, you were going to show up and you're going to blow them out by, 50 points. And that's not the case anymore. Every team in the Big 12 is good, and you got to be ready every single week. And so winning the turnover margin is, I think, crucial, especially on the road. And for us to be +4, it was going to be hard for us to lose that game.
I read or heard somewhere, I can't remember, so I can't give it credit, but the point being is that you as a special teams coordinator, you noticed something on your review of game tape that an Iowa State player had the potential to be blocked into the ball on a punt, which then would make the ball live and you could recover it, which is exactly what happened. If that's true that you noticed something and told your guys, how were you able to notice it? How could you get that fine of information?
Just watching film, PK, just getting here early in the morning and turning on the film and watching it. And just some teams want to be overly aggressive. Especially when a ball bounces. So, it's actually happened. And I can't say the Utah one was like this, but we had Sam didn't kick 2 good balls. And fortunately for us, it bounced in the right direction 2 weeks in a row. And he's been kicking the ball really, really well. And so, the Utah game, he kicks a little short. The guy tries to run up on it, and he muffs it, and we get it. And then this last week, kind of the same deal. He kicks it short. Well, this guy, I think, probably learned the lesson from a week ago, and he stayed away from the ball. Well, the ball's bouncing, and they're jammers. They're guys that are blocking our gunners, our fast guys on the edge. He didn't know that the ball had bounced, and he wasn't getting away from the ball. And I had seen this on film before where these balls were bouncing, and these guys were continuing to block close to the ball. And so I just told our guys, I said, hey, listen, if you're – because we can see the ball. They can as we're running down. And I just said, hey, just continue to, work that guy, make him think that you're trying to get the returner, but gradually try to bring him to the ball. And Kevin Doe, sure enough, executed that at a high level, and it was a game-changing play. We ended up getting great field position on the 35, and our offense goes down and scores.
That story reminds me of something I was told a Jazz assistant coach under Jerry Sloan. Gordy Chiesa was famous for saying, it doesn't matter what I know. It matters what they know and what they can remember when everything's happening and the crowd is screaming. How often are you watching a play unfold and you think, man, I hope you remember XYZ, ABC, whatever it is. And how many times is that? How many times they forget, and how many times they remember? Because obviously, in that moment, they remembered, and it was a huge play.
It happens on every play. You're thinking, oh, man, I hope they remember this formation, or they remember this key, or how this old lineman's standing, or, every single play. There's something on every play that somebody's giving something away that we've hopefully picked up on film. And so in that situation, we've talked about that going all the way back to fall camp. We have these little segments that we do that I show, not us, but other teams kind of doing the same thing. And we just, anything where somebody's doing something successful that we want to do on special teams, or vice versa, where they're doing an epic fail where I'm like, guys, we cannot do this. And so one of the biggest things that I try to teach our guys is how can we learn from other teams, either positive or negative. And really, we've done that a couple times over the past 2 years. We did it a year ago at SMU, kind of a very similar situation early in that game where Tanner Wall blocks his guy into a guy that's trying to block him, and we get a live ball, and we get the ball early in the game. And I think it happened 2 years ago, too, against Cincinnati as well. And so it's just, repeated. Yeah, I think you got to – this is an old Broncos saying, but he used to say you got to tell your guys 20 times, and after the 20th time, they might get it. But it's like that repetition of just going after it over and over and over again, and hopefully it finally sticks.
When did you become the special teams guru?
Never. I'm not. I mean, honestly, you just wake up and watch film and you just learn. It's just I would say at Virginia I started to get more and more into it, and then I got around a guy named Ricky Brumfield, who's the special teams coordinator right now at Syracuse. He was with us at Virginia for a little bit, and just learned a ton from him, and learned a ton from Coach Hill. And just when I was at Boise State, I had some really good guys I was around there too as well. So just over my years, as I've gotten more experience and learn from more guys, you kind of just collaborate and learn all these different things, and then just apply. I keep the things that I love, and then just try to not do the things that I've learned over the years that are not so good. But it's just time and experience, I guess, PK.
We watch a lot of football, and then we see a lot of clips from games we don't watch. So if I had your job, I think I'd be tempted to run one of 20 fake punts or fake field goals every time. How many are you sitting on? How many do you actually practice? And how do you restrain yourself and only call them, occasionally?
Yeah, so you got to be smart. And it's really – I've learned a lot from Coach Hill in this. And like I said before, at Boise State, obviously they were masters of this stuff too as well, so I learned a lot from them. And there's different looks that you want to do stuff against, and there's different teams that are more aggressive, different teams that are less aggressive, and there's stuff that works against everything. You just kind of got to know what you're working on or what you're going against. And so we have a bunch of stuff that we're sitting on that we want to run, but ultimately at the end of the day, I've learned a lot from Coach Hill of not forcing anything. And so he had actually he was at Weber State where he ran a lot of this stuff. And he always tell me, he's like, and I really didn't care because the national television wasn't going to see me, fail or not fail. It was just, I'm going to run them and find out if they work. And if they didn't work, then I'd live and learn and move on to the next one. And so he had a lot of trial and error there when he was at Weber State. And then he's taught me a lot of that stuff. And then, like I said, the Boise State guys taught me a ton of stuff. And it just, I think what I like fakes for at the end of the day is it takes pressure off of the punter or it takes pressure off of the kicker. So if they're worried about a fake, they're not going to bring this all-out rush to try to block the punt or block the field goal. And if you go back to the one, we ran one against West Virginia, we run a fake field goal, we get it, Sam gets the first down, and then the very next field goal, they're in safe. They rush like 4 guys. And so now in the back of their mind, they're thinking, oh, shoot, I don't want another fake ran on us. Because that's like ultimately at the end of the day with the defensive coach, that's like your ultimate pride. If somebody runs a fake on you, you're like, gosh, dang it, like I cannot believe they just did that. And you don't want to have that happen again. And so you start to get all these safe looks, and then the pressure comes off, and then now we can execute better at a higher level. And so it's just, that game you got to play with the opposing team of when we're going to run them and when we're not.
I know you're on the defense and special teams, but as you had an opportunity to be around Bear and watch him, level of amazement as a youngster being able to do this.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. I kind of go back to when I saw this, probably for the first time was as a player with Max Hall. He's coming off a redshirt year and taking place with John Beck, and came right in and just was willing and dealing and moving the ball all over the place as a young quarterback as a sophomore. But this is even more impressive. This is a true freshman, no college experience, he hasn't redshirted, none of that. And you could see it in fall camp. When he came into fall camp, you could see just how composed he was going to be. Nothing really bothered him. He's really level-headed. He doesn't have many ups and downs. You don't see him ever get super excited or super down, and he has this, we call it here, next play mentality, where it just doesn't matter what happened to play before. He's locked into the play that's currently happening, and just the composure as a freshman is pretty fun to see. And what helps is he has great players around him. We got a great O-line. I think we got, Carson Ryan, great tight ends, great receivers, great running back, right? So he has a ton of pieces around him that helps take a ton of pressure off of him. And so I think that's a key to, having a good freshman quarterback is being able to have those other pieces around him. And obviously, an offensive coaching staff that has been very successful here. And so all those pieces combined, I think, have helped him have the season that he's had so far.
Kelly Papinga, BYU defensive ends coach and special teams coordinator, joining us. It is a bye week, and traditionally this is when coaches, everybody scatters to go recruit and see the high school kids since you don't have a game. But in the transfer portal era, is this just a chance to lock yourself in a film room? Because now that I'm reading Ole Miss found their quarterback at Division II, that's just so many more teams and so many more leagues and so much more film to watch. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and we got a recruiting department for that. And so we got guys already on it that are starting to watch guys. And it typically goes down to, like, guys that you've recruited in the past, just seeing how they've done this year. We can't have contact with any of these guys, so it's just really checking up on, how some of these guys are doing. And there's a whole system now that they have that every school can go into and see who's already, gone into the portal. Now, it's a little different. The rules have changed where you can't declare until after, the season's over. But, yeah, it's our whole personnel department, Justin Anderson, he's over that. And they do a great job of staying on top of stuff. But the thing that's hard, you just can't have any contact with these people. And so it's a unique deal, and it'll be a race once the portal opens to just see, who gets in and who doesn't get in and what guys you've seen and evaluated. And so they got to go through all these evaluations. And then, yeah, by the time these guys get in the portal, we got to be ready to lock and load because that window's very short. And so, I would say, and going back, you guys have probably seen over the past 2 years, we're not huge in the portal. We haven't been going back to the past 2 years. I think the year prior, my first year here, we did use the portal a lot. But I think when we recruit well, we would much rather establish our culture through developing and then fill in maybe 5 or 6 portal guys if we have to in some key positions. And so not certain exactly where those positions will be this year, but I feel like we have a really good roster going forward, and hopefully we don't have to dip in the portal very often.
Where's your area that you're recruiting?
So I have Arizona, PK. There we go. Arizona's my area, and then I have a section of,
hands off, buddy. Hands off.
And then I have a section of Utah, and then just with my connections that I had when I was at Virginia, we go out to Atlanta too as well. And so, like Trey Alexander, our starting corner, we were able to get him, and we got a young tight end that's from out there. And so, those are the main areas that I have.
Not that it's easier, but just how much more, I don't know what the word is, just maybe for the recognition of what BYU has been able to accomplish and the awareness of BYU have you discovered as you've been out? And obviously in Arizona, that's a different story, but and you talk about back east there in terms of that seems to be unusual. Would that have an opportunity to be more common? Because it seems like the BYU brand, which has always been big in the West, has expanded a lot, particularly over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I always tell everybody from when I was here before, recruiting independent, I'm sure I told you guys this before, and now being in the Big 12, it's completely different from not just the conference affiliation, but also with just the type of resources that we're getting. It's completely different. I think when kids show up here on campus and they see the investment that BYU has in football, the success that we've had under Coach Kalani, and the success that we've had over these past few years, especially in the Big 12, I think it's just selling itself right now. So, yeah, I don't want to say it's easier, but it's definitely making things flow a lot faster as far as recruiting goes, where back in the day it seemed like we'd have to pry and scratch and claw and do everything possible to be able to get these kids to come, to where now it seems like they're saying yes a lot sooner because they're seeing the vision, they're seeing the success, and I think a lot of it, they're seeing the resources. They're seeing that we're serious about winning Big 12 championships, about competing at the national level. And so, we just got to continue to do it the right way, which is the way that Kalani wants to do it, and do it our way, the way that BYU wants to do it. And I think if we continue on those tracks and bring the right kids in, we're going to continue to have the success that we've been having.
Are you continuing to see the kids are more willing to go across the country when you recruit back east? But does that also hurt you when you're recruiting Utah kids because they're willing to go anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, I would actually say now the Utah kids were leaving like crazy back in the day. You know, they were going to Stanford or USC or UCLA or wherever they were going. They were leaving a lot. But I think with Utah, as good as they've been over the last, 5 to 10 years, and then now with us in the Big 12, I think these kids are not leaving as much. You might have one or two that were leaving the state. I would say over the past 2 years, that number has decreased at way less than what it's been. And so I just think, nationally too, like you said, is that we're being able to bring in more guys, especially from these areas that we feel like we can get kids from. Atlanta would be the one from the East Coast, but even these kids from the West Coast, the California kids that we've always been able to get. But I think people are more open too. They're seeing non-LDS kids come here and have high success. Think about our last two quarterbacks. Think about our running back that we have right now. Some guys on defense too as well that have had a ton of success. So I just think they're seeing that, and there's a stereotype out there like, oh, you're not LDS, you're not going to fit in there, blah blah blah. And I think these guys are saying, well, that's a bunch of crap. These guys are fitting in, they're excelling at a high level, they're helping these guys win games. Basketball's doing it right now too as well. And so, at the end of the day, we just want to have really good players here that are really good people that fit what we do. And we don't care what religion they are, where they come from, as long as they buy into what we're doing, how we do it. We just want the right people here to fit what BYU and what Kalani wants to do.
Kelly, we appreciate it as always. Good luck over the final month of the season. We'll be watching, and thanks for coming on the air. I know Cougar fans love hearing from you.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys having me on. Have a good one.
Kelly Papinga, BYU defensive ends coach and special teams coordinator. DJ and PK coming up at the top of the hour. Riley Jensen will join us to talk more college football. Stay with us. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Good crash northbound Redwood Road approaching Sugar Factory Road in West Jordan. It's blocking the two right lanes. Traffic backed all the way to 90th South as a result. Also, US 40 just south of Jordanelle Reservoir is closed due to a crash. Seeing delays in both directions as people try and get between Heber and Park City this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Bad weather in parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service with GoPave Utah today. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes are getting ready to host 17th-ranked Cincinnati. Morgan Scally, defensive coordinator, and what he wants to see from the defense down the stretch.
I think we've improved each week in terms of tackling and playing physical football. So I would say maybe take a little bit more takeaways because we're getting some havoc plays, we're getting the sacks and TFLs, but maybe a little bit more opportunistic and punching the ball out.
This Ute update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Yellow Card. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. DJ and PK, we just heard from Kelly Papinga, Riley Jensen coming up at the top of the hour. We got the question up on our Facebook page. Tom Fornelli of CBS Sports says Utah at number 11 and BYU at number 15 in his power rankings. Why so much repeated respect for the red and so much repeated disrespect for the blue? Make it make sense. You are begging for logic. This calls for me, and I got nothing for you. I saw that and thought, what's he doing?
As
dismissing the Big 12 a little bit, I did think that.
A fellow Italian, I'm disgusted.
It's like, doesn't the scoreboard matter for anything? One team's undefeated, one team's got 2 losses. The undefeated team beat the 2-loss team. You rank the undefeated team higher. Seems pretty basic.
It's not like one team has played a better schedule significantly over the other.
They're in the same conference. So,
yeah, I mean, that could change.
That could, in the bigger conferences, that could be a little.
But this one hasn't. I mean, if you downgrade BYU's schedule, you're downgrading Utah.
They both played Colorado. They both played West Virginia.
Style points, maybe? Because Utah hammered West Virginia more so.
And hammered Colorado
way more so.
But that shouldn't outweigh head-to-head and the overall record. Those are like the first 2 things you should look at.
I know, but you're looking at stuff as to reasons why.
Yeah.
Maybe something. And that first one, UC Los Angeles, and then they got a Jeremy Lin buzz for a couple of weeks, and then got crushed by Indiana. So you had that, and they beat Penn State, and who hadn't beaten Penn State at that point? So maybe that was something there. I'm not sure. The thing that I come down to is that Utah, and I said this, is the most over-respected, under-respected team in the history of football. And when he calls and talks to Kyle, "Hey, Tom, how are you? How's it going?" Nobody wants to admit that, but it's the truth. I've got 40 years in this business now.
Yeah.
If you pet a dog, the dog licks you. If you kick a dog, the dog bites you.
That is exactly how it works. That is how dogs behave.
Yes.
And that's how the media behaves.
Right.
And it's going to be true 25, 50 years from now.
And it's more so now than ever because it's allowable to have sources, and if you're wrong, and if you can give opinions. And before, when I came up in newspaper business, you were not allowed to put a candidate sign in your yard. You had to be 100% neutral, which is why I registered as an independent. And I know it's against what people think here, but I hardly ever vote because that's the way I was taught. You stay down the middle as much as possible. No one's ever going to be completely down the middle unless you're Scotty Scheffler, as Nick Valdo said.
And even Nick wonders how long that can last.
I watched Nick Faldo swing about 25 balls yesterday. Oh, my gosh.
To hit a ball like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was like
butter.
It was like a pitching machine that just, puts the ball right down the middle every time. Yeah. One of those arms that comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mechanical arms.
Yeah, just pew, 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 pew. It's a conveyor belt. Didn't matter the club, too. It's just, and he's pushing 70. So sweet. But if you didn't hear that interview, wherever you get podcasts, PK talked to Nick Faldo for a few minutes. And I think that plays into it. But yeah, Utah continues to get so much respect.
How much of this is he's doing something different so people will read it and talk about it, as opposed to having his power rankings or playoff 12 that look a lot like the rankings?
Because I don't know how his paycheck. Yeah. People talk to me about that, or I've heard that. Oh, you do this for clicks. You do this. I'm so far beyond that now. In the beginning, maybe, but not 24 years later.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I write, I'm paid a straight salary. So if it has one viewer or one click or a million clicks, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't impact you. Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine for me. It's the way I wanted it, because then I don't have to write about BYU all the time. I can write about whatever I want.
That'll get you the most clicks because they have the most fans.
Right.
Right.
And particularly around the world.
Yeah.
And not locally here.
Oh, right, yeah, because you're writing now for .com as opposed to writing old school for a newspaper.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, that's where we're at here. But it doesn't make sense. But I think BYU has been slow to get the respect. I mean, they were not favored the last couple of games. Mm-hmm. They received zero buzz, interest, talk, consideration for the playoff last year when they should have. I can argue they should have been in, but that's not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is they should have been considered, and they weren't. They were just cast aside, and SMU
and
was
again
favored.
with the numbers or the records right there, the head-to-head game is right there, and yet it didn't resonate.
If I'm BYU or BYU fan, I go on a food strike until it's changed. Something needs to be done about this.
Well, it has been changed. I mean, this is Tom Fornelli, one outlier, his personal playoff 12 power rankings, and he did get in a shot at the Big 12. The Big 12's got some playoff teams. Too bad they're not the right ones.
Why aren't they the right ones? What does that mean?
Because he picked the team with 2 losses. He said Utah should be one of the 12. They had 2 losses, so they won't be. And then he didn't have and he had someone else up there. He had BYU out.
Oh, the playoff you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had him 15.
Oh, and he had Texas Tech and Cincinnati, I think, also. It was BYU and Cincinnati he thought were out, and Utah and Texas Tech were in, but they're not going to get anything.
Well, I think Texas Tech should receive serious consideration. There's still 4 games to go, and so we'll have to see. But right now, I don't think Texas Tech has done anything to eliminate themselves from any form of consideration. I realize they have 1 loss, but the fact is when Levitt and Tyson play, they are really good. When they don't play, they're not good.
Really good.
So,
pretty clear cut.
Yes. And both those kids played in that game, and both of them had big games. And they lost by what? 4 points? 3
and you're
points?
hoping that this committee that's supposed to be paying attention can notice something as obvious as clear NFL wide receiver first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And quarterback who led them to the conference title.
Yeah.
They play, they win. They don't play, they lose. It's not complicated.
Right. And so they lost that game with a backup quarterback themselves. Big deal.
I do think that if you're unbeaten or 1 loss in a power conference in this 12-team playoff era, I don't think you get left out. I think those teams will all be in. We're going to see more lot. Now, right now, there's so many of them they have to get left out. But with a month to go, some of these teams are going to be
okay, but suppose they lose to a team that has 0 or 1 losses, and so 1 loss. So if BYU beats them either next week or in Arlington, I still think Texas Tech should receive serious consideration.
At 11-1, I think that SMU example last year, if Tech is 11-1, they win out here and then they lose to BYU or Cincinnati or Houston even.
No, I'm having them lose.
Before?
Maybe next week
or
the
I
final.
think if they're 10-2 after 12 games, they better win. They better be in the conference title game and win it. And my guess is they won't be in it, so they can't win it.
Yeah, but that's at the point I'm talking about leading up to it. BYU was never seriously considered leading up to it. I get your point. I'm talking about in the mix as this thing is released. If the first one comes out the 4th, and then it's every week. It didn't seem like BYU ever got any buzz.
They really didn't.
Yeah, so Tech should get the buzz, and we'll see what happens. I get it if they have 3 losses, they're out. I understand that.
Right, but I think at 10-2, they got Well, you're right. You get the 3rd loss there. 0-1 loss. You're in good shape.
This is a good conference at the top. We need to stop thinking that it's not. It's good in the middle, and it's good at the top. And every conference at the bottom sucks because that's why they're at the bottom.
It's true. DJ and PK. Riley's coming up next. Talk more college football with Riley Jensen. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK. We're joined now by Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach. Riley, good morning.
What's happening, fellas?
So much football and baseball and basketball and hockey all at the same time. But
it's October.
I know, right?
It's the best sports month of the year, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it is. I agree.
400 yards rushing. The Utes going to do that again, or was that just Colorado?
That's Colorado.
Okay, 350. The Utes going to do that again, or was that just Colorado?
that was Colorado.
Okay. How many are they going to rush for against Cincinnati, and does it matter who the quarterback is? I guess that's really the question. Or it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. They're going to run the ball, and it's going to work.
Well, they're going to run the ball. They're going to run it effectively. I don't think – 350, 400 yards is, that's just outrageous stats, right? It's really interesting, this game, because Cincinnati is a better team than most people are aware of. And I mean, I think people are starting to be aware, but I mean, they've done really, really well this season, and part of the reason they're really good is because of their defensive line. So again, this is another matchup between the offensive line for the University of Utah and the defensive line for Cincinnati. And the last time that we hyped that up, there were some problems, right? And so this is a chance for the University of Utah offensive line to really kind of put their signature on a win and to feel really, really good about their performance. Now, as far as like, you know, who the quarterback is, I mean, I still feel like Devin Dampier gives you the best chance to win, but he's got to be 85-90% healthy. Now, I say 85-90% because most of the guys on the team are 85-90% healthy right now. And so he doesn't have to be 100% healthy to give you your best chance to win. But you do like what Bird Ficklin did, and you got to love that you have a backup that can come in and maybe even they put a package in for him, because he was pretty electric on Saturday and he was fun to watch.
I always like to push back if the thinking is what I call cliche thinking. You know, when cliches, we think that that's something that would be in written form or you would speak it, right, back against the wall, blah, blah, blah. We all know them. But I think there's a form of cliche thinking, and hear me out on this and then get your response. And one of the cliche thinkings that I keep hearing over and over and over, a million times over, is that, oh, you know, iron sharpens iron, competition brings out the best of you. All right, so that's the line of thinking. And I've heard it so much that I wonder just the level of truth, because now I'm thinking, how much of Ficklin's emergence is actually good for Devin Dampier, because does that put some pressure on him thinking, oh my gosh, I better produce or I'm going to be on the bench and I got 1 year left and I'm going to have to leave, blah, blah, blah. The mind can play amazing tricks, good or bad, on you. So I'm wondering if the Birdman's emergence is really something that's beneficial to Dampier.
Well, I don't know. I mean, yes, and this is coming from a guy that every time I won the starting job, I didn't get named till the fall, and there's a healthy sense of paranoia that somebody's always coming for my job in my life. Like I just have and I remember a really good quote from Drew Brees not very long ago that he basically said after his injury in San Diego, and he and Phillip Rivers are really, really good friends. Like this isn't a slight, but he said that he felt like his job was to make sure that he never came off the field at New Orleans so that nobody had a chance to take his job ever again. And clearly that motivated him and helped him to play really, really good football and to play really, really healthy football for the rest of his career. So yes, in some ways the iron sharpens iron, or this competition does cause a quarterback to play better. I'm just not always sure that it's coming from the right place, right? And I'm not sure that. I mean, you could throw the argument of Drew Brees right back at me and say, well, I mean, he did it for a really, really long time. He kept that thought process alive and just did really great for a long time. But I don't think he was going into every season thinking like, oh, there's a guy here to replace me, right? There is some mental games that get played with you, and that's why I never wanted to come off the field. I mean, I would play through all kinds of injuries. I think I played, before I got knocked out at Utah State my senior year, I think I played through a couple of concussions that I didn't tell anybody about. And it was because you just didn't want anybody to have a chance to shine, and then all of a sudden they're the guy. And so I do think it plays some games with you. I do think that he'll be as prepared as possible, and he'll be as ready to go this week as he ever has been. But I'm curious as to if that leads him to play in a little bit of a perfectionist state, meaning, you know, that anytime he makes a mistake, it's a little bit more of a big deal. than maybe it would have been.
Yeah, because I think they had that with Travis Wilson. They played mind games with the kid, and he wasn't sure what was coming and going. And when he dropped back to pass, the number one goal was to not throw an interception because he would come out. And I just think that messed with him. And I'm glad you brought up Drew Brees because I need to say I have discovered over this past weekend, owns real estate in the state of Utah.
He does. Where? St. George at the golf place? Where is he?
A place where I'm thinking of purchasing some property up there.
Too late. Sold out.
It's a country club and a golf course designed by Tiger Woods over there by Deer Valley
called Marcella.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Drew Brees and Taysom Hill have property there.
So you and Drew Brees and Taysom Hill are going to be. You know what? You always were a huge BYU fan. This doesn't surprise me at all.
I've never doubted it. I've never hid it from the public.
Your laugh, Riley.
I love this.
Are you okay?
I love it. Well, it's just I know how to get him. He just goes with the pitch. I love it. He's an all-time 350 hitter in Major League Baseball because he goes with the pitch. He doesn't resist. He doesn't try to do anything fancy. He just goes with you.
Yeah.
Next
and if
time
you tell me,
I'll talk about what a huge Utah fan he is, and he goes, "Dude, I've loved Kyle Whittingham since the day I got here in town."
I always just take what the defense gives me.
Cliche. I love it.
if you tell him if you right now just drop you hate BYU, he'll just go with ever since I was born. He'll just boom. Right. Yeah. Pull out a classic quote and just keep
I
rolling.
would go with the prevailing thought process and before I was born.
I love it.
Utah or Cincinnati, who's going to win this game? Utah can mess up this race and maybe mess up the league's chances of getting two teams in the playoff.
Boy, after watching Utah play last week, that was really dominant. Now, there's always the mental part of the game where, rent is due every week, speaking of cliches, right? And you got to come out and you got to play well, but I feel like Utah answered any questions that maybe they had after the BYU game. They came out, they played really well, and this is the type of momentum that helps you for the rest of the season. I think Utah's going to win. I feel like Utah's going to win this game. I feel like they're in a good place defensively. I feel like they're pounding the rock. I feel like this feels more like a signature Kyle Whittingham team right now, where they play really good defense. They run the football, and they either just absolutely obliterate you with their physicality, or they end up wearing you down at the end of a game and winning the game physically. And I think that's what this game is going to be against Cincinnati. I think they're going to eventually wear them out. I think in the fourth quarter, you see them win by 10 to 14 points. That's how big of a game I think it'll be.
Yeah, I mean, they're favored to win. They should win. There's no reason why they don't. Are we, at least I am, but generally speaking, are we beyond the point of Grizzly Bear Bachmeier with the phrase, for a freshman? Isn't it just simply now for a quarterback?
Yeah, I think it needs to be. I mean, play after play after play, he takes care of the football. He is, I mean, it is cliche, Grizzly Bear, whatever you want to say, but dude, that dude can take some hits and he can take some adversity, and he doesn't seem to flinch. As far as BYU comparisons go, my comparison to him a little bit is Taysom, in the sense that neither of those guys were ever afraid of the moment. And I think that's so impressive mentally for a freshman not to be afraid of the moment. Sometimes the moment gets too big when you're a freshman, or sometimes you worry about a freshman being fragile mentally and all that kind of stuff. And he's not that guy. I mean, he's talking about singing songs on the sideline, in a major Division I football game, to just kind of have fun and relax out there. I mean, talk about a guy that just has some it factor and some abilities that like a lot of people don't have. And look, he's not your prototypical quarterback looking guy. And I don't look at him and go, oh yeah, he's a quarterback.
Right.
But man, when he plays, it's like this dude makes throws. This dude, I mean, I'm telling you right now, that hit from Barton, that would have buckled so many senior quarterbacks. It's not even funny, let alone a freshman. And that was a buckle hit, and he took it on the chin. That ain't no glass jaw, if you know what I'm saying. And this dude can play, and he just gets better and better down the middle of the field, which I know I talk about it all the time with you guys. He can throw outside, and outside passes, when you're throwing an out, when you're throwing a streak, those aren't dangerous, you know. But you got to know the moving parts to be able to complete the ball over the middle of the field. He's doing it more and more and more, and I think you have to give credit to Aaron Roderick, teaching him about the moving parts, setting things up in practice so that he's prepared for games. And again, we have a quarterback that is better than when he came in day one, and I think that's the most impressive thing about Aaron Roderick is every single quarterback that I've seen under his tutelage gets better than when the first day they walk in the door. And that's a huge compliment to him and what he's doing for this program. And the plays aren't like so simplified that defenses are onto it, right? And so and they get more and more complicated as the weeks go on. I think this is a really fun team to watch, and it's hard to pick against them because of how good they are defensively.
Losing L.J. Martin is a pretty big hit, and it puts even more on Bear. 35 pass attempts, which is quite a few, 12 carries, so 47 plays rest on him, and he gets to hand the ball off 16 times. You played quarterback. How much does it wear you down to have that much of the game rest on your shoulders? You don't get to hand off very often. Just hand off to L.J. Martin, have him run for 8 yards, and now it's 2nd and 2 and the game is easier. Maybe have him run for 28 yards and, everything changes and you got momentum. And you didn't have to do it, whereas it's like 3 plays out of 4, he's the guy and it's all on him. Doesn't that wear you down at some point?
No, not at all.
It feeds the monster?
As a quarterback, I wanted the ball in my hand every single play, and I was kind of ticked off when we were running the ball. I was dead on balls accurate average, and I wanted the ball every play. Right? You can't be more average than I was, and I wanted the ball every play. And I think that's how he feels. Like he's like, yeah, give me the ball, coach. I'll take it 67 times if you need me to. Now, that doesn't always mean that that's the best scenario for your team, right? And I think that they've got to have somebody that you can hand the ball off to and he can take some of the pressure off. But my goodness, as a competitor and as a quarterback, that doesn't wear you out mentally. If it wears you out at all, it's maybe a couple of hits that you take. But all of the hits when you play college football, you feel energy leave your body. So he's just leathering himself up and getting himself ready for, the next challenge. But I think as a competitor and as a quarterback and as someone that has played the position, I don't think he cares one bit. I think he's like, dude, give me the ball. I'll make a play for us. I'll figure out a way to get us in the end zone.
I take advantage of you as working in the mental health industry to help me out with some things occasionally. And, you're also a man of faith. So I need some counsel on this. You get a dog, and it ends up being just so important to you. Why does God only allow the dogs to live about 10 years? I mean, I just think that's wrong.
Dude, I feel like I'm being set up here, but maybe I'm not. But
I just want to know how to deal with it.
No, well, I think that owning a dog is a microcosm of life, right? Like they teach you so many lessons about life that are simplified. So my thought is, I've got a dog. We've had him for like 4 years right now. Eventually, I'm going to have to explain death, and I'm going to have to explain the heavens, and I'm going to have to talk about the cosmos with my kids. And I think that's a healthy conversation. I don't think that's an unhealthy conversation. And so,
but the suffering is not good.
Yeah, but dude, life is suffering.
Right. So why have to have that? Exactly. Yes.
You are the guy who taught me that. If we can just realize that this life is about a considerable amount of suffering, and to enjoy the relationships we have with our dogs, with our spouses, with our kids, then life becomes better. But it does. It hurts, man. I've had 2 dogs in my life, and I've cried my eyes out.
Right.
I've cried my eyes out, and it hurts. But I'm better for having those dogs in my life, and it's the reason why I have a dog with my kids.
Sure, but it hurts like hell. And how are you supposed to deal with it?
You go through it, not around it. You go through it, not around it.
You got a line for everything, don't you?
Not around it.
Well, look, grief. Here's what I'll say. Everybody grieves. We go through the 5 stages of grief. I don't want to get into like a whole like lesson here, right? You guys know what they are. It's the first thing is denial. Then you get angry.
I hate that dog.
Then you bargain. No, you don't hate the dog. You hate God.
That's denial. And I hate you.
Now we're talking.
Bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. What I think some people don't realize about grief is that it is the way for your body to heal, and that grief also happens more than once. If your body will circle back to it if you haven't finished it yet. And so just be patient with yourself, be patient with all of that, because sometimes you'll go back through some anger or some sadness or some bargaining that goes on. And I think that's an important part of that kind of stuff. Now, whose dog are you talking about? Yours? Somebody else's?
Just in general.
Yeah. Well, geez, man, you got me all sideways. I didn't know where to go with that one. So nice job. You distracted me again.
Right, since you're going sideways, we'll let you go down the off-ramp and escape this little bit of nuttiness, okay?
Dude, I love you guys, man. Thanks so much for all you do. I love being on this show, and I can't wait to talk to you guys every week.
Thank you, Riley. Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach. DJ and PK, when we come back, Justin Williams, national college football writer for The Athletic, joins us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got crashes in multiple spots along the Wasatch Front. Delays remain on I-15 northbound from Lehigh into Murray, southbound I-15 through Ogden, and again from Murray to Midvale, as well as on northbound Redwood Road through West Jordan, all due to crashes with lanes blocked in those areas. I-215 eastbound is a parking lot for more than 3 miles from Highland Drive to 45th South in Murray due to a rollover that just got moved over to the right shoulder, so hopefully delays will start clearing up there shortly. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected, serviced, and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale that has been extended now through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Guys, don't propose with a ring that she didn't pick out. Trust us, she already has a ring in mind. So engage with Gage Diamonds, in person or online, where Gage's skilled ring designers will work with her to create the perfect setting, matched with the perfect stone. Gage specializes in exquisite lab-grown diamonds. Financing available. GageDiamonds.com. We're engagement's middle name.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU on a bye week. Kalani Sitake was asked how Bear Bachmeier stays so composed.
The composure that he has, the poise, it's something special. We thought that this would be the case, that he would respond really well to it. And this is with him just starting in the summer, you know, and you start to see him be a lot more comfortable with what we're doing. Man, he's a learning machine, so he's always trying to find ways to get better. And I think he's so focused on trying to find ways to get better that he's not really worried about the environment, the situation, the circumstances that he's in. He just wants to keep getting better, and that's whether things are going well or bad for the team.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 at 801-575 Zone wins a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center on Valentine's Day 2026. Get the date tickets all lined up right now. Caller 12, 801-575 Zone. Utah getting ready to host Cincinnati. Another 8:15 kickoff. Utes are stringing these 8:15 games together at home, but
3 in a row.
There aren't very many teams. I guess there's really only like 5 teams in the league who can kick it off late like this, and most of them either aren't playing or on the road. So it's the Utes again, and they're facing Cincinnati. Justin Williams used to cover the Bearcats. Now he's a national college football writer for The Athletic. Justin, good morning.
How are you?
We are doing well. We're looking forward to this game. And Cincinnati is an underdog in this game, and they got to travel and play at elevation and all that. But haven't they been a much better team in October than in September? Isn't this a team trending the right way?
Yeah, I was a little surprised. The last I saw, I think the line was like 9.5. Partly just because the one thing that this Cincinnati team has shown they can do is score and put up points and play well offensively. I obviously understand going into Utah, especially, you want to talk about body clocks. I think it's a 10:15 Eastern game for Cincinnati, and playing in Salt Lake City, that's a tough stadium, a tough place to go into. Utah is always tough, so I'm not surprised that the Utes are favored, but I was a little bit surprised by how much.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that, but we'll see what happens. Since you're also doing some national stuff, I want to put a national question, I guess it could be, towards you in terms of college football, a game that we all love. And you look at the last several years, it was going to be the NIL was going to ruin it. The transfer portal was going to ruin it. The conference realignment, somebody thought it would be a good idea to have Florida State play in the Bay Area at starting at 10:30 at night, California time. And now the latest crisis is that we're paying guys literally tens of millions of dollars to not work. Can this game ever get out of its way of itself? Because it seems like there's a problem a week, but yet it still flourishes. It's kind of funny that way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I think college football fans, we love the mess, right? We do love the chaos, and it's not to say that some of it doesn't need to probably get fixed or changed. I agree. It's funny that for all this talk about NIL and unlimited transfers and what that's going to do for the game, I think you could easily argue that two of the bigger problems are these massive buyouts that coaches have and just kind of the chaos that the coaching carousel has caused. And then you also mentioned it, the conferences. I think it's worked out pretty well for the Big 12, but when you see like Indiana playing UCLA or some of these ACC, Cal, playing Wake Forest, right, you do kind of start to wonder, like, well, I think we've maybe lost the plot a little bit. But I do think you can point to, the transfer portal and NIL as a reason for why, whether you want to call it chaos or parity, whatever. I think there has been a little bit of like flattening of the talent disbursement. Like, yes, you still have Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia in the top 10, but you also have Indiana and Georgia Tech and Vanderbilt. And so I do think there have been some kind of positives to a sport that was always so top heavy and at times could kind of get monotonous with the best teams. I think it's been fun and good for the sport to see some of these other teams be able to rise up and be in that conversation.
I do think there's a little hand-wringing over the salaries. That there's one important point. As soon as you hear the number, right, whether it's 49, 53, 70, whatever million for Jimbo Fisher, are there offsets? If there's an offset, these coaches are mostly going to go get another job. And so that's going to save you $5 million a year or more, depending on what job they take. So, I mean, at least that's something. But once I hear the contract doesn't have an option, then I literally, what are you doing? You are just giving away money. Let's go get in line.
Yeah, and I think we've moved away from how many coaches don't have any kind of offset. Like, I believe in Brian Kelly's contract, it's even if he gets like a job in sports media, if he were to get hired by ESPN or something, that would still count towards the offset of his LSU buyout. So you're right, that makes sense. But it's also just like, because of the way college football is set up, where there's no kind of centralized rulemaking, that's why we got into this issue. In the NFL, if a team wanted to hire away a coach, they wouldn't just be able to go to them and say, we're going to give you a ton more money than you're making now. You would have to get permission from the team, and you might have to like trade draft picks and things like that. Obviously, it doesn't happen in college football. If a team wants to hire Brian Kelly away from Notre Dame, they can just throw a huge contract at him, and they're going to have to offer him a huge, a bunch of money that if you were to get fired, that for him to kind of leave that position. And so that's when you get in the situation, again, even in a positive sense. I don't think any Indiana fan is upset with the contract that they just gave Curt Cignetti. But if in a couple 4 years from now something doesn't work out, they're going to be on the hook for a lot of money. So there probably are some common sense ways that the sport could fix this. But as always in college sports, college football, it would take a lot of the power brokers getting on the same page, and that doesn't tend to happen.
Cincinnati coach was talking about their leading rusher may not play. He would think he would probably be out, and that's Pryor. But they got two other guys that are on his tail as far as leading the team in rushing. One, of course, being Sorsby, the quarterback, but Walker also is there, another senior kid out of Vegas. Is that something that is devastating, catastrophic? Can they overcome it?
No, I think they can overcome it. Evan Pryor, he's definitely like, a little bit more of the home run hitter, a little bit quicker back. But you mentioned Tawee Walker. He's a Wisconsin transfer. He's kind of a little bit more of a bruiser, an inside runner. And obviously Sorsby runs the ball really well. But, the thing with this offense, they really went out and they revamped the wide receiver room. And they brought in 5 transfers in the offseason. That was just a big struggle for them last year. And the impressive part is that all of those 5 players have gotten involved. I think Cyrus Allen kind of has the most touchdowns, and he leads the team in receptions. But, it's not like it's, there's 1 or 2 guys they force feed the ball to. They have another good tight end in Joe Royer. And so even in the running game, it feels like the strength of this offense has been just how many pieces they have and the way they've been able to distribute the ball, whether it's running or passing. And so while they certainly you'd want to have everyone available if you're Cincinnati, this does, as long as Sorsby's playing, this does feel like the type of offense where, for a game or two, you can kind of manage being down Evan Pryor at running back or maybe losing a receiver because they've done a good job of just kind of spreading the wealth so far.
You mentioned Brendan Sorsby, and you get into Big 12 play, and it's 37 points, 38 points, 41 points. I mean, it's a machine, except for the UCF game where Cincinnati wins at home 20-11, and Sorsby was 12 of 21 for 191 yards. That's really pedestrian for him. He's been great. The offense has been great. What happened against UCF, and is there any way Utah can recreate any of that?
Yeah, I mean, Sorsby definitely wasn't his best game passing that game. I would say that I think probably the offensive line, that was probably their worst game. And their offensive line has been fantastic this year. Like, I think they've allowed 2 sacks, lowest in FBS. Some of the advanced metrics on them are really good. A game like, I think the game before UCF was Iowa State, which, Iowa State has a reputation for being pretty tough and stout defensively. And the offensive line was just moving the Cyclones. Mm-hmm. And then, you come back in the UCF game and whether it's just a bad game or maybe UCF did something schematically, I do think like the offensive line, wasn't as locked in as they had been. And I think that could maybe contributed to it. The other thing, as good as this offense has been, that they do tend to go through some lulls. Usually it's been in like the third quarter. They'll come out and they'll score, 25, 28 points in the first half, have a really down third quarter, kind of give the other team a chance to sneak back in, and then maybe they'll slam the door shut late in the third or in the fourth quarter. So they do need to get away from that. You can maybe get away with that at home. Going on the road against a team like Utah, which has always had a really good defense, has now, got a dynamic offense. You can't really afford to have like a half or a quarter where you go into that lull. So I think Cincinnati's going to have to avoid something like that going on the road against the Utes.
We went down and I covered the conference media days. We broadcast from down there, down in the Dallas area, and, try to talk to some people, get a better feel because we're still relatively new to this conference. BYU's been in it 3 years, Utah 2. So we're trying to gather, at least for myself, trying to gather information. And I came back after talking to some folks that, hey, keep an eye on Cincinnati. And so I said all season during the leading up to it in preseason and early in the season, if I'm picking a sleeper team, it is Cincinnati. Well, here we are going into November, and obviously it's true with them doing what they're doing. So from my perspective, I don't know that I expected this good, but I thought there was a possibility. You're much closer to the situation. What is your assessment?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of optimism coming into the season. They felt like last year, I think they started 5-2, fell apart down the stretch, finished 5-7. They had kind of those core pieces. They just didn't have, especially at the kind of skill positions on both sides of the ball. They just didn't have the talent to get them over the hump to finish games. And so coming into this year, they really brought back the core foundational pieces of the team. Sorsby, Joe Royer on offense, Dante Corleone, Jake Golday on defense. And it was kind of like if they could hit on some of those portal pieces they added at receiver, a couple guys, offensive line, some of the secondary pieces. If they hit on most of those, then they definitely had the makings of a really good team. And you also look at the schedule, they don't play Texas Tech in conference play. They don't play Arizona State. And so some things kind of broke well for them in that sense too. And I think what you're seeing, they didn't look great that first game against Nebraska, but you saw all right, the offensive line actually, played pretty well against a Big Ten team. And, once Sorsby kind of got it rolling and some of those new receivers started playing well in the pass game, it's like all the deficiencies that they had last year, they've kind of, masked some of those or improved those areas. So I think the talent on this roster is really good. I think having Sorsby at quarterback year 2 in the system, they've done some things to kind of cater to him, and that's really helped. And that's why, when you add that with maybe a little bit of schedule luck, it's kind of worked out for them. But here's where it gets tough, right? They played well so far. They had a big win at home against Iowa State a couple weeks ago. They have to go on the road to Utah. They have BYU at home in a couple weeks. They're going to have to earn it if they're going to end up playing in a Big 12 championship game. But I think you're right. There was some optimism that, maybe if a couple things go their way this season, that they have a chance to be in the mix. And to Cincinnati's credit, that they've kind of hit on some of these pieces they've added.
I think the schedule worked in their favor a couple ways. And you mentioned that Texas Tech and ASU aren't on the schedule, but they've also played 6 out of their 8 games at home, and one of the 2 road games is at Oklahoma State, where the coach is fired and the program's in shambles. So the one road game they played against a credible team was at Kansas, and that's 37-34, and they give up a touchdown to Kansas with less than 2 minutes to go and then go and score with less than 30 seconds left to win the game. So all these scores and all these stats, is that a game I ought to be focused on? Because maybe that's more representative of what they're going to get here for a team that's played 6 out of 8 at home.
Yeah, I think so. But I think also that Kansas game was huge for them because, it kind of felt like that's where their system or their season could go either way. They give up that late touchdown. If they don't go down and score on the road and get that game-winning drive, then you're looking at, all right, they're 2-2, entering conference play, and maybe they don't have that confidence. I think that last game-winning drive at Kansas was huge for them. They didn't do it at Nebraska. It was technically a home game, but it was in Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. It felt like a road game, and they got picked off on their last potential game-winning drive and lost. The Kansas game, they get the win. I think that really kind of spurred them forward. And so, yeah, you're right. Going on the road at Oklahoma State, it was homecoming. It was a good environment, but that team is just really struggling this year. So they haven't been in a game like this at Utah in this environment against a good team since, what was that, early September, I think, when they played at Kansas. And honestly, I think Utah's better than Kansas, too. So it will be kind of a good gut check game for Cincinnati to see, all right, you've shown some good things. You've been able to win at home. You have a good offense. What does it look like when you get on the road in a nasty environment against a good team? Can you still kind of look the same way that you've looked, when the situation circumstances are a little bit more friendly?
Big-time jobs opening up. What do you think?
It's pretty wild. I think some of these people are saying with all these jobs open up now, are some of these other schools maybe going to hold off on firing their coach or moving on because, there's only so many candidates to go around. again, that would be projecting rationality onto college football. It doesn't tend to happen. I think it's, we're not even to November yet, and the cycle carousel's already been crazy. I think it's going to be absolutely insane, especially when you start, some of these coaches are going to get hired from sitting jobs, right? And so then those schools are going to have to fill in. So I think this is going to be one of those cycles where even into like January, there's going to kind of be a ripple effect of schools having to hire and coaches getting moved around. And it's going to be complete insanity, which like I said before, that's part of what we love as college football fans.
Justin, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us. And enjoy the game.
Thanks, fellas. Anytime.
Yeah, Justin Williams, national college football writer for The Athletic, joining us here on The Zone. DJ and PK will take a break, come back. A couple of college football topics locally we need to get to, including Tom Fornelli. What was that? How did he do that? How did he decide that? Seems backwards. But he is talking about the Utes and Cougars. Is there any bad press out there, PK?
No. Not really, no, when you think about it.
All right, we'll get to that next. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Multiple crashes along the Wasatch Front this morning. Delays remain I-15 northbound Lehigh to Murray, southbound 15 through Ogden, and again from Murray to Midvale, as well as on northbound Redwood Road through West Jordan, all due to crashes with the lanes blocked. And also I-215 eastbound has been in a parking lot for more than 3 miles from Highland Drive to 45th South due to a rollover accident happened earlier this morning as well. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it's Halloween week. What are you going to be? Going to be a ghost, a goblin, a pirate? Whatever it might be. Maybe go the scary route. Yeah, if you go the scary route, have fun with it. You don't want to go the scary route when it comes to your cash, right, and your money for your retirement. No, you want it to be planned out. You got to have a good plan, and that's where my guys at Trajan Wealth come in. I've met with the guys at Trajan Wealth, and I can tell you they got veteran guys, years of experience. Don't you feel better when you know when you're dealing with somebody who's been doing this for a long time? In my conversations with Steve down there at Trajan Wealth and Draper, I felt like, okay, this is a guy who knows what he's talking about. He's been doing this stuff for many years. Plus, there was zero pressure. Just want to have a conversation. That's what you do when you first go down there. The first opportunity you get, it's for free, too. That introductory meeting, yeah, it's complimentary. And so you're going to have a conversation. Here's what you have. Okay, here's what they think maybe you should do. And then together, you create this plan that gives you the opportunity to have that money get going for you. So when you want it, it's there. And there's nothing scary about it. It ends up being a total situation that you can enjoy and knowing through the process, too, which is important, that you have peace of mind that your money's working for you. Really, you can't beat it. Give them a call. Your local trusted financial fiduciary. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. Locations, I just said Draper. They also got one up in Farmington. They'll meet you up there. Yep, they got you covered both north and south. Websites also got you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected, serviced, and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale that has been extended now through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Brands with real history are highly valued. Strauss was founded in 1948 by Engelbert Strauss, and it's still family-owned and run to this day. Strauss is trusted by workers all over the world. Their pants are like tools you can wear, smart pocket design, all-day comfort, and durability you can count on. And now Strauss is making history as the first brand ever with its logo on Major League Baseball helmets. From the job site to the big leagues, from grit to glory. Gear up now at Strauss.com.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah getting ready to host the Cincinnati Bearcats. Kyle Whittingham on quarterback Devin Dampier's status.
Well, decision by the time the ball's in the air on kickoff. Ideally 2 or 3 days before that. But last week it was almost literally all the way to the end. So just have to look for the report that comes out tomorrow night, and that'll give you a good idea where we're at.
This Ute update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is time for the Mr. Mac Utah County High School Player of the Week. And this week, the award goes to the Utah Military Academy Camp Williams quarterback David Shern. Shern completed 6 of 11 passes for 182 yards and 5 touchdowns while running for a team-high 92 yards and another 2 scores as the Marauders beat the Panguitch Bobcats 55-6 in the first round of the 1A 8-man playoffs. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as the Westlake Thunder take on the Syracuse Titans. Catch the action Friday at 3 on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week Award proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. Quotes of the morning up on our Facebook page. Tom Fornelli, CBS Sports, has Utah number 11 and BYU 15 in his power rankings. Why so much repeated respect for the red and so much repeated disrespect for the blue? Make it make sense. You just can't, PK.
Not at all, huh?
How is the 8-0 team ranked below the 6-2 team, especially if the 8-0 team won the head-to-head matchup? Now, in the other rankings, it doesn't look anything like that, so this is just one person's opinion. I don't know if we should get all wound
CBS
up.
Sports.
I get that. He does work for one of the larger websites.
Reputable. It's CBS Sports. Pat Summerall, Tom Brookshire.
Jerry says drugs are a hell of a drug.
Drugs are a hell of a drug?
Matt, drugs, PK. Heavy drugs. Jeremy, he's smoking the reefer. BYU beat them head-to-head, and he might not know that.
You think he's smoking in the boys' room?
Smoking in the boys' room. Yeah. Greg, BYU's undefeated, but they haven't played anyone good yet. Wait a minute. They beat number 11 Utah, according to Tom Fornelli of CBS Sports.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that trios comedy duo.
Nice.
Cheech, Chong, and Fornelli. Those Reefer Madness guys.
Tanner says, PK, you blew it. You spelled Joel Klatt wrong.
It's 3 things I can count on.
That's it. Tanner likes your comedy. Didn't you brace yourself when I said, PK, you blew it? You're like, oh, jeez. No, what?
I'm so used to that.
I know.
I'm immune to the constant
Joel
attacks.
Klatt wrong.
3 things, man. Death, taxes, and Joel Klatt loving Utah football.
He does. He really does.
Hi, Kyle. Hi, Joel. How are you? Yeah, they are the most respected, under-respected team in the history of college football. That's a fact.
Leroy, it's because so many of these idiots who cover college football don't even watch the games. Okay, in fairness, it's hard to watch all the games because there's so many of them happening at once. There's always 10 or 12 games on.
I will
Nobody
say
can watch
this.
12 games, but you could still look at the scores and the records.
Go look at Tom Fornelli's social media feeds. The dude watches a lot of
Yeah,
And he watches them all on tape later, DVRs.
Well,
and
he watches like the Tuesday and Wednesday night games.
You can watch a bunch of games at the same time and not literally watch every single play and still have a really good feel for the quality of team, the quality of opponent, all that type of stuff. So it's never been easier to watch more games. How was there such a thing as national reporters before the internet and before everything was on television? I don't know. I don't remember. It's like it didn't exist in my mind. I can't think of a time that actually happened. Well, now you can do that. I mean, we watch virtually every play of every game of the locals because that's our job, and that's how we get paid. And this is a great job, and none of us want to lose it. So with that in mind, I would think that the folks who are assigned to be more national-oriented, they would have the same philosophy. This is a real killer job. I don't want to lose it. So I'm going to be up to date as much as possible. Plus, too, what I found in this business, and I'm sure you guys have found it too, is that we all love the sports. And it's not like you're not sure what you're going to do when you come out of college, so you go into this industry and you look back thinking, man, I never would have thought that I would have done that. No, I made a conscious decision like you did at Rice Eccles years ago that you could gravy chain soccer. I knew I want to play third base for the Dodgers. And at 15, I looked myself in the mirror and said, you suck at baseball. And I played high school and a year after, but to get to that level was going to be impossible. So what could I do to be in sports, right? And I thought, well, there wasn't at that time full-time sports radio. It was just barely starting. So I did the sports writer thing because there was that, right? Used to read the Star Ledger up and down, inside and out. When I'd watch the games, the Mets, the Knicks, whoever it might be, and see how they wrote stuff. I could probably do that. And then I wanted to do radio. I interned radio in college, and it was awesome. And so the point is, we love this stuff, even if we weren't getting paid. Howard Stern did a big thing with a 3-hour interview with Bruce Springsteen in the fall of last year, I think it was. I listened to the whole thing. And he said, quote, "They paid me a fortune for something I would have done for free." That is an exact quote. If I went and got a teaching certificate, right? So I very well could have been a teacher and been fine with it. And I'd still be watching college football on Saturday.
I was going to say, what would we do Monday night?
Yeah.
Well, we would have watched the Jazz and the World Series and Monday Night Football. That's what we would have done.
So I believe a guy like Fornelli is putting all sorts of time into this because he loves it. It's fun.
So he's a contrarian, and here's a good argument to make, and it doesn't mean anything.
I hate contrarians.
So he makes it.
They make me sick.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
To the contrary.
I once had a coach on the phone tell me, "You are such a contrarian."
I told you that once, and you started laughing.
He told me that
it's
story.
In the early days of the show, you're just such a contrarian. And you're like, I was on the phone with Rick Majerus.
I wasn't going to name who it was.
Exact words he said. You are a contrarian.
And I said, thank you.
I know. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire. Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for
the Hercules Hero of the Week.
Submit your nomination at
KSLSports.com/contests.
And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. You missed that.
Yeah, well,
back in the day.
When you're stripped due to duties, it hurts a little bit, but I've always been willing, just to sacrifice for the sake of the team. And heaven knows I sacrifice money.
Are the Cougars unbeaten without a change at quarterback? You pop this up on the old Facebook page.
It's impossible to know.
We did get that feedback.
But I say no.
Jared, I guess we'll never know. Thomas, would we be unbeaten with Jake Retzlaff still? I don't know. David, only the shadow knows. That's old school right there.
I would say no.
Make your argument. It's hard to get 8-0. They've won close games. Bear running the ball has been critical to that. Except I could say, well, they were 9-0 last year and they won close games, and Jake running the ball was critical to that.
But it seems to me that Grizzly Bear gets tough yards. I think Retzlaff might have had a little more outside speed, could take the option a little bit better, was more of a threat. So even if he's not taking it, you got to honor it more.
Well, that against Utah, there's more of a broken field run as opposed to a QB draw, bounce off an arm tackle, run over a linebacker, and finally get brought down by a safety after a 12-yard gain.
Yeah. And
his style's different, to be sure. I think the argument for no is it's really hard to get to 8-0, and with a different personality, somebody different, something probably would have gone wrong and they would have lost. And having said that, they were 9-0 last year, so they got through a lot of this stuff.
They did? Yeah. I think that, like, when Jake had that pitch to Ropati to put them in a field goal position, I think that with Bear, you don't have to honor that as much. Jake had quicker feet.
Quicker feet, a little more wiggle.
Yeah.
Whereas Bear's more power.
Yeah, this guy, he's powerful, and I love the way when he has the peripheral vision and sees somebody coming down the pike, immediately covers it up, the football, 2 hands.
Protect the ball.
Puts it in the gut.
Yep.
And it's going to almost be impossible to punch it, jar it, that type of thing. Helmet on ball. He has been really good with that. I think he had the one fumble against the U of A that they recovered, if I remember. I don't think there's been another one. But, Jake, I also remember him throwing a couple of critical interceptions.
Bachmeier's been super clean in that area.
Yeah. He's made just so many great decisions that he has an intuitive nature of knowing. And the guys like Aaron Roderick have gone to great lengths to say he understands completely what we're trying to do. And A-Rod's been saying that for weeks and months. He said that in August.
That's a big part of why he only has 3 picks this year. You get confused. You don't know where somebody is. I mean, Riley, he mentioned it again today, and he even said when he mentioned it, I mention this to you guys all the time, but the fact he's throwing the ball down the middle, he's got that, whatever it talks about, that grasp what we're trying to do, where the defenders are, because there can be a lot of traffic. You can get a ball picked off easy. You're throwing the ball 20 yards downfield, and there's somebody at 10 who picks it off. We've all seen that over and over watching football. But he didn't fall for that.
They don't have the depth at receiver that they had last year, but I think they have the production that Roberts is Roberts, and Kingston has done very well replacing Lassiter. Now, they would have. Now, they're supposed to get JoJo back, and they really love this kid. Why wouldn't you look at him? I mean, the guy's a player. He's 6'5", can move and all that stuff, and they're talking about him coming back, which is a huge benefit. Hagan, they've been using him a little differently with some reverses because he has some speed in the manner of a Kingston who really has blossomed and been fun to watch his development this season. I know he had a little issue bouncing the ball with the punts, but seems like that's over. But he's super dynamic and can get the tough catches. We saw one at the goal line against Iowa State. So I think they're fine there for him to be able to get the ball to those guys. Tight end, obviously with Ryan, pretty good there. They're not necessarily prolific in the passing game, but the thing about it is when they've needed it, it's been there. And I also think that Retzlaff had to fight to get the job, right? It wasn't his job until late. Now, I know they may have said stuff and people bought into it. Oh, you got to go with the other guys because they have experience. Nope. He was going to be the starter. I said it a million times. And they knew he was going to be the starter. As long as he didn't fall flat on his face, he was going to be the starter. So I think they were able to develop him longer as a starter. And then the schedule allowed him to be able to have a soft entry into Division I college football. And all that leads up. Now, in defense of Jake Retzlaff, too, is that whatever he did last year, those interceptions of Kansas and ASU particularly, when they were going in and had all the momentum, and he throws that pick, and they probably, if they don't throw that pick, you never know, but I like their chances of winning that game at that point, but it didn't come to pass because of that interception. I think Jake, whatever he showed last year, would have been better this year. But I agree with you, just on nature or the way the ball bounces, expecting any team to be 8-0 is hard. And it's going to be really hard to go 9-0. I don't remember who was their ninth game last year.
It was Utah.
Yeah, well, obviously that was super, super hard.
This
on the
will be
road,
hard.
it's going to be just as or more or harder.
At Texas Tech, it's going to be really hard too.
Man, if they win that game, holy freak. Wow. It's just 22 out of 24 or something, whatever it might be. 14-2 in conference. If you go into Lubbock in a week and a half and win that thing, my goodness, you are really, really good. And I'd have to say significantly better than I thought.
At 9-0, yes, significantly better. Already, I mean, I thought 8-4 at the start of the year. 9-3 is absolute top shelf. And now these days, you got to put a little wiggle room on your preseason predictions because you may not know how good these teams are. You certainly don't know how good the teams are around the conference. There's too many teams. You don't see them every year playing the way, you get a better feel back in the old Mountain West days or the Pac-10 days, and you saw teams play every year. Now you're playing a team once every year, and man, once every other year. And in boxing, I always say it's the style that makes the fight, right? Utah had exactly the strength, and Colorado had exactly the wrong weakness, and so it just got completely out of hand immediately. The style matters. It's hard to get a handle on that. Transfer portal guys coming and going. But I thought 8-4 was most likely with them. I thought 9-3 was most likely with the Utes, although maybe 10-2 or 11-1, not knowing the strength of these other schools. Now 11-1 is clearly off the table, but 10-2 is doable. But to be 9-0, no chance. I thought they'd be 9-0. That'd be 3 games deep into the gauntlet that we identified as soon as we saw the schedule.
Yeah, and actually, if the Utes win Saturday, I'd pick them 10-2. So I kept telling my Ute friends, and I got several, Stop acting like it's the freaking end of the world that you lost by a field goal to BYU and Provo. It's not. It's not at all. I mean, get off your high horse. Your team has always had 2 or 3 or 4 losses, so they had this loss. Whoop-de-freaking-do. So what?
They want to be in the Big 12 title game in the playoff, and those hopes took a serious beating that night in Provo.
But they didn't take a 100% beating.
They did not take a 100% beating, but they took a 95 or 98% beating.
There's
a path. There's a path. Hey, they took a 99% beating that year in the Pac-12, and then the last day they needed a bunch of things to happen. Several of them should have happened, but Oregon State should not have happened.
Well, there was only 2 things that should have happened.
Utah should have crushed Colorado.
And Washington needed to win, and they did.
Then
all
they
that
did.
Stuff. So,
but that Oregon State thing, that was crazy that went their way.
Hence, it's a rivalry game.
Yeah.
So you've got that going on there. And the coach was leaving. Your offensive coordinator literally had a plane waiting for him right after the game. That's got to throw things off a little bit. But nevertheless, that's what it was here. So I do think, though, I always thought that the toughest game against the most talented team is the one that's coming up.
Texas Tech.
Yes.
Yikes. Now, if Tech loses to K-State, back to your conversation with Nick Faldo that we aired earlier this morning, which had to be pretty cool for you to stand there, talk to a 6-time major champion, and have him seem really engaged in an interview. I mean, he's not at a point in his life after 6 majors and a CBS TV career. He didn't need to talk to local radio people, but he seems to enjoy the give and take.
He did.
And I thought what was so fascinating was when he was talking about how fragile confidence is. Yeah. It's the stuff Riley tells us every week when he comes on. It's the stuff Pablo tells us every week when he comes on. That he's sitting there talking about, the best players in 72nd hole, man, one bad swing, and all of a sudden all the confidence is gone. I mean, you've got it. You're locked in. You believe. And then one bad swing.
And I told him, you're looking into my soul. Right. Yeah.
I wonder that about Texas Tech, though. I mean, their quarterback's been hurt on and off. What if Kansas State roughs him up? So I don't even know we're this deep in the season, and because of that game and the way it sits in the schedule, Tech could go in with one mindset into the BYU game. They could go in with a completely different mindset. Let's see how it plays out. Now that they've lost their backup and their starter's been dinged up on and off, and who knows. I mean, we have injury reports, but they're trying to tell as little as possible.
Oh, Brett McMurphy going after Utah on that
very
thing.
Yeah. But the whole we're getting lower body, upper body injury reports now during games, and you're just like, okay, if somebody saw the NHL does it, so now they do it. It's like, okay, don't tell us anything. Fine. They just figure America's so addicted to football that they can just Heisman us and hold us as far away as possible, and people will still pay a ton of money to sit in the last row.
Sure, but I also think that has little effect on the outcome. So I think it's meaningless. I think what Utah does is absolutely meaningless in terms of the game.
Well, look at it
deciding who wins
last
or loses.
week, and it was game time, and it was right up there. And Kyle's saying now on Monday and Tuesday, we'll look at the injury report later in the week. But even the injury report later in the week didn't help him because, according to him and to Bert Ficklin, it was game time decision.
Well, his injury report is worthless.
Yeah. It's game time decision
it has zero
anyway.
effect on the game.
And
they've gone down a hole that they don't need to go down to, but they've gone down, and now they've dug their heels in, so they don't want to.
So that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah. So make a joke of it. Make it a mockery. I'm fine with it. It doesn't matter. You got enough film on everybody anyway.
Yeah. And it certainly wasn't the deciding factor.
And you got
in
500 guys on
game.
your staff now.
They do.
Right.
Hey, somebody's got to look at all the film of the potential Big Sky transfers and now all the Division II transfers. I mean, if Ole Miss found a quarterback there, everybody else is going to try to find a quarterback there.
Yeah.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yak, do we have a press conference coming up?
We do. Logan Cooley.
Getting a contract. I see it out on social media. Long term. We're going to carry that for you coming up next. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Rollover crash northbound I-215 has been cleared. Delays remain on I-15 northbound from Lehigh into South Salt Lake. Also I-15 southbound from Ogden to 5600 South in Roy as you're out and about this morning. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for both safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
For 70 years, Les Olson IT has helped businesses succeed, and for the past decade, we've been your trusted managed service provider, delivering stability and innovation to protect what matters most. This October, during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, remember, your business needs protection on every front, physical and digital. From advanced cybersecurity to secure office technology, Les Olson IT has the tools to keep you safe. Call this month for a free network assessment, including a full cybersecurity risk evaluation.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside, if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU on a bye this week. Kalani Sitake asked if Bear Bachmeier's load is too much.
No, the guy asks for more. So I think I said he has an appetite for more, and we're going to keep giving it to him. So it's good that he's named Bear with a strong appetite. He's ready for it. I think the key would be, what does he feel like he's really good at and that he feels comfortable with? We can take advantage of that during this week with the bye.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. You 930 listeners aren't slacking today. You're showing up at exactly when all the stuff is happening. Detroit Lions just gave Aiden Hutchinson a 4-year, $180 million contract extension, $141 guaranteed per Hutchinson's agent.
Sweet. Good for him.
Yeah. And Logan Cooley's getting a long-term contract extension from the Utah Mammoth. Press conference starting here in a few minutes. We'll be carrying that live. You will hear about that.
Cools.
They are just back into town after losing in Edmonton 6-3. The Oilers off their back-to-back Stanley Cup Finals appearances, off to a little bit of a slow start, but scored 5 times in the third quarter and flipped that game. It's a nice little 2-zip lead out of the first quarter. Out of the first period, and then in the second period, 5 goals, and it was 5-3, and there you go. 6-3 to the final, and they're starting to sit down at the press conference, so I guess we'll go over to the Delta Center. They're at the practice facility in Sandy, I'm told.
Yeah, I don't do anything at the Delta Center anymore.
No.
You built this massive thing there. That's where it is. That's where they're headquartered. Sort of like what the Jazz do, although they'll be moving down there too. I don't know when, but whenever.
I think it's still a little ways away.
Yeah,
but that is the plan.
Yeah, Cooley, man. 21 years old. Doesn't turn 22 until after the season. High pick. I think he was the 3rd pick of the first round. Expected to be a star.
Living up.
A star. Now they're going to send him a 10-year deal worth over $10 million annually. Oh, my gosh.
Living up to the hype.
Yeah. Super cool. Super Cooley.
Keep going. You're going to end up with a nickname. Just give it time.
Well, everybody calls him Cools.
Yeah. 8 goals and 4 assists to start this year, but he's getting paid for what
That's
he did
kind of like
last
for
year,
your nickname. I know a lot of people call you Non-Cools.
Actually, people call me Sniggledorf, and I have you to thank for that. For making that up out of thin air.
You don't want to use your real name, Snigs. It's okay.
Nice.
We're down with that, Sniggy. It's all right.
The press conference has started, but they're in a video that doesn't make any sense on radio, so this is why we're tap dancing. Now let's go to the press conference.
It's amazing that we were able to keep this a secret as long as we did. This contract's been done for a little bit of time, and you're probably saying how much time exactly. Well, when Logan was scoring about every 30 seconds, you could see the weight come off his back. This 8-year contract signed today by Logan will help this franchise take a huge step to becoming a championship organization in the future. Logan has made a huge commitment today by signing with the Mammoth. To this organization, to his teammates, to the Mammoth fans, and also to the state of Utah. The reason I'm so excited today to sign Logan to an 8-year deal is the same reason on draft day we were so excited about getting this young man. He's an elite centerman with speed, and they're extremely rare and extremely hard to find. What makes him unique is his drive and character, his ability to improve with a huge hunger to win. And he's an impressive young man, and I'd like to give some recognition to his mom, Kathy, and his dad, Eric, who have done an incredible job at raising him. And he's got some great stuff about him where he'll go to skills during the summer every day. He's relentlessly working on his game, and his grandmother also attends every skill session too. So he's a remarkable young man. These were not easy negotiations. These were extremely, extremely tough negotiations. But I always felt during this deal that there was a deal. There was a great deal for the organization, but there was also a great deal for the player inside the negotiations. And in my heart, I always felt like they would get done. And I just want to recognize a few people. One are Ryan and Ashley Smith, not only for their commitment on a day like this to sign a huge deal, but it's also a commitment to make this an elite organization. I'd also like to thank Logan personally for the way that he conducted himself during these negotiations. It was impressive for being 21 years old. And also his agency, the Bartletts. They're extremely tough negotiators, but fair and honest, and they worked with us the entire way to get this across the finish line. Also the hockey ops, I'd like to thank them for their time and effort. Number one, David Ludwig, Chris Armstrong. It was truly a team effort from ownership to hockey ops to the player and the agency, and I'd like to thank everyone that was a part of it. Best.
Well, just before I get started, I'd like everyone to know how grateful I am to be in this position and this opportunity. I would like to thank Ryan and Ashley Smith for believing in me and giving me this opportunity, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that they made the right decision. And I'd like to thank Bill, Bear, Luds, Chris for everything you guys have done for me, and I love it here. It's the best time I've had playing hockey. The fans, the facilities we have are second to none, and I think just the team we have with Gunther, Keller, Sergey, the core we have here, it's a special group, and I'm excited to add to that. And I think the way we're playing and the team we have, we're going to be a dangerous team to stop.
Yeah, first of all, thanks everyone. This is a great day. I think, this was always our hope, but Logan is 21. This is probably the biggest decision that he's ever made in his life. And this is what leadership looks like. I mean, honestly, committing for a big chunk of his career to be here. I definitely think Dylan Gunther set the tone, and then Logan followed. And that's what I love about these guys is they're all in on each other. They're all in on the state, and they're all in on what we're doing. And us as Utahns, us as fans, we get a benefit from this for a really long time. And I think this is what we're trying to build, and this is exactly what we hoped for when we brought a team here. I think it's a message to his teammates that this is a leadership move. It's also a big message to the NHL that this is a destination, and we're going to be doing this for a while. And we've got what we believe is the best young core in hockey, and there's just a great vibe. And so to Logan, your family, we have this principle here that we're all in at SEG and with our teams. And, this is definitely an all-in move from your part. And we promise that we'll be all in on you and your family. And I know that Utah will be that way as well. So we're just excited. What a wonderful day.
Bill and Ryan, this is the last year that a player can sign for 8 years. It's a huge commitment, like you just touched on, Ryan. So what does that say about this organization that you have multiple young players in this young core that's part of this plan who are staying for 8 years and want to be here and want to grow hockey and bring Stanley Cup to Utah?
It's a great message. We love the fact that we were able to get an 8-year deal accomplished. We feel there's a championship window in there. We didn't want to go by it, and it's with Dylan Gunther doing it the year before, and as Ryan said, he kind of set the table, and everybody's all in to follow, and it's been a great thing dealing with all these contracts and young players, because they're also dealing with money and agencies. But the one thing that comes through in the negotiations is that they want to win, and they believe in each other, and that has a good part to do with why they're signing here.
When I sat down with Logan last week, that was a lot of the discussion that we were having, is like, what do we see? What does 8 years look like? Why is that important for all of us? And it's pretty cool to have that conversation of like, let's look forward, let's dream out there, let's see what we're going to go build together, and him getting excited. And you saw what he did when he went on that road trip. So I don't want to say that conversation helped when in the first game off, but you could tell there was a little bit of a weight on the shoulder. And I think it's a lesson for everyone that it's like, when your head's right and you're bought in and you're excited about the future, good stuff happens.
Logan, congratulations. And I just want to know first, who was the first person that you called when you signed the extension? And second, do you have any big purchases planned yet?
No big purchases yet, but I think just my family, everything they've done for me, just giving me every opportunity I could to succeed. And it's been, kind of a crazy journey, and doesn't even feel real still sometimes, but just super thankful for them, and it's obviously awesome to share that moment with them.
Well, give them full-size candy bars out for Halloween, I'll tell you that.
Logan, congratulations.
Thank you.
8 years is a long time. What do you want to accomplish over the next almost decade?
Yeah, I think we've talked about it a ton, is winning a Stanley Cup. That's why you play this game, and that's why it's fun working every day at the rink, trying to get better, trying to work on your game individually as a team. And I think the best in the league, when it's all said and done, it's kind of judged by winning, and that's what we love to do, that's what we want to do, and that's what we're going to accomplish.
Well, you talked about it a little bit, but what can he do for you over the next 8 years?
Well, he's already doing it right now. The way he comes to the rink, how hard he tries every single day to get better. He goes home in the summer, he gets bigger, stronger, and faster. He's a huge example setter inside our organization. But if you watch him, he's always been, pushing the envelope of winning since a kid, from the U.S. program to Minnesota to the World Championships last year, and he's doing it here. And so he's going to continue to push that pace to make Utah a winner in a Stanley Cup. And that's not an easy process to go through, but I love the way that he attacks it every day.
Logan, you mentioned that the guys in the locker room have made this an easy decision for you to be here. Have there been any moments in your first 3 years with this team that stand out about, kind of moments you realized that this was the group of guys that you wanted to be with for a long time?
Yeah, I think it's just how fun we have coming to the rink every day. It's obviously a long year. There's a lot of ups and downs, but I think the group we have, it's just such a joy to compete with, to be around, whether that's dinners, hanging out, and obviously we have a great captain, a great leader, and drives the bus for us. And then you guys got guys like Sergachev who gets us going, and we just have an unbelievable group, and I'm excited to be with this group for a while.
Logan, you've also said that this is the most you've ever enjoyed playing hockey. It's the most fun you've ever had playing hockey. What's made it that way?
Yeah, I think it goes back to just the group we have, the fans, the ownership, what they've given us, and we have every resource you need possible, and that's what you want as a player. It allows you to be the best player you possibly can be, and it's definitely nice to have that, and it's helped my game a lot.
How do you see your individual game growing over these next 8 years? What do you hope to accomplish individually?
Yeah, it's tough to kind of say what you're going to accomplish over 8 years. For me, it's just about taking it day by day and year by year. I'm not a guy that likes to look too ahead. I like to stay in the moment, and for right now, my focus is on this year and getting to the playoffs, and not only getting to the playoffs, but we want to win in the playoffs too.
When you first started with this organization, just the idea that you'd be here in this position to sign 8 years would be hope to be the leader in 8 years, be in the pipeline of a leadership with this young core. Did leader ever become a word in that conversation about, what this future looks like?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a young kid coming to the league, it's maybe not something you think about too much, but as you get a little older and start to be around a little more, you start to understand how important that is and how important leadership is, and how it helps the team too. I think when we go through different tough times and you have guys to lean on like Sergachev and Keller, like younger guys coming up, I kind of want to be that guy for them to help them through any situation they need or little things like that.
Ryan, what's it like for you to have all this young talent lining up to sign max extensions here in Utah?
Yeah, it's new. I mean, if you think about basketball, this is kind of what our fans still think sometimes basketball is, with the Stockton and Malone days where you're having 8-year deals. That's just not hoops right now. I mean, you sign someone for 4 years and you're kind of recruiting after year 2 or 3. It's almost like a transfer portal a little bit. And so for us to be able to say, okay, Logan, like, you're buying a house, like, lock in, whoa, when are we going? Where are we going? Like, let's get set. It's like, it's super refreshing, I think. And that's what we're hoping for in every sport. You're hoping, from our standpoint, that you're building continuity throughout. And I think we're doing a pretty good job on both sides. But, and these contract lengths are actually really good because we get a chance to build around, and you're watching some of the moves that Bill and the organization were able to make in the off season and kind of go back at it. Most championship runs don't just happen on the first click. They never do. Normally they're going to the well, they have to go back, they go. And so to be constantly pushing forward, you need time. And there's a lot of things that go into that. So for us, we're super grateful. We got a young core, we got a great team, and we got a bunch of guys sitting, down in the minors who are hopefully going to be a part of the future as well. And I think that's exciting, and we're seeing that with Simashev, where the work that was done a couple of years ago is coming in. And so with Tej and Denoye and a couple of these guys coming up, like, it should be a good run here.
Any more questions?
All right, you guys made it easy.
There's a press conference with Logan Cooley. He gets a long-term contract extension. As Ryan Smith just said, he can buy a house now, PK. Settle in. You're here for the duration.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be a starter, though.
I don't think it would be. Could be up in Deer Valley.
Oh, wherever he wants.
Pretty much at this point.
Well, he needs to be wise with his money, but it sounds like he has a good team around him, so he'll be financially set. Take care of that for the next 8 years. Doesn't turn 22 until May, which for them I think would be in the playoffs at that point, assuming that they'll make it and they're on the track to make that. And then away he goes, and then just go play hockey and take that money and have it grow. If I were him, I would call
Trajan.
801-210-6800. Yes, Trajan Wealth. Talk to Steve.
That kind of contract, Steve might call him.
Well, you got to be smart with your money. But yeah, lock him up, man. He's 21 years old, and he's a player.
And he's supposed to be a foundational piece. He's proving to be that.
He was drafted as such, third player in the draft.
And the cool thing is we get to watch him play, and we didn't have to watch the terrible season that led to that. 57 points, worst record in the Western Conference. That happened down in Arizona.
I was familiar with it to an extent. I know people who are fans.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't here. And the rebuild is over, and now it's about winning. And the Jazz will get to that point at some point. They're not in that process right now. But here they are. This team is winning, and where can they go? And I like Armstrong talking about building a championship organization. Say it. There's nothing wrong with saying it.
Speak it into existence. Yeah. And they're clearly trending up.
That's the goal. And you may not get there.
Right.
Because it's really tough, every level, any level, to win it all.
4 rounds of playoffs.
But
and we're seeing,
especially in a sport where it ricochets here or there, boom, and the next thing you know, you're down 2.
And we're seeing it with the Edmonton Oilers, who are clearly very good, who have 2 of the biggest stars in the game. and they've gotten the Stanley Cup Finals and gotten beat the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And it is so close, and they can't quite I was going to say grab the ring, but in this case, the Stanley Cup.
I like what the Jazz used to say. They throw the word caliber on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the goal, because you never know if you can get it. But you want to have a caliber.
You want to be that small handful of teams that are definitely in the mix.
And we'll see where they go in the next 2 to 3 years. But that's the intent. That's the purpose. And it looks like the arc is leading to that direction.
We're seeing that with teams like the Chiefs and the Dodgers, other sports. And they've gotten there, but they've also gotten close and had it pulled away at the last second.
Well, the Patriots, they lost a few.
Yeah. DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs! She bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever.
Let's go!
All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long.
Let's go!
Visit UtahJazz.com today.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts, it's memories.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah getting ready to host 17th-ranked Cincinnati Saturday night. Morgan Scally on the depth of his linebacker core and their performance.
We've got enough depth that we got a number of guys that we can step out there on that field and not bat an eye. And they've got a great teacher in Colton Swan. So no worries or issues with that room whatsoever. I was very pleased with Trey. Him and Jono were our defensive players of the game and both executed at a very high level, both very productive as well.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's a place off Ocean Avenue where I used to sit and talk with you. We were both 16 and it felt so right.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. Tom Fornelli, CBS Sports, has Utah at 11 and BYU at 15 in his power rankings. Why so much repeated respect for the red and so much repeated disrespect for the blue? Make it make sense. And basically, there's just a ton of sarcasm, PK. People find it just absolutely ridiculous that he ranked this team in this order. Even Ute fans are starting to make fun of it. It's like, well, what are you doing, Tom?
Yeah.
I guess he'd have the last laugh if somehow Utah ends up in a Big 12 title game and then they win the rematch and go to the playoff and win a game. And he'd be like, see, I know what the record said, but this is how good the teams are, and there was still a month ago. That would make him look awfully smart.
Well, if I could have one wish for the rest of this
Utah and BYU in the Big 12 conference title game,
zero question.
Be 100%. Sign me up.
Yeah.
That would be the biggest BYU-Utah game of all time.
Agreed.
A playoff game. I mean, the 08 game was pretty awesome. It was 11-0 versus 10-1. That was spectacular. And there was a Sugar Bowl berth on the line, and there were high stakes in that game.
Yeah.
But to put them in a conference title game.
And they never would have played each other twice in the same year, I believe.
Yeah, that'd be a first.
Yeah. And the entire nation will be watching.
10-2 Utah, 12-0 BYU.
I mean, it's the first game of that Saturday, I think, if they have the same time slot as they've had for several years.
Yeah, I would imagine they do. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never looked.
That's a Saturday you got to watch.
Locked in on that.
Yeah, I mean all day, for sure. And so that would be incredible. And yeah, we'll see what happens. If they got there, if both teams got there, obviously it's extremely possible that Utah could win the game. That's not even in doubt.
And then Tom would be leaning back. I told you, people. But right now, one team's 8-0, one team's 6-2, and the 8-0 team won head-to-head. So he's out on a limb a little bit.
I assume he's got Texas Tech ahead of Utah.
I can call that up.
Then he would really.
No, I don't think he does.
He doesn't have Texas Tech ahead of Utah, and Texas Tech beat Utah. So the two teams that beat Utah are behind them.
No. He's got Cincinnati low, is what he's got.
That's fine.
Tom Fornelli's college football power rankings. 2 Big 12 teams make the list. Neither tops the league standings. So let's.
Well, it's 2 undefeated teams.
Tech's 10, Utah's 11.
He's got to.
Yeah. And he has Texas at 12. He's got some controversy down there at the bottom of the list.
Well, there's 3 things I don't believe in:
death, taxes, and Utah football.
Tom Fornelli's poll.
Okay. The top of it's normal. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Oregon 3, Alabama 4. Nothing surprising there. A&M 5. Maybe that's low for A&M. They seem to just keep it rolling here. That's back-to-back road wins in the SEC.
But all those teams are going to get in, irregardless.
Oh, yeah. A&M does, yeah.
We're not at that point.
I did see someone,
12.
who was it, was saying Ole Miss. I saw somebody saying, it was one of the national people saying Ole Miss, 70% chance they get in the playoff. It's 85 or 90. I'm like, what are we arguing about?
Ole Miss? I'd have to look at their schedule. I don't know.
I don't think they play anyone down the stretch. I think they got a piece of cake schedule coming up.
I still think it's almost a virtual lock that Texas Tech gets in.
I mean, probably they get in, but they got to win their next 2 games.
Well,
at K-State and BYU.
The next 4.
Yeah, okay. I don't think the last 2 there's.
Well, they still got to win them.
They do have to win them, but I don't think there's any drama there.
I understand
They're
that.
going to win those 2 either way. But I can see a world where K-State gets them, and I can see a world where BYU beats them.
I got it. I understand that, but I still have them as one of the teams. So right now, if I'm picking one team to get in, it's them. There's work to be done. It's not a cakewalk for any of these teams. That's what's fun about it.
Yeah, it is. It's a blast. I'm not emotionally tied to the league. It's brand new, and I'm just used to the way it was, and now it's not anymore. But every Saturday, I look at the schedule and think, I want to see that game, and I want to see that game.
I'm
I want to see
over
that
the
game
way
too.
it was.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore.
But emotionally, are you as excited? And you don't have that. But every week,
I have just as much.
Every week, you want to see big games in this league. The Texas Tech, Kansas State game, super intriguing. Utah, Cincinnati, super intriguing game.
This reminds
those 2
me,
at minimum this week.
I went and I was going to get a job at the LA Daily News. I went and got their health. I met with the doctor, and he says, when do you start? And I said, I haven't gotten the job yet. He says, oh, they don't send you here if you don't get it. Well, I didn't get the job.
It happened to me once, too.
And I was literally standing there in my underwear when we were talking, no joke, in the office. He's going to the physical and all that. He says, well, they don't send you here unless you get the job. I didn't get the job, and a little while later, I got something better. And to me, I'm not quite there with the Pac-12, Big 12, but it's drawing closer each time.
DJ and PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are up next. Stay tuned.
Okay, show's over. Oh, gotta run.
So, this is goodbye then.
I think we should meet again.
See you soon.
I don't need the details. Bye.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive. Like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you have the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once? I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. What's going on over there, Ben? You doing okay?
Doing well. How are you?
Got your NBA on NBC hat on today.
Heard Bob Costas do the intro for the game last night between the Bucks and the Knicks, and then it went right into the the light shooting out of the logo, and then right into Round Ball Rock, and I thought, we're back.
Did you see his face, or was it just his voice?
Just his voice.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to ask how his eyes looked.
How his eyes are?
Yeah.
No, just heard his voice.
Or if he had any work done.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, yeah. I would imagine.
Oh, they should write a book about him. How to look like you're 15 forever.
Yeah. Dick Clark special.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But old Bob's still doing the intro, huh? So they're leaning into the nostalgia?
Big time. And the league misses that. The league has kind of abandoned its lore a little bit. I think that's been an issue they've had. Kind of don't talk enough about its history. It's always, who's better than this guy? Who's better than this guy? And it's not celebrating so much some of the great history of some of the teams. And so that was a cool part of those intros always, kind of just telling the history of the season and then of the past. And they certainly got into that with, Willis Reed and Kareem, and it was cool.
You know what's interesting? Like I was listening to the Logan Cooley presser, and we'll have top 3 stories of the day, and we'll get into the details of that. But I was listening to all the comments, and it was really cool. But Ryan Smith actually talked a little bit about the NBA in comparison with this, because this is an 8-year contract that Logan Cooley is signing, and Ryan's ultimate point was like, we could plan on him. You know, like we can build around this young core of Mammoth players, because you know what, they're going to be here. Ryan made a joke. He goes, "Buy a house," which I laughed. But he said with the NBA, he's like, we're talking 4-year deals, and he said he used the word recruiting. He's like, I have to start recruiting after 2.
Yeah.
He said he compared it to the transfer portal in college. And I just wonder, Ben, if the reason that we're nostalgic is not somehow connected to that. Because my reaction to Ryan's comments was, awesome, we're going to talk about team building again and moves around the edges to complement these players that are going to be here and playing for the foreseeable future, you know, as we all like to play armchair GM. Whereas in the NBA, it's like, well, you better make hay, because 50% of the roster could be different next year. Or, you know, depending on where you're at, you know, the Jazz are in team building. Well, at some point, they're going to have to press fast forward. But instead of building for a 20-year run like John and Carl, it could be over in 2. Yeah. Look at the Suns. Now, granted, they're incompetent, but they went from in the championship, NBA championship, to what we saw the other night in a very short period of time.
Yeah, the Bucks are in the same spot. The Celtics could be in the same spot. Pacers could be in the same spot. The Hawks made a conference finals.
So it's tough to like really latch on to players. Not that you and I latch on to players because we're jaded and whatever. But for the nostalgic types, or the people that are emotionally connected to the sport, all of that, I don't know if that's good for the warm relationship with the NBA. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think the journey of watching these players overcome adversity, develop, et cetera, become parts of the community is one of the fun parts about being a fan, and that no longer exists. Certainly not to the level it has.
Everyone who was paying attention or a Jazz fan in the 90s has some sort of warm feeling about John, Carl, and Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
How many people have warm feelings about Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah, not many.
It didn't last all that long. It honestly was like successful. I mean, they had the best record in the league one year. He made multiple All-Star teams. Ben, they went to the second round how many times?
Maybe twice. Went to the conference finals, though. Or not with Donovan Mitchell. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Darren Williams.
No, I'm talking about Donovan Mitchell. I think
maybe 2 or 3.
I think Darren Williams is somewhat similar. You could make a similar argument
Darren
for it.
has finished the journey by coming back to Utah.
His third act has been more endearing.
Same with Booze.
And maybe Donovan Mitchell has that. I don't know. Yeah. But as far as, how do you look back on the Donovan Mitchell years? People are probably at best like, well,
lukewarm.
It was kind of good sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Whereas John and Carl were here for 20 years. Everybody's like,
and that was everywhere in the NBA.
I remember when he walked into Hot Rod's restaurant that one day in '89.
Ewing was with the Knicks through all of the 90s, and David Robinson was with the Spurs through all of the 90s, and Jordan went in, 83? Was that the draft? And was there until 98?
Was with the Bulls for the most part. The go somewhere for a year or two was a thing back then, so let's not pretend that all the superstars were retired with their teams. That's not the case. But Hakeem
85 for mine.
Hakeem spent his career with Houston, even though he went other places. And you know what? Even though he did go other places, he still couldn't buy his own drink in Houston if he tried. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
John Stockton has been, somewhat controversial as of late. My guess is if he went to a Jazz game, he'd still get a pretty warm reception.
Of course. Yeah. Beloved. He has a statue.
And he wasn't even a particularly warm person. But he was here forever and had a lot of success and all those things.
Yeah.
So I think that the short-term nature of it does affect how people, their relationship with the team or the sport or whatever, and maybe they're more in love with the team and less in love with the players going forward.
Yeah, that's probably the case.
All right, we've got a press conference for RSL coming up at 10:30 that we're going to carry live. Friend of the show, Steve Starks, is we're going to hear from him, so stay tuned. So we're going to do top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com right now. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, sticking with the big news, the Utah Mammoth announced this morning Logan Cooley has signed an 8-year extension worth $80 million.
And I'm actually not sure how this works in hockey. You see the, what do they say, AAV, annual average value or average annual value, whatever it is. Now, his number kind of jumps all over. So it's front-loaded, and then it drops, not low, but lower in 6, 7, and 8, or 5, 6, and 7 years, 5, 6, and 7, down to like 7, 8, 9, because he makes like 12 and 13 in the first few years. I don't know if that's actually how it applies to their salary cap sheet, or if they just say you average it out over the year, and it's $10 million a year, which is why they always say AAV. It's different than I've ever seen in any other sport. Regardless, it's a big chunk of money. He's going to be the highest paid player on the team. And it's $1 million more than the rumored deal he turned down per season right before the year started.
Can I speculate as to what you're talking about? Because I actually don't know. But my guess would be that, yes, it does fluctuate. And to make it more team-friendly, one thing I'm finding interesting about hockey is because it's got to be the most team-friendly sport in terms of CBA in amongst the major sports, maybe not counting something like soccer, I'm not sure. But as far as comparing it to basketball, I don't know, football is pretty team friendly. Maybe that's a different argument. But certainly baseball. So with that lockout a long time ago came a bunch of super team-friendly stuff, including longer-term deals and probably more latitude within the rules to do team-friendly contracts. And my guess is Logan doesn't care because he's going to get the full $80 million.
It does work that way. If you sign a 10-year or 8-year, $80 million deal like Logan did, they just say it's 10 a year, regardless of how he gets paid.
But as far as the cap goes, I'm sure it does make a difference how much they pay him this year as opposed to next year. No,
it
not
does
at
not.
all.
No, it says the figure. The AAV is the figure that counts against the cap.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I think that's a wrinkle in hockey.
Yeah,
that I
I'm
didn't know
surprised.
about. Yeah, so yeah, he's just $10 million a year. Basically, though, how he gets paid is slightly different, but that's the number they use to work against the cap. The point is, he is a true star in the making. You see it every time he's on the ice. He and Dylan Guenther are an incredible pairing together. Then you add J.J. Peterka. That has been probably the most effective line. The top line's certainly very good with Keller and Schmaltz as well. But you see the fact that all those guys are 23 years and younger, 24 years and younger, and are now locked up for, how long was Peterka's deal? It was longer, not quite 8 years. But this is what this team is going to look like for the foreseeable future. And it's a really good place to be, and probably not a spot that the Coyotes ever found themselves in. So great timing. Peterka's 5 years. So you've got half a decade with these three guys who are all in their early 20s that are only getting better.
Christian, if you were Logan Cooley today and you took Ryan Smith's advice to buy a house, where would you, what neighborhood would you pick?
Oh,
now
Park
Christian
City.
is a Brigham City guy. Okay,
Yeah.
Park City.
Yeah.
Park City. Just like city proper, or are you talking?
I'm talking something nice.
like a condo at DV,
Top of Main Street?
or what?
The Main Street houses are cool, or I'd go somewhere with a view.
Sure.
Okay, Ben.
You know, you can get a smoking deal in Glendale right now. I've lived in Glendale, so it's close to the arena.
Not Arizona.
No, not good. No, different Glendale.
Now, I hate to break it to you, Ben, but you yourself could move to Glendale tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, you'd go Glendale?
Yeah.
I obviously would still pick Olympus Cove. Proximity to the downtown and the practice facility, second to none.
300 people in Glendale, Utah. So you'd be the king of the town. I guess I never lived in Glendale. No, it's a little far off.
And to go off Christian, he probably doesn't have enough dough to move to Glen Wild quite yet. Maybe he goes Midway or something. All right.
Or maybe he'll buy multiple houses.
Yeah.
Well, he can afford it.
Good on him.
Well, he'll probably get something in Minnesota, his hometown, I would imagine. Something on the lake. And then, have your huge, beautiful mansion here. Again, these guys are weird. They all live together. Not all of them, but a lot of them live together despite the fact that they have signed huge contracts.
Because they're young people.
Yeah.
Because they're 21 and don't know any different.
Yeah.
Especially in hockey, where I imagine they've been living in dorms with each other since they were, 13?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably like a comfort thing.
But the Mammoth did get crushed last night. They were up 2-0 after the first period and then gave up 5 goals in the second period. It's kind of their first real letdown. It was the last game of the long road trip that they'd had so much success.
They won 7 in a row.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it was a
Take
very
off,
successful
fellas.
trip. It's an extraordinarily successful trip.
Next.
Number 2, college insider Brett McMurphy doing some reporting for On3. Sounds like other athletic directors are fed up with Utah's injury reporting.
All right. I don't care. We've talked about how this was going to happen. Everybody saw this coming. Utah continues to play with the rules however they have to. And if you want to defend Utah and say they're not, they should be. You should be screwing with the rules.
Yeah.
Because there's no reason not to. If you feel like that's a competitive advantage at this point and they're not going to stop you, do that. Say that Devin Dampier is available. He doesn't have to play just because he's available. That doesn't mean anything. Do you guys want the playbook too? What does Utah owe you in this situation?
I bet the other athletic directors would argue, I don't know, how's the best way to put this? Gentlemanly behavior, the nature of sport, the environment they're all competing in, honesty, integrity,
yes, the
all those.
squeaky clean world of college football.
Yeah, right.
No,
Notoriously,
I know. Listen, we can play whataboutism all day. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. We're not talking about the rec league at the Y. I know. I understand. But that would be their argument. Now, Witt's argument would be what you're making right there, or I don't have to do anything, or whatever. What I find funny about this is obviously those athletic directors didn't do sports radio during the Cam Rising year.
Yeah.
Obviously, the two of us were jaded by this whole thing years ago. And so it is kind of laughable to hear athletic directors object to your point. But I don't understand. Here's where I don't agree with Kyle, and I don't know. I'm just a radio bozo. Who am I? It doesn't give you an advantage. Does wrong-footing the other team for 10 seconds actually give you some sort of real competitive advantage that's going to win you the ball game? I mean, the answer may be yes on the super micro.
But it's more paranoia than anything else.
But you're really expending a lot of effort and political capital amongst your fellow coaches and athletic directors and whatever. But Witt's in the position where he can't say, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He doesn't care.
Sure. He doesn't care. He hasn't cared for a long time. He has never cared about being popular with other coaches. That is not ever been one of his priorities. And he's not popular with other coaches. And he doesn't care. Good for him, I guess. But it is funny. Athletic director is like, hey, what kind of games you played over there, fella? And he extends both hands. And in kind of a fist-like feature, Ben, where he's got palms up but in a fist. And then extends both middle fingers and said, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I'm going to retire in 10 minutes. So.
Right. I'm going to put the whole team
And even if I don't, I'm not ever going to try and get another job.
I'm going to put the entire team as questionable. I don't know that for sure they're going to play. There's a question that they may not play.
Yeah, and
it's 100% possible that none of these guys are available.
And I guess Bert could find him, but unless that happens, I don't see him doing anything about it because he doesn't care.
It's Bert Yormark.
Yeah.
Or Bert
McMurphy.
Oh, sure.
But I don't think Bert McMurphy is going to find Kyle Whittingham. But Bert Yormark might.
The Bretts, we'll see how they approach this. But
they can't because there's no, the stupid rule is so subjective.
Exactly right. It's why we thought this was so stupid immediately after this came out. How do you enforce this? You simply cannot. You cannot enforce it.
Like, how do you enforce the new salary cap in college football?
Like, are we
Simply cannot.
I can't prove that Utah was lying, that they thought Friday night Devin Dampier was probable. And then Saturday morning, he goes out there and starts to warm up and wrong steps, and all of a sudden his foot hurts again. I can't prove that didn't happen. They don't have a camera on him all the time. There's not a doctor monitoring him 24/7. It's like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to argue against that? And again, he was available. He was available. Doesn't mean he's starting. So,
well, I don't know. People could just listen to me, and I told you he wasn't going to play. There was not a chance he was going to play. It was all because they talked about it on Monday.
Yeah.
Because if it was a chance to be Dampier, they wouldn't have even mentioned Bird's name. They've been like, yeah, Bird's killing it with the practice squad.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
Actually, Isaac Wilson is number 2.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I find it annoying and kind of funny, but I do find it funny that other people are noticing. It's like, yeah, this has been... Go ask the Fox crew that he wouldn't even tell who was starting at quarterback.
Yeah. They'd never heard of him. Huh?
Who is this?
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, the Jazz welcome the Trailblazers into town tonight.
No Scooter.
Well, Scoot's out for a while. He tore his hamstring.
I know.
But
when I think the Blazers, I think Scooter now.
This will be a good test for the Jazz. This is a team that is a little bit motivated after Chauncey Billups got essentially let go. It was announced this morning that he's not getting paid while he's on leave for his alleged gambling schemes. They have a bunch of adults on the team, including Drew Holiday, who's one of the best leaders in the NBA. And they're talented. This is a roster that's probably more talented than the Jazz, that isn't going to do what the Clippers did, which is sleepwalk into Utah and let the Jazz run all over them in the first quarter and then decide, well, there's 81 more of these. Let's just pack it up and go home, and we'll get ready for the next game. So this will be the Jazz's best test because I don't think the Kings are good. I know that the Suns are not good. And I think the Trailblazers are trying to make the play-in tournament. At least, if not better. I don't think they can necessarily get to the top 6.
They tried last year.
So they should continue to try this year. Yes, they're a little beat up, but again, they went out and made win now moves in the summer.
Didn't they steal basically Avdija from Washington?
Yeah, they traded him for a 14th overall pick that has not turned into anything or something like that.
I thought it was more egregious than that. Like the Wizards just totally given up on. I have to look into that, but he's a good player.
He is. He's really good. He's great. He's Lowry Markkanen-esque.
And you love Klingon.
Klingon's all right. That's a good matchup for Walker tonight. It's another huge person.
He's no Zach Edey in Ben's mind.
Correct. But
how's Zach start? I don't even know.
He's hurt. He's got a broken foot. Yeah, or whatever is wrong with his foot. But
surprise.
Press down on the gas pedal too hard?
7'4" guy can't stay healthy.
How fast was he going again?
105? 109?
109. Yikes.
So this is a good test for the Jazz. I'll be curious how long. I do think I wonder if Will Hardy has painted himself into a little bit of a corner with Svi Mikhailiuk starting, because the truth is Svi is going to look better than rookies because he's been in the NBA for 5 or 6 years now and just knows the tricks of the trade, knows how to be in the right spots. And if you're winning early, like the Jazz have, there's 2-1 on the season, it's hard to justify changing the starting lineup.
Sure, whatever. I mean, we're going to see a zillion starting lineups. I'm not bent out of shape about it. I think the interesting part of Svi is how different his game is than it was last year. And maybe that's the lineups he played with, because last year he had 0 shame. And this year he has like at least, I don't know, Ben, 10% shame? 15?
Uh-huh.
And he's getting after it. So maybe he sees this as his opportunity. Why not ride it? But, I mean, I don't know. We're going to see 5 different people start at that position before January. And that's even if they're not, even if they're like actually trying.
Yeah.
Because injuries happen and
Correct.
Situations happen and people, a trade could happen.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Svi, sure, knock yourself out, Svi. Just start playing. Just continue to play hard on defense.
Yep.
All right. Stay tuned. We're going to have a press conference for RSL coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! Way to hit!
The wins just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order at Kenny J's. We're going to tap into the RSL press conference with Steve Starks coming up here momentarily, Ben. We are not sure exactly what they're announcing. They did, of course, just get eliminated from the playoffs and head into the off season. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they're going.
Yeah, they bought the team, not at a weird time, but they bought the team. They had a season to kind of watch what was going on. I know there were some people that were frustrated early in the year that they didn't spend more money to be more aggressive. They ended up making the playoffs. Now everybody makes the playoffs in MLS. So we will see which direction they go now this offseason. But traditionally, Millers have been good owners with their sports teams. So I'll be curious to see what type of moves they make. And, yeah, you buy a team, you rearrange it to put it in a spot where you're comfortable operating it. So we'll see what those are today.
I definitely agree with that opinion that the Millers have been good owners. I think, I'm trying to think of, there are several reasons that is, but I think one of the main ones, I suppose, is they hire smart people and they empower them.
Yeah.
They're good at that. And they've been good at that since, of course, Larry bought the Jazz back in the 80s. So I would guess that they're going to use the same template with RSL, and that's probably good news. But spending money in sports, more and more, Ben, I've discovered is so about timing. It's not just spending. It's about who you spend on and at what point do you spend it. You know, the Knicks have spent money for 25 years.
Uh-huh.
Basically, since the lockout in the late 90s, they've just outspent pretty much everybody. They've never done anything. And I know you think they're title bound. We did the predictions segment last week, and Ben said fire up the parade down Broadway.
Sure. Wall Street.
But I mean, how much money have they wasted on just rosters that did nothing? You know, it's all about timing and what you do. All right. Let's get to the RSL press conference. Jason Kreis currently speaking.
Steve Starks, Michelle Smith, and last but certainly not least, John Kimball. John has been my staunchest supporter these past couple of years, and he was easily the biggest proponent and driver to bring me back to my beloved club here in Utah. Thank you, John, and happy birthday. There are two things that I'd like to open up with that many of you may or may not know about me. Number one is that I don't like to talk, and I certainly don't love to talk in a public setting like this. Allow me to be comfortable with you all for a bit. An emotional, passionate guy who says what he means and means what he says. So please also allow me to get emotional with you. My wife is here today, and I would be sorely remiss if I didn't mention how grateful I am of her and her support through what has been a very long, challenging, stressful, but meaningful career in this game so far. She is my rock. She is our family's backbone. And without her, there is zero chance I would be standing here today. Thank you, Kimberly. I think it's interesting that Steve Starks mentions the learnings. Through my time in this game, I've had my share of what most people would consider failures. I was the first player ever signed at Real Salt Lake a long time ago. And in those first few years, we lost a lot. Then I was the head coach here for 7 years. In that time, we experienced a lot of success. And I left here in 2014 at the top of the coaching echelon. I then went away for 10 years. And truthfully, I did not have a ton of success. But through all of that, I experienced and learned a lot. I worked in Manchester, England, New York City, Orlando, and Miami, Florida. Players. I worked with a world super club. I helped to start a youth academy from scratch. I coached a second team. I was a U.S. Olympic team head coach. I was a U.S. national team assistant coach. And finally, I worked as an MLS assistant coach. Through all those challenges and all the ups and downs, I came to realize three very critical things that all of us should continually consider and ask ourselves. The first question that we should ask ourselves is, are you happy with what you do? Or do you feel fulfilled by what you do? The answer for me just 2 short years ago was a resounding no. The second question is, are you happy with where you are? And through all those places that I dragged my family to, all those moves, I realized I wasn't happy where I was. It dawned on me then that Salt Lake is where I should be. Salt Lake is where I had a tremendous amount of success, and Salt Lake is where I felt appreciated. Salt Lake is where we raised our children. Salt Lake is our home. We belong here. I want you to hear me say that again, because it is obviously a very simple phrase, but I think it has deep emotional complexity underneath. We belong here. And the third question, and arguably the most important one, is who do you surround yourself with? Who do you work with? What is clear to me now more so than ever before is that this city, this community, this ownership group, this group, and these soccer staffs that are assembled in our clubs are full of high quality, high character people. I believe so strongly that we are surrounded by and led by so many wonderful people here. And I am someone that believes this is the most critical part to everything we do, whether that's building a department, building a coaching staff, or building our teams. People and character matter. For the first time since perhaps 2013, when I left this great place, I am just so happy to be able to answer all 3 of these critical questions with a resounding yes. Seeing what we now have here at Zion Bank Training Center, taking an active role in the Utah Royals rebirth this summer, fully aligning, understanding, and influencing what our academy and Monarchs are producing, and potentially learning best practices from 40 years of Miller operations in our community, as well as the potential learnings from the Blitzer clubs in Europe, my adrenaline and excitement are surging at the thought of how I can apply what I've experienced and what I've learned to our club leaders, our sporting directors, our coaches, our staff members, and our players to consistently and relentlessly pursue championships. There is one more lesson. I guess at being 50 years old, you start to think you have life lessons. There's one more life lesson I'd like to share with everyone here as I close up. And it was actually the main point of focus I tried my best to impart to the Royals staff and players this past summer. There are really only 2 things in our lives which we have absolute and sole control of: our attitude and our work rate. I can make everyone here 2 solemn promises. Number 1, I will approach every day with a positive, competitive, and collaborative attitude. And number 2, I will put absolutely everything I have into this project. Nobody will work harder or be more committed to this than me. The best is yet to come. And as my favorite Latin phrase states, audentis fortuna juvat. For those of you that didn't take Latin in high school, that means fortune favors the bold. And I do plan to be bold. Thank you.
All right, this is a press conference. RSL and the Miller family announcing Jason Kreis has been named the club's president of soccer operations. We'll return now to the press conference.
Thank you, and congratulations, Jason. I'd like to take this opportunity to just express how honored and excited for the continued opportunities that we have to dive into the soccer world and to be welcomed so warmly into the RSL club. I'd also like to thank everybody for the opportunity to work with RSL and the Royals and the families here who have welcomed us so warmly, and for the amazingly loyal fans who show up to support the Claret and Cobalt. It has become even more obvious to us that RSL and the Royals have an incredibly passionate fan base, one for which we are very grateful. Our first few months have already become a signature moment for our family. RSL Club's values align closely with our families and the entire Larry H. Miller organization's values and the way we think about and approach professional sports. I echo everything that has been said about Jason. He is a phenomenal connector amongst the coaches and the players, the front office, the business sides of our operations, with the fans in the community, across all aspects of the club. Jason is deeply in tune with the roots of this club, from our old friend Dave Checketts, the founder of RSL, to everyone who roams the halls in both Sandy and Harriman today. Our goal for all of our teams is to win trophies. It is apparent that Jason is the executive to lead our club to accomplish that goal. Jason, we are grateful for you and everyone in the RSL Royal and the Royals families. After the Royals wrap up their season this weekend, we are excited to have a great off season and to build from there. And Jason will be the one to lead us to do that. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Steve Miller, of course, of the Miller family, and we heard from Jason Kreis before that. Steve Starks actually was at the podium before making the announcement that, yes, Jason Kreis will take over as the club's president of soccer operations. Basically, he's going to be over all of it, from Major League Soccer to the Royals in NWS, as well as the Monarchs and the RSL Academy.
A guy who has real, obviously, deep ties, was here when RSL launched in 2007. Had a ton of success with the club as well. Well, I guess he played with the club when they launched and then became the manager, right?
He did. That is correct. He was like the first star of RSL. He was
Right.
like the vet. He was Major League Soccer's all-time leading goal scorer at the time. He was like the guy you put on the poster to first introduce the team. You know what I mean?
So
he and Eddie Pope.
He's got the culture running through his veins. So bringing him back is a little bit of that. You know, we talked about Darren Williams coming back, and this is a different level because he was a coach and et cetera. But yeah, it's not tying up a loose end, but bringing somebody back, I think, to put the Millers in a spot where they're comfortable, have some familiar faces.
Well, and he is a soccer guy, and as he mentioned there, he has had many different experiences, which I'm sure are applicable to overseeing really what's a lot. And just kind of reading this off, it's amazing the soccer culture that they've built over there. And you heard him give credit from, to everybody, going back to Dave Checketts. And yeah, well, it's a pretty remarkable thing. So that's cool. Good for Jason Kreis.
And still only 52 years old. So not, you talk about how he played and coached a while ago. That was almost 20 years ago now. Still a very, very young person. So
Dunny also on that team?
Yep. Playing up at Rice Eccles.
Oh, yeah,
Pretty
right on
brutal.
that just dreadful turf.
Yep.
I remember it well.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected, serviced, and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale that has been extended now through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside, if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Morgan Scally on how they need to defend Cincinnati's quarterback Brendan Sorsby.
He's just a smart football player. Knows when to get rid of the ball, can read coverages, does a great job of understanding how he can use the RPO to his advantage based on how you're aligned and reading coverage. So you really have to do a good job of disguising what you're doing. And he's also a very good runner.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order at Kenny J's.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hold on. It's Wednesday today. That means it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You can win a pair of tickets to go see Brian Regan. Valentine's Day coming up 2026 at Delta Center. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, you know me. I always hate to be critical, but I always laugh, and I'm going somewhere with this. I always laugh when announcers get way overly worked up, like for example, like huge dunk from Anderson, and the Jazz lead 8-7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The Charlotte Hornets play-by-play guy. Every highlight is the greatest highlight he's ever seen. And
Right.
then, yeah, the Hornets are down by 35 points in every game.
Like, this is just my critique, but you've got to give yourself somewhere to go, right? I mean, what are you going to do in the fourth quarter when you're losing your dang mind in the first? But honestly, the truth is that guy's going for clips, right?
Uh-huh.
So he doesn't care about the whole broadcast
Yeah.
anymore. He just cares about the clips. But my critique is give yourself somewhere to go. Did you see the video out there from the UConn-Michigan State scrimmage? Okay, this is a scrimmage like we saw with BYU and North Carolina at Delta Center the other night. This is a scrimmage between Michigan State and UConn. Scrimmage.
Doesn't impact your standings in any way.
Dan Hurley just loses his mind at his team.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely loses his mind. And I get it that this is his act. But Dan, give yourself somewhere to go.
Correct.
You're going to have a heart attack, bro. This is a scrimmage.
He truly – and this is some of his veteran players. Like, they've got a couple of guys on this UConn team that were freshmen when they won their first championship.
They've got to totally roll their eyes, right?
So he's in there, and he's calling them every word you can imagine. He's soft and a lot of expletives filled in there.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, these guys have to just be like, all right, coach, I've seen enough of you. I've seen this before. Especially these guys getting paid now. I really wonder how some of them are going to respond to this.
He's a lunatic.
He is a lunatic. Yeah, he's truly.
total...
And that's not breaking news necessarily. But to your point, this is not the Sweet 16, 4 minutes left. Guys aren't grabbing rebounds. It's an exhibition play in October. College basketball doesn't start till November. No one starts caring about college basketball until January. Relax. What could possibly be going on where you're telling their players they're so bleeping soft?
I think I'm surprised this guy exists even now. But you know what? UConn's got $1 zillion, and they don't really have a football team, so he's got an easy job. Good for him, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that gives you the license to treat anybody however you want, even if it's a preseason exhibition game against Michigan State.
Apparently.
Wonder what his blood pressure is like.
It's not good.
Couldn't be, right?
No. You almost wonder if he's going to burn himself out at a very young age.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, out of profession, not
Sure,
out of
because you don't want him to be alive.
Not out of this existence.
Yeah.
That'd be a little cold.
No, that's a little much. But
that's a little much.
He's a little much.
He's a lot much. Why would you ever go play for that guy?
Yeah, I think that's going to hurt him, in all honesty.
And then one more thing, a little thing I want to throw by you, because this reminds me of the conversation we had yesterday where we were trying to articulate, like, Keontae George can be a leader on the Jazz, but he's not management. Like, you don't have to be management to be a leader on a team per se. But there are players that definitely we would throw in under the management category, right?
Uh-huh.
Lamar Jackson. Management or not?
I think not management.
Okay, let me tell you the story, and I'm
Okay.
curious if it changes your mind.
Okay.
Okay. We mentioned the story, or God, we might have been on with JJ and Alex when we did, but the Baltimore Ravens pulled all of their games and stuff out of their locker room, like ping pong tables and whatever, like no fun of any kind while we're a crappy football team. Lamar Jackson admitted out loud that he was the one who asked for the Ravens ping pong table and other games removed from the locker room.
I don't think that means you have to be management.
That's a real management move.
It is.
There's no way that was his idea
Quite
either.
literally, this is what happens in the movie Moneyball, right? Brad Pitt goes in when, what's his name, is dancing on the table, who's no longer with us.
Oh, Giambi.
It's because it's the
Jeremy,
younger, Jeremy,
not Jason. Jeremy.
Not Jason. Jeremy Giambi, who's no longer with us. He's dancing on a table after they're losing, and he smashes the boombox with the baseball bat. That's the most management move, and you're right. Lamar Jackson just did that very thing. He smashed the fun in the locker room.
No way it was his idea either. That's
you think he's owning it?
Oh, I think that's Harbaugh being
you think
like
that's a plant?
Being like, hey, dude, you're the one going to go in there. You need to exert your leadership over this team. You go in there and you take away those ping pong tables.
I'm going to give Lamar Jackson the benefit of the doubt for now. Not management still.
Oh, that's the most management move ever.
You're right.
You just love Lamar Jackson and hate the man, so you just cannot identify him as management.
I can't separate the two.
No. You're trying because your love for Lamar Jackson,
I do love Lamar Jackson.
And hatred of the man is at conflict here because that's a management move right there.
I can't admit that he's been bought. That he's
Totally
bought and paid for.
No, think about it. Because he got the deal he got, and this is not his fault, but they cannot pay the rest of the team.
That's true.
Everybody else there is playing for a ham sandwich. So he's never going to be popular.
And
so
to be
he
fair,
might as well be management.
Okay, so how does this figure into it? Because it might support your argument. You remember the whole thing about his contract negotiation? He doesn't have an agent?
Yeah, right.
He fired his agent, so he's the only guy operating it. Does that make it more management or less? Because truthfully, that means he's dealing with the man directly, which might mean he's more in the bag for them.
I got to go more, maybe.
Yeah, it might be.
That's either indifferent or more.
It might be.
That's either a non-factor or a contributing factor, not
working against it.
Negating factor.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for right there. All right. Yeah, that's management behavior right there.
Well, they're bad. Ravens being bad was a big surprise.
That'd be like if Salazar made you walk in here and say no more water.
Probably coffee, but yeah.
I was thinking of something a little more extreme. Have you ever worked at a studio that didn't have running water? Because I sure have.
No. Studios that didn't have windows. Not that we have windows, actually, I guess, either. We're ground bound.
Hey, I've got to go to the bathroom. Well, there's no running water.
Yeah.
It was
That would be really tough.
It was a long
How was it legal?
several months. Oh, because the building we were in was going through a total renovation.
Over at Delta Center?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's different. That's not, we can't pay the bills.
No, but it was
Been there before.
it was extended periods of time without running water.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get to more. We'll talk some college football. We've got What You Got Wednesday at 11:30. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Well, listen, if you're anything like me, you have not put nearly enough thought into your financial well-being in the long term and what you could be doing the right way in the short term to make sure that you accomplish those goals. If you're anything like me, you'd be shocked to know how simple it is to really get yourself on the right track here with the help of a great team that wants to be on your side with my friends at Trajan. So here's what you can do. You can give them a call, 801-210-6800. You sit down with a member of their team. I sat down with Trevor the other day. They make it very, very simple. They will help you identify when you want to retire, what kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and they will show you exactly what you've got to do to get there and explain it every step along the way. So 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. That's 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now.
Let's go!
No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, Witt under fire nationally. Because he's not taking the injury lists all that seriously. But let me ask you this question. If Dampier was 100% healthy, would he be the for sure starter?
Yeah, I think so. This weekend or last weekend?
This weekend.
This weekend, and it is a little bit of a different story because Bird came out and I thought played pretty well. I don't think Bird played so well that he erased any question that Dampier should be the guy. You know, had Bird come out and thrown the ball better, he was still only 10 of 22 passing and had fewer than 200 yards. Had he gone out there and put up 300 yards, maybe there would have been a little bit more of a conversation, but I don't think Witt's going to pull a guy's job because of an injury.
Well, getting into that discussion.
I think that's a part of it. I also think there's the ugly business of the world, which is you have to answer to your donors about who is playing and why they're playing. That does happen. I'm sure it happens at every school. I don't think that's exclusive to Utah, but I think that does probably happen, especially if you make an aggressive change to somebody who you probably are paying, $1.5 million for?
I think Witt's better equipped than most to ignore that stuff, but I get what you're saying.
But I don't think he's immune.
I don't know. If it's his last year, he is.
Maybe.
But let's play this clip, and we can talk about why I'm asking.
I can tell you we got a lot of confidence in Bird, especially after what we saw on Saturday night. But Devin is still QB1. Make no mistake, there's no QB controversy or of any sort. We'll just have to measure Devin's progress day by day and see where he ends up. He's got a lot of input. He's an experienced vet. And Saturday night he just says, "Hey, I'm just not feeling it. I'm ready if you have to have me." He was ready for an emergency situation if it came to that. But we'll lean on Devin a lot. He's going to do what's best for the team. Devin's a team guy, and we'll just see how things progress.
I've seen a lot of Ute fans out there. I'm guessing there's a lot that would tell you that the Freebird is the more dynamic player. So why would you automatically go back to Dampier? I was not expecting the Freebird to throw 300 yards. This offense I don't even think is built to have a 300-yard passer. That's not what they're trying to do. So if he's a more dynamic runner, I'd play him. If it were me.
I don't think we have, A, the sample size, or B, the quality of sample to make any real judgments on Bird. And Bird, excuse me, on Bird Ficklin. I told you, he was 9 of 9 going into this game passing. And I thought the throws he had made looked, and I'm talking about 3 of the 9. 3 total throws that I thought looked more consistently dynamic than what we had seen from Devin Dampier. And there's certainly no question that he's super impressive with his legs. He's really fast. He's been able to not just, beat guys at this speed, but break tackles, juke guys out of their shorts to make sure he picks up extra yardage. He's done a nice job with that. I don't think necessarily that means he's better than Devin Dampier or even built physically to outperform Devin Dampier. Now, because he's gotten more coverage this week, you do get a sense that Bird's probably a little bit bigger than I thought. He's not just kind of the little guy who's running around Jason Shelley-esque. He's bigger than that. I think he's more well-built than that. But I don't know if I would be ready to throw him out there and just expect him to be able to survive the remainder of the schedule. Whereas, and Dampier's already gotten hurt and missed a game himself. Dampier, I do think, is built a little bit more to take the number of hits that he has set himself up for, or the offense sets him up for.
Okay. I don't know if I'm thinking long-term at all if I'm Utah. I'm thinking, like, in all honesty, your win or go home from a conference championship standpoint, which is how these guys work. They go from our goal is the national championship to our goal is the conference championship, and the goal is not dead for Utah unless they lose. I'm playing who's going to beat Cincinnati, who's going to beat the mighty Bearcats. And I would listen to an argument about the Freebird Ficklin, because I don't think either one of them can throw, honestly. You look at the 9-for-9, that's wrong-footing other teams because they all think he's going to run because that's his rep, and that's also what Utah does, is they put him in weird situations, and then he runs. So anytime he comes on the field, the other team thinks, well, this guy's going to run, and then he's good enough to drop a pass on him once in a while. 9-for-9, to your point.
Yeah.
The other team's game planning to take away his run or his pass, I don't think he's going to be a real effective passer. I just don't. I don't think Dampier is either. But if you're telling me that a $150 on the ground and a bunch of dynamic plays are possible, I got to really think about that. And if he's capable of doing that and Devin Dampier is not, I've really got to think about that. So that's
why would
really
we think that Devin Dampier is not capable of that? Hasn't he done that a bunch?
No. What did he have against Arizona State, in all fairness? Because that was his best game.
120 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground. Nobody could throw the ball in that game because of the wind and because of the rain. So it was ugly. The game before that against West Virginia, he hit 4 passing touchdowns. Like, I recognize if you want to circle the BYU game where he was not ultra impressive, or the Texas Tech game where he was not ultra impressive, because those are 2 really good defenses that I think are designed to abuse a one-dimensional offense. And that's, I think, the problem of the offense more so than it is the problem of the player. I would get why you might be a little bit more down on Devin Dampier right now than, you were to start the season. But I think he's going to continue to be able to be more of the guy we saw against Arizona State or the guy we saw against West Virginia against the remaining teams on Utah's schedule.
Well, he also threw the worst interception you've ever seen against West Virginia, which was just a brutal throw when he went downfield. So fine. I'm not taking the pass that much into calculus, to be honest. So Colorado's run defense is dreadful. So who knows what's real too? I mean, that comes into the calculation with it'd be nice to see practice and all that stuff because we really have no idea. But if I've got a guy who can go out and put 150 on the ground on anybody and make a bunch of chunk plays, like running for 60 yards or whatever, what was his first big one?
75 yards.
I got to really think about that because that's going to be the difference between winning and losing for this Ute team, as we saw with how they lost against BYU and Texas Tech, where they were just spinning their wheels and couldn't move the ball. You got to have somebody who's going to make a big-time play, and if Bird's more likely to do that, I got to think about it. But if you tell me that it's 50-50, fine, moot argument. Go with the older guy or who you think is the best passer. But I got to think it's like an Avery Johnson situation. It's like, is he going to go out and give me a bunch of 30-yard chunk plays because he's so dynamic? Well, I got to go with that guy.
I suspect you would have seen similar production against Colorado, except for, and I think this is fair to say, Bird's performance was actually pretty immature. Which is not that what's he supposed to do? Not run for 75 yards when the seas part and he's got the ability to run and get a touchdown there? No, of course not. But I do think you recognize in some of those situations as you become a more mature quarterback or an older quarterback, you're just handing the ball off, right? You're going to crush Colorado. The writing was on the wall very early in that game that Colorado didn't stand a chance. So you live to play another game as the quarterback. You're not taking extra hits that you don't need to take. You're not running the ball a whole lot if you don't need to. So you're handing the ball off and Wayshawn Parker's eating or Daniel Bray's eating or Nakiri Rogers is eating, and that's fine. And I think you can move on from there. And I wonder if Bird is not mature enough at this point to not call his own number, because that's what he's done his whole life, and it worked in high school, and then you don't realize why it doesn't work until it doesn't. And then you recognize, okay, I've got to start handing the ball off more, keep myself healthy.
I get your point. Tyler Huntley should have given the ball to Zach Moss more, and as he matured, he gave the ball to Zach Moss. I don't think the throwing potential is there, and I don't think that Wayshawn Parker is Zach Moss.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's a sophomore, or whatever. But
I stood by a quarterback guru at one of Tyler Huntley's first practices at Utah, and the guy, I can't remember the other two bozos. They had a quarterback or whatever. But they were getting all the headlines, and the quarterback guy was like, no, pay attention to that guy, the guy from Florida, because look at the motion, and they explained it all to me, and it's like, that was all there for Tyler Huntley. He just had to get better and figure out how to use it, and resist the temptation to run. I don't think this is that. I don't think that Wayshawn Parker is Zach Moss. No offense to him, who is. Right. So I think they need the dynamic plays on the ground from the running back. I don't think this is one of those luxurious situations where you can pick how you do it.
And here's the thing. What I'm saying is I think you get those dynamic running plays from Devin Dampier too. I think for the most part, until he's absolutely had to, he's not out there running around doing that. Do I think Bird would have done better against Texas Tech and BYU? I don't. I really don't. I think the way Utah's offense runs and operates, I don't think you're going to be able to abuse teams like that. I don't think you're going to be able to beat teams like that because
twice, actually.
They can sit and wait for you to run the quarterback, and then they just drill you. And I don't think that's successful. I do think that if I were Utah now, where I may have not felt comfortable doing it because I didn't know what I had behind him, I may open up Devin Dampier more now, because if he does take hits, I'm confident that my backup can still run the offense. But we can be more dynamic with Devin Dampier really pushing it to the limit, because if the worst case scenario happens and he does get injured, I trust my backup, which I didn't through the first 6 weeks of the season because I just hadn't seen Bird enough, and we didn't know if he could go out and win a game. And now, because you're actually out of the Big 12 title race, probably, not mathematically, but likely, what are you hiding for? Go out there and, beat Cincinnati.
No, I think they have to put everything they've got into this game. I think they've got to forget about everything else.
Yeah, so let Devin Dampier go out there
they're out of it.
And be his most dynamic self, which I kind of suspect they haven't.
But if he's hurt, then he can.
Yeah.
Which now we're back to that. And the premise of this convo was both players are healthy. I don't know if Dampier is as dynamic as the Bird. I just don't know. The Bird was really dynamic.
He may not have the flat-out speed that Bird has.
I mean, he was really dynamic against Colorado. And Colorado was so bad, it's hard to know what's real. That's why I find this conversation intriguing, because I'm honestly taking the passing out of it. Who's got a home run hitter type athleticism that's going to go get me 14 points with 4 or 5 big plays, Because that was Bird against Colorado. And you make it to a good point. Maybe that was Devin against Arizona State. That was a wild game in and of itself because the conditions were so weird. So who knows what's real in that game? But if I'm making the decision on what quarterback that I'm starting at Utah, I want the most dynamic runner I got.
But over a long enough sample size. So right now I'm looking at the rushing yards for Devin Dampier. 80 carries this year, 440 yards, about 5.5 yards per carry. Now, quarterbacks can have a high yards per carry because they can be very selective, right? They wait until, they're playing man coverage, everyone's backs are turned, they scramble, and they pick up 15 yards. So their average yard per carry can be a lot higher than your typical running back, because if you had a running back who had 5.5 yards, you'd let him touch the ball every single time. But do we think Bird's number would be way different than that over, 7 games that Devin Dampier has played so far? I kind of don't. I think they would have very similar production on the ground. Maybe I'm wrong. I like Bird. I think Bird's going to be a really good player. I wonder if Utah this offseason is going to be having this conversation on a grand scale, which is who do we pay and who do we keep around? I think that's very possible. And maybe that's even somebody else that they're trying to bring in. But I think when they are cutting a check for $1 million or whatever it costs to have a starting quarterback at this level, and there's going to be people who are saying, I think we should pay Bird, and there's going to be some people I think say we should pay Devin. And I think you're going to have to – that's going to be a really tough one.
That's funny because I think we're to the – no, I won't go back to that comparison. I don't know if it'd be either.
Yeah, it might not be.
I don't know if it will be either, honestly. I bet they were hoping Dampier was a little bit better passing.
Yeah, for sure. And then maybe they also just don't have the other guys. Maybe they don't have the pass catchers.
And this is so unfair about talking about freshmen, too, which is why this new state of college football is so stupid. But are either of these guys getting you a conference title? I don't think so.
Maybe not this year, but also what you have said, and I think I subscribe to it, instead of just falling into the trap of going transfer portal every single year, you might have to develop some of these guys.
Yeah.
And you might not be able, you might need to have to fight your best instincts of saying, well, I can go and pay a guy who's an 8 overall because right now Bird Ficklin coming off of his freshman season is a 6. But can Bird get to a 10 if you develop him the same way you developed Tyler Huntley? Because Tyler Huntley, by the end of his career, he's an NFL player. He's become a very good quarterback.
But does Ficklin have the throwing potential Tyler did?
I don't know. We've only seen him throw. I mean, how many times did he throw the ball? 22? We've seen him throw 31 passes in his career.
I know, but that quarterback guru knows. And that's because you can see it. You can see it early, and maybe you need to tweak some things. Like, there's not for 1 minute did anybody pretend that Travis Wilson was going to be Peyton Manning.
Correct.
And he turned out fine, and he won a lot of games at Utah and whatever, but he was never developed to what Tyler Huntley was. And I would argue because Tyler Huntley showed it day one. And again, I'm no expert either, but they are making that calculation.
Yeah.
On if there's that potential,
well, again,
or they should be. But I don't know if I'm going transfer either because they lied to themselves about Dampier because they wanted the transfer. So they said this guy's going to be able to do what we want him to do. And I don't think that's true.
You don't think he has? You don't think he's done what they wanted him to do?
I said at the beginning of this, I think they were hoping he was a better passer. Yes, I don't think he's been able to do what they want him to do.
I think that's
correct.
Probably fair. That they probably hoped they would have a more dynamic
BYU lied to themselves, too, when they took Keaton Slovis. They said, we're getting the USC guy.
Yeah. Teams do this.
And they got the Pitt guy. You know what I mean? At least with Bird, you know what the potential is, and you can decide whether to develop it or not. And maybe it is. Maybe I'm selling him short. I honestly don't know.
I certainly wouldn't write off Bird as a passer. It's been one start against a team that you didn't have to throw the ball against.
Right.
At all. So let's see what happens when, it's the fourth quarter of a game and he actually has to deliver a throw. Can he do it? Dampier has not been able to do it.
No.
But Bird has made a few throws. We'll see if he can continue doing that.
So if they're both healthy, I think I'd take the more dynamic guy. Who's going to get me a 50-yarder.
I'm with you, and I'm just not sure that still isn't Dampier.
All right, stay tuned. What you got Wednesday coming up next? I think we've got two very difficult ones.
Okay.
For different reasons.
All right.
We'll get to it coming up. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
He is the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Dylan Gunther leads the league in game-winning goals. He's got 8 going back to last February. He's just got a knack for being in the right place at the right time. Is that just playing the game and having experience, or is it just instinctual? Where does that come from?
You don't teach a baby shark how to bite. They just know how to bite, and he knows how to score goals, and he's been doing it since he came out of the womb. Scored Team Canada's OT winner to win a world championship, and it's not by accident. He's got an incredible shot that he can get off quick. He can really shoot it. He's deadly accurate with it. He's been a blessing for our organization just because he wants the puck in the big game and he wants to make the big play and score the big goal.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new, larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your BYU 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on Bear Bachmeier's environment helping his success.
I think I give a lot of credit to the way A-Rod's brought him along. You know, A-Rod and Matt Mitchell have done a great job prepping him. And then you have to give a lot of credit to the other quarterbacks in the room. They work really well together. That's been amazing, everything here, but the way the kid was raised, it doesn't surprise me at all. You have to just look at his big brother, not just Tiger, but also Hank, and how they've mentored him along the way. So this guy's been learning from the very beginning at a young age, and he has never stopped learning. That's what a great example he can be to the rest of our team, but super humble and love coaching him.
Cougars at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, your family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. KennyJ'sBBQ.com or check them out at the District. Kenny J's Barbecue.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. It's time for What You Got Wednesday, where Ben and I go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts. One sports-related, one not, and then we put it out on the Snap Talk for a vote to see who wins. What happened last week, Christian?
Stumbling because you didn't want to hear the results, Jake. Best current NBA players. Ben won 85-15.
I'm fine losing
and then, best things of 4. Ben also won 77-23.
I'm really fine with losing both.
Okay.
Especially the basketball one. You won it because you got Luka late because I refused to take him. Which I'm fine with.
Smart.
It was a principled draft. I'm fine to take the L.
Yeah.
All right. What is our sports-related draft?
Today, let's go with biggest sports trailblazers.
Jazz are playing the Trailblazers tonight.
So we're going
not
Trailblazers.
Not people from the Trailblazers. We're talking about people who blazed a trail in sports.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
Yeah, there is.
I think so too. Jackie Robinson.
Yep. Broke the color barrier. Was awesome.
Yeah, great story.
Won a World Series. Won an MVP.
Was a football player at UCLA.
Yeah, was a great player.
Veteran?
Yep, no question about it. Here's the question: is there an obvious number 2?
I think so, but I'll explain why maybe it's not.
I'm going to go with Muhammad Ali as a trailblazer, and certainly not. He was a trailblazer in A, the celebrity of the athlete, A, his very outspoken political beliefs, and obviously changed his name for his religion. So I'm going to go with Muhammad Ali. I think he fits.
That's not who I was thinking of.
Okay.
I'm going to go with what I think, honestly, and I would consider not taking this, but I got to go Jesse Owens.
Yeah, that's who I was going to go with. That was my other thought.
Win a gold medal in front of the Third Reich and tell them where to shove their crazy theories. Like, that's pretty awesome.
The coolest story, other than, the Jesse Owens part's the coolest story, yes, and absolutely telling the worst person ever to shove it, is that the guy who got the silver medal at those Olympics was Jackie Robinson's brother.
Wow, that is cool.
Who was also a superb athlete.
Yeah, that is
Just
cool.
wasn't quite as good as Jesse Owens or Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
But a very cool story. I love that. All right, I'm going to go... I'm going to go a little more modern, and I do think he just changed the way the sport was played. And I'm going to go with Michael Vick, who I understand is controversial. And he's not certainly the first mobile quarterback. He's not. But he changed how everything operates in the NFL now. And now everybody is looking for a hybrid type of quarterback like Michael Vick.
I'm going to go local, and I know that all of mine have kind of been in the same vein. I honestly didn't anticipate that, but I think I got to do it. I got to go with the player that broke the color barrier for basketball, and that would be the University of Utah's own Wat Masaka.
Also, Weber State. Or Ogden High School.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think it went to Ogden High. Yeah.
Won the NCAA championship at Utah, right?
Yeah. Played for the Knicks. Broke the color barrier. Japanese, right?
Uh-huh.
That's an awesome part of our history that probably does not get talked about.
It is. It's great.
Wat Masaka breaking the color barrier in the NBA is a very, very cool story. And he made it. He didn't stick around in the NBA for a long time, but who cares? He broke the color barrier. And truly a local. So very cool story there. I'm going to go with, I think you have to go with Billie Jean King.
No, you don't.
Okay.
I met her once. She wasn't nice to me.
Well, that's fine. I don't know if any of these guys were nice.
I wasn't going to draft her for that reason.
Billie Jean King. Yeah, a revolutionary for sure.
Because she played some average tennis player once?
Yeah, meant a lot for women's sports.
Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to keep it local, and I hope people understand, based on my first 3 picks, this is a different vein, but I'm going to take Lavelle Edwards, who decided to throw the football in college football when others were not, and it led to a national championship and some legends at quarterback and effects that are still felt in college football to this day.
I think that's a good pick. It's maybe not where I would have gone, but yeah, that the same way football doesn't look the way it does today without Michael Vick, you can say the same thing about Lavelle Edwards. Until you embrace that style of football and show that you can actually win with it, it's hard to do. I will go with... I'm gonna go with Dirk Nowitzki for the name value aspect of it. I think there's other names you could put in here.
Really paved the way for German basketball players everywhere.
He's not the first great European basketball player, but his arrival signaled a change that the international game had caught up to the national game.
Sharunas Marshallonis wants a word, Ben.
Sure, there are other names. Vlade Divac had been around for a while at that point. There were others, but Dirk was the first superstar that came over and ended up winning a championship as the best player, won MVPs, and now top 5 players in the NBA are all international players.
Okay.
So, give me Dirk.
I'm going to give an answer that may not give me any votes, but honestly should be top 2 or 3 on our list. And I wonder, well, I'll ask for it after. I'm going to draft Jim Catfish Hunter. He was Major League Baseball's first free agent. Can we put that baseball's first free agent? I mean, because
just got to put Jim Catfish Hunter. No context.
No, that's ridiculous.
Don't put any context.
We've put context before, but he was he created the modern structure of. He didn't do it, but he was the first, paved the way trailblazer for players to get paid, basically.
Yeah.
Before 1974, you were stuck with the team that you were with, and they could basically pay you whatever you wanted. Free agency comes to baseball. The entire landscape of sports changes overnight.
I think it's totally fair. I thought about somebody in the same vein. I'm not going to go in that direction. I'm going to go with Ichiro Suzuki, also not the first Japanese player of all time.
Be young Kims like Ben. That's stupid.
Yeah, but Ichiro became such a star at such a high level that also we started probably mining Japan more for athletes, and now the greatest player on the planet is from Japan, and it's a direct relation to Ichiro coming over and succeeding the way that he did.
All right, Christian.
Jake, you had the number 1 pick. You went Jackie Robinson, Jesse Owens, Watt Misaka, Lavelle Edwards, and Jim Catfish Hunter. Ben went Muhammad Ali, Michael Vick, Billie Jean King, Dirk Nowitzki, and Ichiro Suzuki.
Other names we could have left off, or we could have put in there?
Steph Curry.
Steph Curry, I thought about Steph.
I think Dirk actually did what people credit Steph with, which was revolutionize the way the three is used, because he started using it at such a high level as a big guy. That changed the game. I get that Steph shoots them more.
Oh, I
actually think it came with Dirk.
Oh, I don't think Steph shooting more. I don't think that's where he revolutionized the game. I think Steph revolutionized the game with making the off-the-bounce dribble a weapon. That was not a thing. Off-the-bounce dribble three, a weapon, which was not a thing. I mean, we've had guys, volume three-point shooters, who stood there and shot it. And Dirk was more than that.
Yeah, of course.
Dirk, I mean, if you want to talk about Dirk being a trailblazer from a basketball standpoint, that fader is much more of an impact than the volume of threes that he shot, or the fact that he's a 7-footer who shot threes. Steph, how many extra threes does he get because he can actually make off the bounce threes?
Yeah, a ton.
5, 8 more? Not 8. That'd be a lot. 5 more threes a game?
3 would be a ton. But yeah, his ability to do it is.
And now there's all these pretenders out there like Trae Young that think they can do it, but truly, that's how he revolutionized basketball, in my opinion.
Tiger.
Michael Jordan too.
MJ was revolutionary. So were Magic and Bird. Tiger should have been drafted.
MJ was a it's funny, we're different definitions of trailblazer. Where MJ had his trailblazer moment was in marketing. He changed marketing for all athletes for all time.
Yep.
The NBA would not be where it is right now without Michael Jordan.
No.
Correct.
Well, certainly LeBron wouldn't be selling his production company to Nike for $100 million.
Ed O'Bannon revolutionized name, image, likeness. Those are all huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that changed. That truly, you can argue, ruined college sports.
Sure did.
But
Way to go, Ed.
It changed it.
Thanks for nothing.
Yeah.
All right. What's our not sports topic?
In case you missed it, Logan Cooley signed a mammoth, if you will, extension today. So we're going to go with famous Minnesotans.
Mammoth. Your other one's better.
Yeah, well, that was live. It's hard to do. Yeah, that was good.
All right.
Lips are a little dry.
Famous Minnesotans. Okay. Is there an automatic number one pick here?
Yes, sir.
Going to go with my man, Robert Zimmerman.
Hard to beat Bob Dylan.
Born in Duluth in 1941. Bob Dylan. I think you could make some. I think you can make some arguments for some other guys. I mean, you and I are going with Bob, but I think there's some other people that you can mention.
I mean, there's an argument that he's the greatest American musician or singer-songwriter of all time. There is another argument that maybe this guy. I think there's some musicians would tell you that this is the greatest musician of all time from raw talent perspective. And I'll go with the artist formerly known as Prince.
I'm so glad you got Prince because I think he is overrated.
You don't have to like his music necessarily, and he was a huge pop star, but like is a true savant, right?
Well, he's a great guitar player. I just didn't like his songwriting nor his style.
Great drummer, great guitar player, could do literally everything. So, Prince.
Let's see, do I want to take someone just to make you angry, or do I want to take my actual answer? I'm going to go with the great Charles Schultz.
Okay. We're in a Charles Schultz watch right now.
Creator of Peanuts. Brilliant man. I haven't watched It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown yet.
I watched it before work today.
Did you really?
I got up and had a cup of coffee and threw it on and then really enjoyed it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, he's a genius. Yeah, a legitimate, he drew cartoons and comics, but it was amazing.
He drew life lessons, Ben.
Yeah, he did. Enduring. I'm going to go with, though they have really fallen off, give me the Coen brothers, who have made some of the best movies of the last 30 years.
I think Christian ruling here, he should have to pick one.
I disagree.
Of which you pick it, Ethan or Joel?
The Coen brothers.
This is a real slippery slope. I'm just going to
I am forced to take one Barry, and Ben can take two Coen brothers?
It's a different
That's ludicrous.
They
That is
make
ludicrous.
Movies together.
They
make movies together.
Outrageous. One is married to Frances McDormand and one's not. They're two different people.
They are two different people, but they make movies together as brothers from Minnesota.
Outrageous.
Give me the Coen brothers.
Berries. God, I hate this game. I'm taking F. Scott Fitzgerald.
That's a good pick. F. Oh.
Good luck with Joel, you bozo.
Gerald. You should have to use Bob Dylan's real name. Robert Zimmerman. Put that at the top of the draft. See if anyone knows who you're picking.
He's one person.
See if anyone knows who you're picking.
He's one person.
See if anybody knows who you grabbed. All right, I'm going to go with Miss Judy Garland. Dorothy herself.
Yeah, nobody cares about Judy Garland.
I've been to her house.
Have you? Was she there?
No, she's long gone. It's like a museum now.
I'm going to go with
like Judy Garland.
John
Trebled.
Earl Madden.
Good pick.
Had no idea his name was Earl until right now.
Same. No idea.
Born in Austin, Minnesota.
I'll go athlete. I'll go our first athlete off the board. Give me Kevin McHale. Enormous bozo.
Glad you picked him then.
One of the great basketball players of all time, though.
Yeah.
Certainly the greatest Minnesota basketball player. Probably the greatest Minnesota athlete of all time.
All right. I'm going to go with this actor because I find him hilarious. Steve Zahn.
Okay.
That movie he does about Neil Diamond is pretty funny.
That Thing You Do, he's great now, right?
Yeah, he's good at lots of stuff.
Yeah, he's good. He's a really talented guy.
He plays Augustus McRae in the Lonesome Dove prequel.
Oh, does he? How is he?
I thought he was pretty good. I mean, it's tough to beat my guy, Bob Duvall.
Yeah.
But I thought he did a pretty good job.
Yeah. All right, I've got 4 names here. I'm trying to see what's going to get me the most votes. I think name value, I'm going to have to go with Louis Anderson, who, if you're a millennial, you watched Life with Louis growing up. If you're a little older, what did he do? Baskets? What was his older show? Louis Anderson, though, he was host of Family Feud.
He was a comedian.
He's probably not my favorite person left on this list, but I'll go name value. Louis Anderson.
Who else were you considering?
Jesse Ventura.
The former governor.
And wrestler. Josh Hartnett, who I like quite a bit. Had a bit of a comeback in Oppenheimer. And then Tis the Season, the original, I don't want to say goth queen, but star, Winona Ryder. Also a Minnesotan.
Weren't feeling Chris Pratt, huh?
I like Chris Pratt. Yeah, I thought about Chris.
Vince Vaughn?
No Jessica Biel?
No Jessica Biel.
All right, review.
Louis Anderson.
Jake had the number one pick. He went Bob Dylan, Charles Schultz, F. Scott Fitzgerald, John Madden, and Steve Zahn. Ben went Prince, the Coen brothers, Judy Garland, Kevin McHale, and Louis Anderson.
I think you're going to win both. I think we're going for another sweep. I think we're 5 consecutive weeks with a sweep.
Well, I'm playing against 2 people, so...
Yeah, I did get to draft 6 guys, which is great.
I'm playing against both you and Christian, so... I better get the win. The next ruling that goes my favor will be the first. I can't take berries, but Ben can take a whole family of people.
I took 2
What a
people.
joke.
I took 2 people, and they are synonymous.
Stay tuned when we wrap up the
Berries
show.
are not synonymous.
Next.
If I go to the grocery store and I put berries on the list because I have a very specific recipe, you don't know what to come back with. You have to delineate
A variety of red and blue
If
berries.
I'm saying, hey, like that movie Fargo, who directed it? I don't say Joel and Ethan Coen, or Joel or Ethan Coen.
I'm pretty sure only Joel does the directing, but they both produce. But
No, they direct them together. No, they're co-directors.
stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Did you know Medicaid plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham. Says Bird will develop as a passer as he gets more playing time.
His arm talent was not really on display Saturday night like it really is, most days in practice. I mean, he's got great accuracy and a strong arm. Wasn't real sharp in the throw game. His numbers were just okay throwing the football. But as he gets more time and down the road in the future, I think you're going to realize that he's got a really good, accurate, strong arm in addition to his athleticism.
Utes at 50, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's will cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, your family get-togethers, and your holiday parties. Plus, new catering clients get 10% off their first order. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. It's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's Alonso. Loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We had a good conversation about Utah's quarterbacks. I thought a productive conversation. Our friend Andrew, and I do say our friend Andrew because he weighs in a lot, and we have no problem with people disagreeing with us, says Dampier has limitations throwing the ball deep downfield, no doubt. But you guys are acting like he's a triple option quarterback for Army. He's thrown for 1,375 yards, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 69% clip. That's only 300 yards less than the Bear, and the Bear has played another game.
Mm-hmm.
All facts, sure. And I suppose I'm not trying to insult Army quarterbacks out there or Devin Dampier. What I kind of put it on is that they needed his arm to win 2 games, and they didn't. And at times in the Texas Tech game, they didn't even try. So that's the concern for me. I'm thinking of, within this offense, Whoever can make the most dynamic play with their legs is going to give Utah the best chance to win. That's it. That's my take. Pretending that Devin Dampier is a good passer is, I don't think, helping anybody. Not that he can't pass or can't throw it all or whatever, but trying to, because Steve Bartle, bless his heart, retweeted Andrew's tweet and put up the Pro Football Focus rating or something that claims that Dampier is the best quarterback in the conference. Like, I don't know. If you're telling yourself he's the best quarterback in the conference, I hate to tell you, I don't agree.
Certainly not throwing the ball. I mean, I don't think he's the best, period, but he's certainly not the best thrower in the conference.
Which is what the PFF thing is trying to say. So I get it, and I get your point, Andrew, and you're certainly not wrong. And maybe I'm underselling it, and if I'm guilty of that, I apologize. But we were talking about criteria for who to go with if all things were equal.
It's not, I mean, again, comparison's the thief of joy, so I'm not trying to get into a Devin Dampier versus Bear Bachmeier conversation here necessarily, but if you do want to talk about that, I mean, you can look at Bear Bachmeier's biggest passing games when we're just talking about yards through the air. You know, he's gone over 300 yards twice already. He's a true freshman. Devin Dampier is a junior. Bear Bachmeier's 3 highest passing games are higher than any Devin Dampier game this year. It's just like, if that's really what you want to get into, go and actually watch the games and tell me who's a better passer. And that doesn't mean Devin Dampier is Tom Brady.
No.
Or Baron Rodgers, that Bear Bachmeier's Baron Rodgers. I'm not saying that at all. Bear has not arrived yet as a thrower, but what he did in the second half at Iowa State is leaps and bounds better than anything we've seen from Devin Dampier.
He won him a game with his arm,
and he did this. I actually think he did the same thing at West Virginia.
Yeah.
So, and again, we don't need to compare the two. They're asked to do two somewhat different things. I mean, Bear is still pretty dynamic with his legs.
They're asked to do entirely different things. The way that Bear runs is not the way that either Dampier or Ficklin run. That's not. Their offenses are totally different.
I would take Devin's legs over Bear's. I mean,
they're not comparable in that sense. But I'm talking about people that are trying to tell me that Dampier is a dynamic passer. He's not. You can throw Pro Football Focus in my face all you want. I don't know.
Clarification: the chart is sorted on deep passes specifically.
Right. Okay. Whatever.
But. No, I mean, just watch. You can watch it.
All right.
You can see it. You can see the missed throws. You can see the inability. And look, I think a lot of it has to do with the talent he's throwing to. Do I think Devin Dampier would be better if he had Parker Kingston and Chase Roberts? 100%. Because those guys also look really good after the catch. Those guys make plays. They get open. Utah, and I've said this a lot, doesn't have a single guy who can get open. When we saw Merriweather run on the wrong side of the ball to line up on the other side of the field, I thought, uh-oh, Utah might be in trouble because that was supposed to be the guy. That was supposed to be the deep threat. When I had saw that when he came into Utah, he had 26 catches in 24 games, okay, you start to think, okay, maybe the production's not quite there. So, yeah, I did. And again, I'm not trying to compare the two players, but I can watch the games and see that Devin Dampier has not developed into a great passer.
I'm really surprised they got John Madden in our draft. I thought you would sniff that. I thought you'd sniff that out.
Well, I got both of the Cohen brothers.
With one pick.
That was great. It was a smart move.
Savvy. I'm not speaking to Christian anymore. I've spent time to try and woo him to my side, and he just won't do it. His Ben love is too strong. I just can't handle it.
Savvy conversation. I should have taken the Williams sisters in the Trailblazers draft. Both of them.
Stay tuned. Hans and Scotty are next.
I should have taken Jackie Robinson and Jesse Owens with my first pick.
97.5, the KSL
Christian.
Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
Gage Diamonds has a secret for creating something stunning, something forever. It's our skilled ring designers. Tell them about your favorite ring styles. Show them your inspirations. Together, you'll make magic. Schedule your in-person or online appointment. Gage specializes in exceptional lab-grown diamonds. Financing available. Visit GageDiamonds.com. We're engagement's middle name.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Small businesses are the heart of America. But you don't have to go it alone. As the nation's largest nonprofit resource of expert business mentoring, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses for free. Get the connections, education, and guidance you need with SCORE. We're ready to help. Find a mentor today at score.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't like you, Lloyd.
Hans and Scotty.
That's a lie.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mark it down, 5 minutes away from Kyle Whittingham joining the program.
So, had a great time at the Mammoth presser today.
Yes, sir.
You've been at the last couple. I was able to get out to this one. And Logan Cooley is going to be a Utah Mammoth for the next 8 years. 8-year extension.
Yeah.
And it was great just sitting there listening to Bill Armstrong, who joins us weekly, talk about what's going down with the Logan Cooley situation, listening to Ryan Smith talk about it. Ryan Smith was like, it's just a different world, the NHL, where we can get guys for 8 years, and it's just different. You know, he said, one of my favorite things is being able to say to Logan Cooley, hey, buy a house. You're going to be here for a long time. And I wish that the NBA was more like that.
Oh, I know. And you wish also, too, that you had all these young players are like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Love it here. Yeah. I mean, when he's giving shout-outs in that press conference about Utah and immediately falling in love with the state and the city. Whew.
Yeah. Logan is a very classy guy. Got to meet him and talked to him for just a minute. Shook his hand, and he tried to break it. He thought my hand was a hockey stick.
Yeah.
So he shook it hard.
Yeah.
And then I pushed back like, hey, milked plenty of cow in my day.
Oh, man. If there's an injury report of a broken wrist or a broken hand with Logan Cooley.
There shouldn't be. I didn't see any wince. I was the only one wincing.
So I would have loved to have seen that, because here's Logan Cooley signing a big contract. He's the alpha. And he sees you, and you walk into a room. I mean, you're an imposing figure, I'm
a larger person.
You're a larger person, and you can tell you've been hitting the weights, and you're chiseled out of granite. So it's one athlete sizing up another athlete, and what's the best way you can do it? A handshake.
What if he'd have pulled the shirt over the top of my head and just started throwing uppercuts?
Wow.
That would have made the news.
All right, if he would have said, hey, let's arm wrestle. Would you have cleared?
Yeah.
Would you have cleared a table right there on the spot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I could get him. I think I could. I don't think I'd arm wrestle Bill Armstrong or Coach Bear.
Yeah, Bear looks like he would cheat somehow. If it wasn't going somehow, he
would throw a headbutt right down on your nose.
Yeah.
You'd have him halfway, and he'd just whap.
Yeah.
You'd start bleeding. It'd crack over the top of your nose.
And he's bleeding too, but he's smiling as the blood's going through his teeth. Yeah.
Takes it with the opposite hand, wipes it off his nose, and licks it.
Yeah.
Like, he's that type of dude. He's a tough dude.
Yeah.
I had a great opportunity at the presser just to talk to him for a few minutes. And you talk about a guy that, in 5 to 8 minutes, you're like, oh, I'll play for you.
Yeah.
I'll bury a dead body with you. I'll fight a group of nuns with you. Like, what do you need me for?
What do you need?
What do you need?
Let's go.
And we'll brawl.
Yeah.
He's very intense. And like you mentioned, like, these guys just got back from Edmonton.
I know. That is not an easy road trip to make. And they take a tough loss, snapping a 7-game winning streak. They come home, I'm sure, at 2, 3 a.m., and you've got a press conference in 6 hours, which, by the way, look, if I'm Logan Cooley and I'm announcing that, I'm $80 million richer, hey, I'll show up to Serbia if you need me to on an hour's notice. I don't care. I'm happy to sign whatever, but still, that's not an easy thing for these guys to do on a quick turnaround like that.
It's not. And it was funny because Ryan Smith, just speaking of the contract, Ryan Smith was making jokes. He's like, well, somebody's going to be handing out full-size candy bars for Halloween this year. Logan's looking at him like, yeah, probably not. But great conversation. Speaking of that trip to Edmonton, it's so weird how these games they flow different. Like that first period, it was all Mammoth.
Oh, yeah. 2-0, boom.
And then the wheels, it's weird when the wheels come off, especially against guys like McDavid. But when the wheels come off, especially against Edmonton, because Edmonton's got all kinds of heat that they can throw at you. It came off, and it came off fast and furious. And Connor McDavid remains, if not the best, one of the 3 best players in the NHL.
There's so many athletes in other sports that you're like, okay, I will pay money to watch this guy. Now, we are very fortunate. We get press passes. We get to go to a lot of games.
Yeah.
So with that means I'm like, I'll stay home and watch this one. Connor McDavid is a guy that I will pay good money to watch up close in person because you get to see just how talented he is.
Agreed. I'm right there with you. Especially you get to see Leon Draisaitl too. So Yeah, that's worth the price of admission. But what's great, and you mentioned it, you've got this young group, and Ryan Smith and Bill Armstrong continue to nail it down. So now you got Logan Cooley around for an extended period of time. You got Dylan Gunther around for an extended period of time. You've got these guys on acceptable contracts, affordable contracts, where you can feel like you can still build a team out. And, you know, as good as position as the Utah Jazz are in for the future, because they are in a very good position for their future, I feel like the Mammoth are in a better position. I feel like the Mammoth are more set up for a brighter and a more immediate bright point of their future.
Yeah.
And based off the amount of points they just went and got on this road trip, came home with, they're headed directly for the postseason.
Bill Armstrong yesterday on the show, and you can tell how things are going. Like, Bill is the ultimate pro and treats us with kindness and respect every week, but you can tell if he's in a good mood or a bad mood. Yesterday, he was like, wow, this seems like a team that's on a 7-game winning streak. He's in a good mood. Well, there was probably another reason he was in a good mood, because he's like, I got this Logan Cooley thing done.
Yeah, he knew.
Yeah.
He knew at that point for sure. He did say, hey, could you tell Scotty to pull back on some of the Walter Cronkite questions? I guess you come hard at him.
I'm sure, yeah.
You come hard at him.
This Woodward and Bernstein thing we have going on here.
Bill, I've heard that you're using deoxified water to build your ice in your rink. I want to know, is that true?
Are you making fun of my ice questions?
No, the ice questions are awesome.
I don't know. We're all trying to learn together.
No, the truth is, Bill said, I like your co-host a lot more than I like you.
That's not true.
I said, well,
that's not true.
He's tougher than me. That's fine.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to talk some college football. Joining us now, he is the head coach of the University of Utah, Kyle Whittingham. Coach, big one coming up this weekend. All right, big one up on the hill. Utah and Cincinnati coming up this weekend. ESPN Game Day will be there. Kyle Whittingham, head coach of the University of Utah, kind enough to join us. Coach, how are you?
Hello, Coach.
Doing good, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. How much of I don't want to say an inconvenience, because obviously the publicity is great, but how much does the whole game day kind of throw off all the, with all the commitments and things like that, how much of a distraction can that be if you allow it to be?
Well, not much, because those guys, I mean, they get it. They understand the drill, and they are as non-invasive as possible, particularly with the players. It's a little bit more on my plate, but well worth it. I mean, you know, the exposure and the opportunity for the the university to get the game day on campus and all that is definitely worth the trade-off.
I'm not going to lie, it was pretty cool when you came in on a Harley with a sleeveless on. Yeah. It was a pretty sweet day.
I can't repeat that. That's a one-off right there. So.
Come in on a golf cart, you know, good old-fashioned Lavelle, like just in a nice pimped-out golf cart.
If we had one, I would.
Yeah. Coach, so much is made for your team and or made about your team this year, and you come off that disappointing loss to BYU. Were you concerned about an emotional hangover, or did you feel that week going into Colorado that your team was incredibly motivated, because you left no element of doubt in that Colorado game?
Yeah, you're always concerned about hangovers after a disappointing loss, and when it's a rivalry game, it's only even, it's intensified. And so I thought our guys did a great job of putting it behind us, and that's part of being able to, go through a season and navigate the season itself, is being able to put wins and losses behind you as quickly as possible and move on to the next opponent. And that's just part of the equation. I think our team has done a really good job of doing exactly that, and very proud of them from the way they responded this past week.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of leadership. Doesn't that kind of go down to leadership? Yeah.
It does, 100%. 100%.
So is that coming from the offensive line? Who's the guy standing up in the locker room, Coach, saying, hey, this isn't how it's going to go down. Not my senior year, not my final year. Who are some of the guys that are standing up and saying it?
Well, it starts with our captains. We have outstanding captains this year, and they've done a phenomenal job. And a big positive is that they've all been available, every week. And so, in the years past, we've had captains by the end of the season. We had none left because they were on the injury shelf. But with Spencer Fano and Jared Kump, that's where it starts on offense. Logan Fano and Lander Barton are the ones that really lead the defense. And then we've got several others on both sides of the ball, upperclassmen that assist as well.
Kyle Whittingham joining us, getting ready for Cincinnati. Was this a team that on your radar going into the season that you anticipated would be this good, or have they kind of caught you by surprise?
I think they've caught everybody by surprise. And what you got a 16-team league, and you've got the transfer portal, which means teams are going to flip their rosters, some 70-80% every year. I think it's becoming almost impossible for the preseason predictions with dealing with that many teams and that much roster turnover. I'm telling you, every year there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that surprise in both directions, both better than everyone thought they were going to be and not as good as everyone thought they were going to be. So I'm not sure anybody saw, what Cincinnati's been able to do so far. I don't think anybody saw that coming, but they're playing well. They've got a terrific quarterback and doing a lot of good things on both sides of the ball, and they play hard. They play exceptionally hard. It's a team that's very well coached.
Speaking of surprises, Coach, I don't think I've been as surprised by anything more in this entire football season than John Henry Daly. I got to imagine there's dudes that come into your program that just light the world on fire, and you're probably looking at them like, well, where did you come from? Or maybe you knew it was going to happen, but how much of this has been a surprise to you? Just his production, his physicality, and his uniqueness as a defensive end.
Well, the way he worked in the off season, it was no surprise at all. I mean, first of all, he's got excellent size. He's 6'4", 250 plus. He's physical. He's quick. He's got a great motor. Just so many things are working in his favor, and this season it just seemed to all come together. And he's one of the most determined guys I've ever been around. And going back to that leadership, he's one of those guys that has been a great leader for us this year. Even though he's not a captain, he's a guy that everybody looks to, and he really leads by example. He's one of the hardest workers out there on the field.
You mentioned earlier in the week there's no quarterback controversy, that Devin Dampier, if he's healthy, is your guy. At what point in the week, and I'm not asking you to tip your hand right now as to what the decision will be, but at what point in the week do you want to have that decision made as to whether or not he'll go or not?
Well, ideally by Thursday ideally at the beginning of the week on Monday, but I think by Thursday we should know what the situation is. Now, last week we did not. It was all the way up until game time, and Devin didn't. He just didn't feel like he had what he needed mobility-wise after warming up to get it done for us. He said, "Hey, I'm there in an emergency situation if you need me," but he was not feeling ready to roll, and so Bird fortunately had got all the number one reps all week long in practice, and so that was a positive there. But if we can know by tomorrow's practice, which I think we will, I'm pretty confident of that.
Well, I think Bird pretty much showed us that he's no slouch, Coach. Like he can get it done on every facet.
I'm sure his agent's phone was ringing off the hook after that game. So that's another concern now. Is you get these guys that perform well, and then all of a sudden people are trying to poach your guys. I mean that's the world we live in right now.
I go back to just different offensive coordinators, different teams in years past, and Coach, I always talk about the importance of an offensive coordinator having a backup quarterback ready to go. I talked about it leading up into that week of the Colorado game, how important it was to have the backup quarterback ready to go. And it felt like Jason Beck had him ready. How much confidence does that give you to know that your offensive coordinator had the man ready?
Oh, a ton of confidence. And Jason's done an outstanding job for us this year. Our numbers are excellent. And yeah, everyone wants a good backup quarterback, but again, in this day and age, it's not always going to happen because your core guys aren't willing to hang around and be a backup a lot of the time. I mean, they jump in the portal and try to get somewhere where they can play quicker. And but Bird, being a true freshman, we saw way back in spring ball what his upside looked like and what kind of how he handled himself and what kind of skill set he had, and we were really impressed just from day one. And Jason's done a great job of bringing him along, we got a good idea of what his capabilities are, obviously, on Saturday. Now, one thing he does do much better than what you saw Saturday is throw the ball. He was impressing a little bit in the throw game on Saturday night, but he's extremely accurate and has a really strong arm in practice, and he did make a few throws that give you an idea what he's capable of. But in practice, he can just really light it up, and I think the more comfortable he gets on game day, then the more that'll manifest.
There's the fun part about a college football season is in the media and as watching games is seeing people that weren't necessarily on your radar, and then all of a sudden they pop on the scene. You're like, okay, I see what he's capable of. Daniel Bray, especially in that BYU game, has certainly jumped on the scene. What was it about him that led you to believe, like, okay, this guy can play and play at a high level?
Yeah, well, same thing. I mean, ever since he set foot on campus, we identified him as a guy that we thought had a big upside, and Daniel just wasn't quite ready, early in the season to do what we needed him to do. Sometimes, he's a true freshman, just like Bird, and right out of high school, and so sometimes it takes a little bit of time for them to acclimate. And he's a guy right now that is a big part of our plans, and he has really contributed the last several weeks and should continue that contribution, the rest of the way.
Coach, in terms of health, just in years past, it's been tough to watch just the health of this team. But in comparison, how do you feel like this team is right now as maybe compared to the last couple of years at this point?
I think we're in a good place compared to that. I mean, that was a nightmare, and so I don't think we're even anywhere near that level. We have lost 4 or 5 starters and or guys that play a lot. One or the other. We lost both safeties, Nate Ritchie and Rabbit Evans, and Paul Fitzgerald, the defensive end. And so we've had some guys along the way that were major contributors that we lost. But I think every team in America is in that situation. So nobody's got every single guy available to them. But we can't complain right now. I mean, we think we're in a pretty good spot. And knock on wood, hopefully we got 4 games left. We can continue that.
Top to bottom, is this as good at, because a lot of conferences are good at the top, but may struggle down there at the bottom. But the Big 12, I mean, from top to bottom, it seems like anybody can beat anybody. I know it's a cliche, but on any given week.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. And it is a very deep conference, and it's and that can lead to some cannibalism like it did last year. I mean, both teams in the championship game were two conference loss teams, and everyone beats each other up pretty good. And right now, there's still a lot of really intriguing matchups to go in this last third of the season, and I'll be surprised if anyone makes it through unscathed. I guess we'll find out though.
Well, Coach, I'll tell you, it's been incredible just over the years coming out, watching you coach. Watching you prepare your teams, just watching you on the special team side of things where you're running down the field and you're still loving it, ton of passion for the coaching world. Are you still having that type of fun? Are you still running down there with your kick cover teams? And are you still just loving it with Sri Shah and working with Freddie? Is it still a passion for you, Coach?
It is, and it keeps you young. I mean, you don't realize how old. Well, I realize how old I'm getting, I guess. But you're sitting there every year with these young guys because they don't age. I mean, the kids are still 18 to 22 years old, but you're getting older every single year, and sometimes it kind of it sneaks up on you, and you realize, hey, this is I'm not as young as I used to be, but it definitely is a something that I completely enjoy and love my staff. I mean, this staff that we have here is phenomenal, and with Morgan Scally calling the offense or the defense, and Jason calling the O, and Sharif running the special teams, I mean, we couldn't be in a better situation as far as that goes.
Well, you're not old, Coach. I mean, you're just the age you're the age Lavelle was when I committed to him.
Really?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. And he went for another 5 years, 6 years. So
wow.
You're not even close, Coach.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. We'll see how that goes.
And you've got bigger biceps than Lavelle had at that point, too. So
okay.
Coach, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and good luck coming up on Saturday.
Much appreciated.
Okay, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right, bye-bye.
There he is, Kyle Whittingham, head coach of the Utes, getting set for a big one against Cincinnati.
Still built like a brick house.
He is. I mean, frankly, if you look at him now as to when he got the job back in like 2005,
yeah,
I think 2025 Kyle could kick 2005 Kyle's butt.
Yeah, probably. He's still having a blast. That's what I wanted to kind of understand from him. Is the passion still there? Is he still loving it? And as far as his age, 65 years old, it just, in the world of coaching, it doesn't matter. You can go into your 70s.
Yeah.
And everybody likes to put limits on it, and everybody likes to put timelines on it. It's like, let the man go.
Yeah.
Let him do his thing. He's a legend.
That horse wants to run. You let him do it.
Yeah. He's a legend that hasn't sullied his name.
Nope.
You know, there's just no bad baggage for him at the University of Utah. That sometimes, you know, you get guys that are in the spot for 30, 35 years, and then it's like, oh, well, he had an assistant, or, oh, he had a handshake deal behind, or he was always shady with this. There's just no controversies like that.
Nope, not at all.
He's done it the right way. So I love catching up with him. I hope this team stays healthy, and Cincinnati's going to be a big test.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 1225. Coming up next, we hope to be able to catch up with Danny Ainge of the Utah Jazz. We'll talk some Jazz with him. And then at 1 o'clock, we will transition into your Cougar preview show. Yes, BYU may be on a bye, but we still have a lot to talk about with BYU. In fact, Mitch Harper will join us at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! The wins just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical.
and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougars at 30 update. All eyes on LJ Martin. Will he or won't he be available for the Cougars when they hit the field here in a week and a half? Well, Kalani Sitake gives a bit of an update.
Yep, we're still evaluating it, so we'll take some time to evaluate and see where he's going to be at. I can't give you the answer. You guys know that wasn't going to happen on a Monday after the game.
It was worth a shot, though. There you go. That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue available for you right there in the district in South Jordan, and they'll also bring that barbecue to you. They'll cater events. In fact, 10% off your first catering order. Go to kennyjbbq.com for more information.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Expect to hear from the man himself, Danny Ainge of the Utah Jazz, expected to join us for his weekly conversation right here on the Zone. And we got a lot to talk about. Jazz off to a 2-1 start. We'll take on Portland coming up tonight.
There's got to be some surprises there, right?
Yeah.
You know, when we were just talking to Kyle Whittingham, though, and I asked him, hey, were you surprised about John Henry Daly? And he's like, no, I saw him in the offseason. I know what type of athlete he is. I saw the type of work that he's putting in. And I think that guys like Kyle, maybe guys like Danny, I think that they have a daily take on what these guys are doing. So I don't think it surprises them as much as maybe it surprises us.
Well, joining us now from the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny, how you doing?
Hey, Danny.
I'm good, Scott. How we doing, handsome?
Oh, man, I haven't been called that since my mom. I told my mom, because my mom would call me that in front of the coaches. And I'd say, Mom, you can't call me handsome in front of the coaches. It's getting me murdered. So I try to move away from it. Okay, hey, Danny, I've got to ask you, because Scotty asked me this question. How many of the 18 innings did you make it through with your Blue Jays?
So I had a really early morning the next day, and so I had it on my phone because my wife was sound asleep, and I was trying to get some sleep because I had like a 4:30 wake-up call, and I didn't miss any of it, unfortunately. Wow. I was hoping to get some sleep, but I really didn't. No, it was crazy exciting.
Would you avoid pitching to Shohei as well?
I mean, yeah, at some point, yeah. I thought it was genius how they put him in as a leadoff hitter last night, though. That was crazy.
Yeah. What's even crazier is Blue Jays coming out of Dodger Stadium with a win in Game 4.
I know.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that was great.
I want to know, you played for them and you know them well. Do you stay a fan of a team that you play for? I played for the Colts and, they cut me. So I look at them like, geez, you guys cut me. Like it kind of left me miserable. Do you look at the Blue Jays as, one of your favorites as a baseball fan?
Yeah, I mean, I like the Blue Jays and I follow the Blue Jays as much as other teams, but I have learned in my life I follow people more than teams.
Yeah.
And but right now in this matchup, it's really, really easy. When the Blue Jays were playing against the Red Sox, and I knew the GM and the coach and 7 or 8 of the players, that was more difficult. But right here and now, it's fun rooting for the Blue Jays.
My coach and teammates won a Super Bowl 4 years after they cut me. Danny, that was a lot of fun watching them celebrate with their Super Bowl rings and watching all my buddies have a great time. I did text them. I said, I love you guys, but screw you guys.
Did you have to do it so quickly after I left?
I thought for sure they were going to tank after they cut me, Danny. Turns out they got better.
Hey, when you look at the start of the season, you mentioned you were evaluating a team on hustle, on grit, on some of these intangibles. Are you seeing that from your team the first 3 games into the year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I see our guys playing with a great energy. And, like the one thing that is hard is to sustain it. You go through training camp, and training camps are shorter nowadays, we've talked about, but I feel like the conditioning has to, be there with this effort, because the guys aren't used to playing this hard for this many minutes.
That's the thing, is you're watching Walker Kessler do amazing things. I mean, he's fighting for every 50-50. He's at the rim, dogging out everybody he can. He does look like he's in great shape, though, Danny. It looks like he was ready for the season.
Yeah, no, a lot of the guys are, and the more experienced players, and I think the younger players are learning, how hard it is. 48 minutes is different than 40, and just playing, even if you're only playing shorter minutes, with the strength and the athleticism in the NBA, like the conditioning just needs to be greater.
Were you surprised that of all the Jazz players that have come and gone over the last, 20, almost 30 years, that there hasn't been a 50-point score since Laurie did it the other night?
It really is interesting how our league goes, though, with scoring. The ups and downs and the cycles. Like, we see a lot of people scoring 50 now, and not to take anything away from Lowry, but there's just it's a scoring spree. I mean, I saw where Charlotte the other night had 88 points in the second half, and like that is. There's just we're on a little bit of a scoring heater right now in the NBA, and but yeah, I'm surprised because there's some good players that have come through Utah, and so you'd think that someone might do it, but it's good that Lowry got that. That was fun. We needed all 51 of them.
Hey, drawing from your playing days, Danny, when you go hit 51. Is that something in your mind? You're going into the game like, oh, man, I'm going to take over. I got 32 shots in me, 13 from 3. Or is that something that organically plays out? Like you feel the pressures on the court, you feel the way they're rotating to you, you feel some of the open lanes, and then you start making that run?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's some players that are, everybody's a little bit different. But the other night, Lowry got his 51, and, within the team schemes, we knew that he was hot. We kept going toward him. He had favorable matchups throughout the night, and he was feeling it for sure. So, it was all of those factors, but you can't just manufacture it all the time. And that was one game where, we didn't really have, like, Keontae had the ball in his hands a lot, and he played really, really well also. And we had Walker Kessler, who did his thing, got offensive rebounds, kept the ball alive, protected the rim. But nobody else really played that well. And some of that is just because we're just really going to Lowry, and it was successful that night. But we're going to, obviously we need everybody to play well to beat a lot of teams in this league.
I had at the unveiling of the new facility, or the plans for the new facility, I chatted with Keontae just for a brief moment, but it seems like he's in a really good place, and you can see it off the court, and you can certainly see it on the court as well. And I know sometimes it takes a while for guys to adjust from a maturity standpoint and the obligations and everything that has to go into being a professional and playing at a high level. What do you think has clicked for him?
I mean, he's 21. The guy's it's just a natural development, I think. I've always loved Keontae, loved his approach, loved his emotion. At the same time, he's just growing. He's growing to not get as emotionally detached for as long. He's not getting as frustrated, through a bad play. I think he really respects who he's playing against. And I think that he's gotten himself in better shape. And it's been fun to watch, not just these first few games, but just the whole summer of watching his growth and development. But also we have some good people around him too. And I think that that's helping him as well.
Somebody I want to learn a little bit more about, Danny, is Svi. I have taken a look at his career, and he's a journeyman. Started back in 2018 as the 47th pick to the Lakers, and he's rotated through Detroit and Oklahoma City and Toronto. He even went through your Celtics for a bit. And, you see him on the court and start in this last game against Phoenix, and you're seeing some good things from him. Teach the Jazz fans just a little bit more about him, his background, what to expect from him and his contributions this year.
Yeah, last year he was very, very good in training camp. He came in his first year with us, and he played really well. We've liked who he's been forever. I mean, the first time I saw him he was 17 years old at the Hoop Summit, and with top players in the world of that age, 17, 18-year-olds. So he was a player that went to Kansas and probably didn't get to play his fair share because I think that he was in that year with Wiggins at Kansas. Anyway, they had one of those guys with high-powered profile freshman, and so he had to pay his dues a little bit, even at Kansas, but had a terrific career at Kansas, and he's been a role player in the NBA, but he's learned to accept a role. He's learned to play hard and condition himself, and he's making more and more shots throughout his career, and he's got a chance to stick around for a while and have even a better career.
Walker Kessler is really, you talk about the maturity of these guys, and it's really hard sometimes when Hans and I are talking about players and what we expect out of them, and then realizing that, I have a kid that's about almost exactly the same age as Walker Kessler, and Hans does as well. And I'm like, wait a minute, I just hope that kid can get out of bed in the morning, let alone play at a NBA level. And so sometimes we get our expectations really high, but also understand, as you mentioned with Keontae, that they're still learning. They're still growing as human beings and trying to figure out life. But Kessler seems like he's gotten himself into a good place as well from a maturity standpoint. And I know there's a lot on the line for him from a contractual standpoint as well. But what about his game has impressed you over the first 3 games of the year?
Well, I mean, I thought Walker had a really good year last year, and he's just improving. He's gotten stronger. He's put in the work in the off season, and he led the NBA in offensive rebounds last year. And some of that could have been we didn't shoot very good percentage, but anyway, he's been fun to watch. I mean, I really like Walker. He's really fun to be around. He's got a good sense of humor. He can laugh at himself. The guys get along with him really well, and I think he's maturing too. He's still a very young player and young in the league, but these guys, the stresses and what they don't know is so much when they come into this NBA, and they just learn. They just are learning. But yeah, Will Hardy has done a good job giving them opportunities, teaching them. Spend a lot of time in the film room, but I really like what I'm seeing in their progress.
Love what I'm seeing in some of these guys, especially Walker Kessler. And I went to the presser today, the Mammoth presser with Ryan Smith and Logan Cooley and Bill Armstrong, and had an opportunity to listen to Ryan Smith talk about NHL contracts, these 8-year extensions that they just gave out to Logan Cooley. So Logan's going to be in Utah for 8 years. And he also mentioned, back in the day, being able to keep a Karl Malone around for a long time. And then he said, now you got to start to recruit guys after 3 years. And I'm just curious, your perspective on NBA contracts, Danny, how hard are they to manage? And how hard is it to keep a guy like Walker Kessler here in the state of Utah?
Yeah, so with the salary cap, it's challenging, and in hockey, it's a little bit different, the caps. But it is an advantage to build a team, with longer contracts. I think what happened in the NBA was there was so much dead money. There were so many players that had long-term contracts that were done playing, and it was costing teams a lot. So actually, to protect the owners, the new collective bargaining agreements had shorter contracts and max contracts, because as you guys know, if you can get an 8-year contract, that's what the agents are going to want to get, especially if you get a high-dollar player. They're going to want an 8-year contract, and you hope that player plays 8 years. But the dead money in the NBA was what caught them to go shorter contracts. With that comes more challenges in building, and so there's value in the long term, and there's value in the shorter term maximums. But they both have their benefits for sure.
Do you think that the apron system has worked the way that the NBA is intended? Because it does feel like over the last several years we do have a little bit more parity in the league.
Yeah, I think we've had 7 different championships in the last 7 years, which is rare in the NBA. I think that it is helping some. Players are still getting paid the same amount of money as they would, distributed maybe a little bit differently from top to bottom, but they still get 51% of the revenues. And I think it's a good deal for both owners and players. But I do like the question you just asked, though. I think that is legitimate about, 8-year contracts. I mean, if you had Karl Malone, although Karl, it seemed like he had lots of contracts and they felt like he was renegotiating a lot every other year. You don't see that as much in the world today.
All right. This is me as just a fan of the 80s NBA. So I'm just have some fun with me here for a second. You played with Larry. You battled against Michael and some of the greats. You got one shot to end a game. Who do you have take that shot, if you could choose?
Oh, that is tough. It's for sure between Larry and Michael.
Yeah.
Especially Michael as his shooting got better and better and better. Larry at 6'10" was able to get shots off that most people can't. Michael's variety of shots were a little bit more dramatic. He could get to the rim. He could dunk on people. He had those huge mitts. So he had a bigger bag, as we call it. But Larry just being able to get a shot off quickly in 3 seconds or less was unbelievable with his size and range and being able to move the ball around a little bit away from the defense over double teams. But that's a tough one. But Michael had a bigger bag, and Larry was probably one of the best shooters in the clutch through the defense that I've ever seen.
I got to imagine at times you're sitting there like, geez, I played with and against the legends of this game. Does it just hit you? And I know you're one of the legends of the game, but do you ever get caught up like, geez, I was on the court with these guys?
yeah, no, it was so fun. Like, those guys were so special. And, I always considered myself like a really confident person in high school and throughout college and all the sports. And I got to play with Larry, and it was a different level. Like, his confidence was at a different level that you can't fake. Like, you can't pretend to just be confident. Like, just really believe that he is the best. And, I sensed the same thing with Michael. I spent some time with Michael playing golf. I played, obviously, a lot of big games against Michael, but I sensed that same thing from him.
Do you roll your eyes and just kind of laugh when you hear kids say that Larry Bird would just be an ordinary player in the NBA if he played right now?
There were people that were saying that at the time, that it was, it's ridiculous. Like, it just shows how little you know about the game of basketball, because Bird, he would dominate in the game today just like he dominated in the game then. And his toughness, his vision, his passing, his size, his rebounding. He was a very, very special player and would have been in any era. And I know that some people will say, "Oh, he's not very athletic," or oh my gosh, I could go down a long list from the Dirk Nowitzkis of the world, but he would have been great too. But yeah, Bird was very, very special and would still be today. Maybe even more so, because he would have grown up with the three-point line. And, the first time he ever played in the three-point line was in his first NBA season.
Wow. Yeah, different world there. Well, Danny, good luck tonight against Drew Holiday, Sharp, Kamara, the Portland Trail Blazers. Scotty and I'll be watching. Jazz fans will be watching. Good luck, and we'll get a chance to catch up with you next Wednesday, hopefully.
All right, guys. Good talking to you. Talk to you later.
You got it, Danny. Thank you, Danny. Danny Ainge, Utah Jazz.
Okay, so what was the feel you got with this Blue Jay fandom? I think he's still...
It still runs through him, yeah.
He's still hung up. He got to watch every inning.
If he's going through all 18 innings, yeah, he's...
What did he said he had a 5 o'clock morning?
Yeah, he had an early morning meeting, was trying to get some sleep, but was watching it in bed and still made it through all 18. Yeah.
I think it's probably a different feel than I've got. It's like the Colts get to a Super Bowl, and I'm just like...
Oh, I remember. You and I just started to get to know each other when the Colts were on that run, and you were like... I think you were really torn. In fact, I was telling somebody about this the other day. Like, I could tell you were torn. You wanted your guys to do well, but you also... It's like, when your ex-girlfriend ends up marrying a doctor and marrying into a trust fund and has all this money, and you're like, oh, man, couldn't you have gone backwards a little bit?
Yeah, it is. It's exactly like that. But it's nice because, I'm watching Jeff Saturday and Ryan Deem, and I'm watching, Tark Glenn and these guys that I love, Dallas Clark. These are all my guys. Dwight Freeney were all my dudes. I love them. And so you're happy for the people.
Yeah.
Really happy for the people. But you're just like, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have been nice?
Yeah.
But I'm with you. I'm favoring the Dodgers, but the Blue Jays showed some guts last night.
I was really surprised. I thought they were on the ropes, and I thought the Dodgers would win last night. And, hey, Toronto came up and said, nope, not there yet. All right, 12:52, what you may have missed coming up next right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Scotty, you want to see something really cool? Look at this. This is the new America First.
That's slick.
That's the new America First Credit Union Visa card. That's the Jazz logo. It's a really nice Jazz purple. It's kind of a silver and white Jazz note that goes across the Visa card.
That's slick.
Yeah, so any of the members can get this at America First Credit Union. And maybe you're not a Jazz person. Maybe you're a Mammoth person. Well, you can get the beautiful Mammoth logo on your Visa card or the University of Utah. it's just one of the cool things that America First Credit Union does with their members and for their members. Everybody wonders, well, why does America First Credit Union team up with everything sports? I mean, you see them in high schools, on billboards on high schools, or you see them attached to Real Salt Lake and right there on the America First field, or the Utah Bees. The Salt Lake Bees are now America First Square. They attach themselves to sports because sports is community, and that's what America First is. They're all about community. Just got finished putting together an amazing food drive for the upcoming holiday seasons. When we get back into school stuff, they'll put together shoe drives and backpack drives for kids. They're all about helping the community. And I love them. I love working with them. All my accounts, business accounts, all my main accounts, all go through America First Credit Union. 116 locations, started here in Utah in 1939, making it fun to bank with America First Credit Union.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
At Western Nut, they go nuts for their customers. Corporate gifting is a snap. All kinds of nuts, brittle, caramel, baking, grab-and-go options. Provide a list of them and you're done. Call, stop in, or visit westernut.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah rebounds with a dominating performance over Colorado. Morgan Scally loving the way his defense played, in particular his linebackers.
We've got enough depth that we got a number of guys that we can step out there on that field and not bat an eye. And they've got a great teacher in Colton Swan. So no worries or issues with that room whatsoever. I was very pleased with Trey. Him and Jono were our defensive players of the game and both executed at a very high level, both very productive as well.
That is your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Hey, you can have that barbecue sent right to your house. That's right, they will cater. Whether you got a holiday party, work function, whatever the case is, have that bold barbecue delivered right to you. Go to KennyJBBQ.com to find their catering menu. And remember, your first order, you'll get 10% off.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Am I wrong?
No. I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Jump around.
Hey, just speaking of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yes.
Now, you might think, oh, well, Toronto can't be spending much money. They've got the fifth highest payroll in Major League Baseball at $240 million.
All right, so the number 5 is being doubled up by the number 1.
What do you
like? Number 1 is the Dodgers, right?
Yeah,
at $500 million.
Yeah, there's some payroll things that they've got that are subtracted. So if you just take, I guess, just the net portion, it's closer to $350 million. But it is $500 million.
Okay, but it's just okay. Let's just say it's $100 million. The fact that $100 million separates number 5 through number 1 is ridiculous.
It is, and I think that probably should and needs to get fixed. Although I did talk about it, how important is winning to you.
Oh, yeah.
And if I've got a chance to go buy the wins, I'll go buy the wins. And guess who buys tickets when you buy wins? Fans.
Yeah.
You and I were just going through some NFL stuff, man.
I know.
I just bought a ticket to go to the Cincinnati Bengals versus New England Patriots. So it's going to be me, Rubes, Mitchell, and I think Matt, our spotter. I think 4 of us are going. $188 a pop.
And then I showed you the Broncos.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take Brody to a Broncos game, and you can't walk into the highest seat in that stadium for less than $270 a ticket.
We're talking about the highest.
The highest, the worst of the worst.
Are you going with the same crew that you guys broke out into dance?
Yeah.
That's the crew you're going with?
Yeah.
Man, I hope you guys break out into dance again. That's amazing.
That was something.
Yeah, we'd worked on that for
I didn't know you guys had like a little flash mob thing going on.
Yeah,
there.
we do. We'd worked on it for a bit. We just weren't sure if we were ready.
You guys are silly like that.
Jurgen's the one that choreographed that one?
We're a little silly like that. No, the Cougarettes.
Oh, okay.
Cougarettes helped us out.
I just didn't know if like you had that, had that one guy coming out and being like, all right, when you hear this beat, you do this. And then this beat.
5 rules.
Yeah.
That guy.
Well, make sure you're wearing blue.
But no, I'm not talking about that one. The other one he did.
I remember him and the girl.
Yeah.
Doing the flash mob dance.
This is what we're going to do.
Don't stop believing. All right, here's the deal. 1, 2, 3, 4 is what we're going to do. And you're like, geez, man, the whole flash mob breakdown. It was incredible. But fandom is expensive nowadays.
Yes, it is tough to be a fan.
But I will tell you, last year I went to 2 Dodgers games, and it was $70.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have 81 home games, there's just a huge amount of supply there. In the NFL, you have 8 home games.
Yeah,
and so inventory's severely limited.
That's true. NBA, you've got 41.
Yeah.
So hockey, you got 41. So I guess supply and demand do kind of meet each other a little bit. But that's a bummer because like Brody's as much a Broncos fan you'll find in this world.
Yeah.
And I know you're sitting there like, I want to do it. But how do I do it? Here's the deal. I guess it really does test, and it says, well, how important is it to you?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what, look, the NFL, and look, I know for a fact because, we work for the Jazz for a long time. A lot of market research goes into finding that sweet spot of where can we get the highest amount of revenue without hitting that tipping point to where people are like, where we start losing fans because of it. And so they will walk that line as close as they can to be like, okay, this is where we're still going to be selling out our arena, or we're still going to be selling out our stadium, or, and then, but you can't go across that because then eventually people are going to be like, I can't do it. But you want to get as close to that line as possible because, look, you've got free agents to pay, you've got front office to pay, you've got all that money is getting sent right back into the organization. It's not like Ryan Smith is buying a yacht or something like that. Like all that money that is made for the team gets reinvested right back into the team.
That and paying for the purchase.
Exactly.
The dude just bought the team.
Yeah.
And it's not like he walks in with a briefcase full of, was that $3.4 billion?
I think he bought it for $2
billion?
Yeah.
Maybe it was $2 billion.
And now it would go for 4 or 5.
But you don't just walk in and say, hey, well, by the time he gets these facilities and the Delta Center rebuilt, Ryan is doing very well. But it's expensive to purchase these things and to operate these things, insanely expensive.
Well, that's why that's why a lot of people were fired up that the buses sold the Lakers. Laker fans were fired up because the net worth of the Bus family was through the roof, but they weren't liquid. Like, they didn't have a lot of cash flow because that's all they had. They didn't have all this other money coming in from all these other places. So they were cash strapped.
Well, and I think that's why Ryan Smith starts Smith Entertainment Group.
Yeah.
SEG. SEG is different than Ryan Smith.
Mm-hmm.
SEG is a group of great business minds that probably have what is necessary to run these types of operations where you don't get penny pinched.
Yeah.
Because when you get penny pinched, you turn into the 2008 Clippers.
Good pull.
Where all you're doing is surviving to have Billy Crystal in your front row. That's it. And it's just stupid and it's worthless. And Ryan Smith has no intentions of that. Like when he was at this Logan Cooley presser, he said, Smith Entertainment Group, we're all in. He didn't say Ryan Smith. He didn't say I'm all in. He said Smith Entertainment Group is all in, which tells me that it's an entity. It's a backing.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%.
Otherwise, he'd say, hey, Ashley and I are all in, which they are. But he said SEG is all in, which tells me, all right, there's a lot of power behind this. And he's right. I know they are all in. And we're seeing the Mammoth turn, and we will see the Jazz turn.
Oh, yeah. We'll get there.
We're not going to go through an 8-year period of complete stink.
No.
Now we're in the 3rd year of the worry of stink. Is it 3rd year? 4th year?
4th year.
We're in the 4th year of a worry of stink. It starts out nice, though.
Yeah, 2-1. And a game coming up tonight, and you'll hear it right here on The Zone. Hey, call it number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We got tickets to go see Brian Regan. Valentine's Day 2026 at Delta Center. You want those tickets? It's a good way to say I love you. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and you'll get tickets to the show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
first and goal. They go right back to Hansen again, directly to him, to the goal line. Let's see. Touchdown, his second.
Yeah, he's up top. Bachmeier looks off that matchup.
Back of the end zone, touchdown, Kingston.
We're not at that point quite yet, but he knows what it takes to be effective in the fourth quarter.
Intercepted, taken away from Burkle. It's Satuwala to the end zone for a touchdown.
Oh, boy.
It is your Cougar preview show. Hans and I are not going to do a single thing outside of talking BYU football for the next 2 hours.
There you go.
That's it.
That's how it should be.
Yep. Tomorrow will be your Ute preview show. Why are you laughing at me, Lloyd? And then your Ute preview show tomorrow from 1 to 3, where we will talk Utah football for a good chunk of that show. And then on Friday, it's a Football Friday with Rod McBride, and whenever Alemo wants to show up. He'll be there in some way, shape, or form.
Do we know that for a fact? Or are we guessing?
A little bit of guessing. I think he'll be there. It's just I don't know how long he'll be there.
Yeah. Well, we'll catch up with him for a minute.
Yes.
You heard some of the highlights coming in. BYU Iowa State was one of the craziest games that I've ever watched. Just two halves, two completely different halves. And a team that believes in each other. But tell me this, you go back and think about it. The first half, you're just brutalized. And for parts of that, you've got LJ Martin. For parts of that, you've got Siale Acera. For parts of that, you've got Jack Kelly. You've got your staple. Those guys go out. The second half is a complete turnaround.
Yeah.
So just a little bit of insight on that.
Yeah, I was going to... Yeah, go ahead.
Just as far as the turnaround?
Yeah.
So I went back and I watched the film. Something that stood out to me, I was seeing 3 and 4 tight end formations on group formations and shifts, full 3, 4, full 4-man shifts that I did not see weeks prior. So they came out with that, and a lot of the running was off of that grouping. Typically, it was 3 tight ends. They've got really good tight ends, Iowa State. And I just off of what I'm looking at, I felt like BYU, it was kind of like the Colorado situation. Colorado's offensive game plan was nothing like I had seen weeks previous.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Iowa State was any – there were components. And you're not going to go away from your staple in Rocco Becht. You still got to highlight Rocco Becht, but that first half, it felt like the running game with the tight end blocking and the tight end motions was different. So when I see something that's different to me, then I see defensive coaches having to make adjustments on the fly.
Yeah.
Like they did against Colorado. Iowa State did. Texas Tech is probably going to do it too. But here's the difference. You know how we talk about, isn't that nice that they got a bye week? For instance, Colorado and Iowa State both had bye weeks before BYU and Utah played them.
Correct.
After the rivalry game.
Yeah, which is another reason why we were scared to death for both those teams in those games.
I guarantee you Texas Tech is like, thanks a whole hell of a lot, Big 12, for scheduling Kansas State the week before we take on BYU.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be in a dogfight. But BYU is going to, I'm sure they're going to bring some things out against this Texas Tech defense because it's the best defense in the league. It's a phenomenal defense. So I would imagine BYU will have some wrinkles that Texas Tech isn't familiar with. But I got to imagine that in a week's preparation, Texas Tech's going to be like, well, we can't just run what we run against this BYU defense, especially if Jack Kelly's in there, Siale's in there, based off of what they saw in the second half against Iowa State and what they've seen in every other film other than the second half and maybe the first quarter against Colorado. Everything's been extremely dominant. So I guarantee they're going back and they're doing a little film review themselves too, trying to get ready.
So if you're BYU, okay, I want to go back to that Iowa State game, though. And I think we didn't talk about it on Monday, but I do think we touched on it during the MAP Sunday morning podcast. And you mentioned, because, look, I've been around you enough, watching enough games with you, that you have a really good vibe for a game and how it's going to go. Like I'll watch a game in the first quarter and this other team's just blowing out the other team, and we'll be talking. You're like, they'll come back. And more often than not, they do come back. But this one sounds like it fooled you a little bit.
Way different.
Because
100%.
You look at the way Iowa State was playing, you look at the injuries that BYU was racking up, and there was really no path for BYU to win this game.
No reason for them to get back in it because the trench was being so dominated by the Iowa State front.
Yeah.
So typically when it's a talent thing, then I've got a problem. If it's a defensive or an offensive adjustment, then I feel pretty good about it because you've got Roderick and Jay Hill. So I always feel like, okay, I've got those coordinators in my back pocket. So I can be confident during the broadcast and I can give a boost of confidence at halftime. That one, like I was trying to tell myself, hey, stay confident, stay positive. In my mind, it was kind of a write-off. It was kind of a write-off then I was thinking. But there was a really nice moment in that game. 20 seconds left, BYU's able to score a touchdown.
Yep.
Right before half, they score a touchdown. So they get into half down 24-17.
24-7 is a 7-point game, yeah.
24-17 at the half. Now, could have been very different if you go down 24-14 and you're going in half, down by 10. They did get the ball back and they were able to make the best of it, but in the second half. But that touchdown at least gave me just a little bit like, okay, that was a well-orchestrated, well-run series, much better clock management to end the first half
than the previous week.
Yeah. So, we're always kind of watching and seeing who's learning and how much is it evolving. I felt like the clock management was much better and a really nice touchdown to help with the boost, but still knowing who they were missing and what they had to do to get back into it and then hold on to it. The thing you can't account for is the turnovers. You can't account for a punt going off a Iowa State player's leg. You can't account for Rocco Beck throwing. At that point, was it his third pick that went for the pick six? Or was it his? I think it might have been his third pick that went for the pick six.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Pretty sure it was.
But yeah, you can't count on him giving you one like that.
No, can't count on that.
Yeah.
And there were heroics, but as I've mentioned, the biggest difference was the defensive line, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wouldn't have mattered if Iowa State could have just retained possession and continued to cram it down your throat. It wouldn't have mattered. But first Iowa State possession in the second half, 3 and out.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, wait a second. Now this might be a little bit different team, and there might be some adjustments. And I'm sure they felt the same. Like, that's weird. That worked in the first half. And we just got stopped 3 plays in a row, and that's not a good feeling. So that, things start to turn right then.
I think that's the biggest statement you can make on how a game is going is everybody talks about turnovers and big plays and things like that. If you force a 3 and out on a team's first offensive possession of the second half, it's like,
shoot.
Okay.
Okay. So to that point, that was when I felt like, oh, wait a second. It doesn't matter. LJ Martin, Ciale, it doesn't matter. This team is starting to crank because BYU comes out, they go on an 11-play, 60-yard drive, and they end up kicking a field goal. But they go get 3 points to get it to within 4 points. And Iowa State's offense comes out, and, you're expecting it just to cram it down your throat, force their will, take your will to live away, and it's a 3 and out. And you're like, geez. And if you remember back to it, started with a big sack.
Yeah.
First play was a big sack. I remember thinking, so Iowa State, so that's what you're going to do, huh? Go drop back. After what you did in the first half, Going to go drop back.
Oh, they're not going to see this coming.
Second play, incomplete pass. Third play, a 5-yard run. And they punt.
Yep, give it right back. Rocco Beck had only thrown 3 interceptions going into that game. He had 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the season going into that BYU game. 1 touchdown, 3. He doubles up his interceptions in that game against BYU.
Jeez.
He threw 3 interceptions in that game alone against BYU.
That's wild. That was the second interception. That's right. The third interception came in the very back end. 4 minutes left in the fourth.
It's BYU.
Evan Johnson came up with it.
BYU winning in all sorts of ways, and as a broadcaster, Hans, there's those types of years where you're just like, you know what? I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it. I don't know how it's happening. I don't know why it's happening, but you know what? I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the ride. And you have one of those years once a decade or once every 15, 20 years, and you just were like, you know what? I don't know how, but doggone it, this is a lot of fun. So I'm just going to sit back and enjoy the ride.
And I think that's a lot of what this season is, but I think that there is some real undervalued talent.
Yeah.
Like Parker Kingston is an undervalued talent. Extremely fast, very good route runner.
It would have been very easy when he got pulled off the punt team to be like, you know what, that's what the coaches think of me.
Yeah.
And just be like, oh, well, that's it for me.
Bury your head, be upset about it. Instead, you fight back, you get the punt returning duties given back to you, and you go out and you become a major target.
Yeah, and I know he and JoJo Phillips are very different, but when JoJo goes out, there's more targets to be had. And so you're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go out there.
Lost for the season and
try
for the short weeks.
Yeah, and so I'm like, you know what? That's an opportunity to get some more passes thrown my way.
Yeah.
And he's taking advantage of that.
It's a good point, and I do fully expect JoJo Phillips back to finish out the season.
Wow.
And I don't know what to expect from him when he comes back. He had 3 catches for 30 yards in the short time that he was able to help this team. And for those of you that remember, really, it was one game, Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. So I don't know what to expect from JoJo now he's coming back. But I know what I expected from JoJo going into the season, which was fighting for yards leader. Because I thought he'd be some of the deep threat. I thought, he might be a 5 to 7 target a night guy, something over the top, coming out somewhere averaging 85 yards a game. Right now, Chase Roberts leads in yardage, which is totally understandable, and Parker Kingston leads in receptions. Which is totally understandable.
Totally understandable.
Chase Roberts has 32 catches for 591 yards. Parker has 34 for 516.
And JoJo's going to come in and it's going to disrupt the balance a little bit, but I mean that's another huge weapon to have, and that's going to make things even more dangerous for this BYU offense.
Well, there's been a couple of guys that have been on the field that they've been pressing the ball to. Tiger Bachmeier, Bear Bachmeier's brother, you can see that they've got a connection, and Bear wants to get to Tiger. And there's been quite a few targets at Tiger. And he'll come up with a catch here and there. He's got 5 for 48. But you're hoping that JoJo Phillips can be just a little bit more sustainable threat. Yeah. I did see Reggie Frisch connect on the field against Iowa State. He's the Weber State transfer, isn't he?
I'm not sure on that one.
I think Frisch connects is the Weber State transfer, but he's a big boy, 6'4", 6'5", 210 pounds, big receiver. Saw him on the field, and I was leaning towards hinting, hey, number 18's on the field, watch for a target. But they just put him out there to block. He's a great blocker. So you've seen some guys surface as possibilities, but really, this is a 3-target team outside of running backs. It's a 3-target team. It's Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston, and Carson Ryan. Cody Hagan, a little bit. But if you can get that 4th guy that you really trust that can run a solid route, could give you those really tight hands, it'd be great to add JoJo Phillips.
All right, 128, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mitch Harper is going to join us coming up at 2:05. We'll chat some Cougars with him. Continue to get you ready for the final stretch run of the season for BYU as they get set for a huge battle against Texas Tech coming out of the bye week. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Good for Bird. Good for the free bird for getting out there and performing. I mean, right from jump. Now, I don't know if Utah were behind and he's got to throw him back in the game. That might be rough.
That was the big talking point last week on our show. Was I thought there's a real chance that Bird's a better passer than
Dampier.
Mm-hmm. I'm still not sure that isn't the case. That still could be possible. And I do think you saw 4 throws, I would say, that were very legitimate throws. He also started the game 0 of 5 and was thrown behind guys. One of them was a drop, but it was not super promising.
No, but Witt loves a dual threat quarterback for that reason. Yeah. Because he'd rather win running over the other team than he would throwing it all over the yard. I think in Witt's mind, if he's throwing it all over the yard, it's because something went wrong.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Upgrades, repairs, Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Thursday on KSL, Saltaire, a Utah landmark filled with history and ghosts.
Doors open and close.
I kept hearing footsteps all around.
From the man facing Utah's worst fears for more than a decade.
Wants to talk to me?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Andrew Adams takes you inside if you dare.
Did you die here?
Spooky Saltaire, Thursday at 10 on KSL.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another.
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougars at 30 update as we get you ready for BYU and your Cougar preview show as the Cougars get set for a big one against Texas Tech, but they've got a week and a half to get ready for that. So a bye week is important as Kalani Sitake loving the fact that he's got an offensive coordinator in Aaron Roderick that can make those adjustments as BYU did in this previous game on the road against Iowa State.
A-Rod's always ready to make adjustments. We can throw the ball every play if we have to, and we can run the ball every play if we have to. Those are easy adjustments to make, and if we feel like teams are going to take away the run from us and try to crowd the box, and then we can find different ways to run the ball, but we also can find different ways to advance the ball through the air. And all the running backs can run too. It's not just LJ, and LJ is awesome at it, don't get me wrong, but we have guys who can run. You just don't know their names yet, and hopefully we start to find out a little bit more about them as we go out through the season.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work party, luncheon, wedding, whatever. They got you covered. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. All you have to do is go to kennyjbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show. What are we previewing? Well, a bye week, but it's the stretch run for the Cougars. Only 4 games left in what has been a crazy college football season across the state, but no more so than for BYU, who, again, undefeated at 8-0. But to stay undefeated, they've got to rest up. They've got to get healthy. What are your initial thoughts on the health of LJ Martin? And again, I'm just asking you to speculate a little bit here, but your confidence level as to how you saw him leave that game, knowing that he's got a full 2 weeks to get ready for this one.
I've thought about this one a lot. Got hit out of bounds. I just don't know the depth of the injury. You did hear from Aaron Roderick. Aaron Roderick had some comments on it where nobody's listed him or nobody's come out and said he's done for the year.
Yeah.
That's a
very good sign.
Optimistic sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2, I kind of feel like Jack Kelly set the standard for how you deal with injuries on this team. I don't think that there's any way Jack Kelly should have been able to play against Iowa State. And he did. Essentially, he missed 1 game, and he was back. So when you have a veteran leader do that, it sets the standard. It sets the tone. LJ can't look at Jack Kelly and look at his toughness and think, well, this is questionable. I don't know what I'm going to do with this, but I'm going to play it safe for me, and I'm not going to play.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like LJ would look at Jack Kelly and say, he did everything he could. And I know Jack Kelly played in pain. I know Tanner Wall is playing in pain. I know that Glasgow is playing in pain. Really, at this point in the season, everybody's playing in a certain amount of pain.
Yeah.
So it's going to force LJ Martin to really put himself out there.
So I had a conversation with a coach several years ago, and I was asking him about a player that decided not to play. And I said, well, was that your call or his call? He said, it was his call. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, really? I'm like, that surprised me. It was a big game. I thought he'd want to play. He goes, yeah, he knew it was a big game, and he told us that he did not want to put bad film out there because he was injured.
Let me tell you what film's the worst.
Yeah, is not playing.
It's when a coach says they could have played but didn't want to put bad film out there.
But didn't want to put bad film out there.
That's bad film.
Yeah. Guess what? Try to pull that with Jack Kelly after what Jack Kelly just did against Iowa State. Not saying that LJ would ever do that. I'm just saying, like,
but that's
you're
the
right.
difference.
He set the bar high, and you're like, oh, well, high tide lifts all boats. You got to do it.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
And I think every person listening to this show can relate in some way, whether you're in an office or whether it's this show. Like, we don't take sick days.
Yeah.
You just don't. And we've been really sick to the point we can't talk, and we don't take sick days. Well, whatever set that standard, set the standard, and that's just how you live now. Everybody in every office, you've got the employee that just sucks. They don't show up. Well, that leaks into other employees and the way they behave and the way they act, and it causes a real problem. Or you got that dude that just refuses to say die or to not play. That's Jack Kelly. So there's not a player on this team that can be like, I think I can play. I think I could shoot it up, hit it with a Toradol shot, and I think I could go. I just don't know, Coach. I don't know, like, what type of film I could put out there. Can you run the ball? Are your legs hurt? No. Is your arm or wrist or hand or whatever it is that got hurt, can you clamp a football enough to hold on to it? Yeah, I think I can. Okay, well, we'll take care of the pain. Let's get you out on the field, and let's go play some football.
Yeah.
Now, if it's broke, it's broke. If it's damaged, it's damaged. But the thing is, I think if it was, I think we would have heard it. I think Aaron Roderick in the coordinator's corner with Greg Wrubell would have said, it's done. He's going in for a procedure, and it's done. Don't you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kalani doesn't play the game on that very well. I mean, in terms of, like, the whole cloak and dagger thing on injuries. If he's out, he's out.
Yeah.
They'll tell you.
Yeah. Yeah. For the most part, they'll tell you. And I would fully expect that with LJ Martin if that was the case. So, with that being said, whatever it is, he's being held to a high level of toughness with the guys around him. He's also being held to a high level of motivation, being 8-0, and knowing that championship game is just within reach. He also knows, if this was West Virginia, maybe I could rest. If this was UCF, maybe I could rest. This is the best team in the league. Well, BYU currently sits as the best team, and Cincinnati is the second best. 2 undefeateds are BYU and Cincinnati. But you know what I mean. Texas Tech did show some weaknesses against Arizona State. So that's something that we'll talk about next week as we get into the Cougar Preview show. We'll get more into Texas Tech. But you know what I'm saying.
Oh, totally.
LJ has to look at it and say, if there's one week I can't miss, it's coming off this bye week getting ready for Texas Tech. So you look at all those factors that are piled on top of this. A bye week with extra rest. Teammates that have shown crazy toughness. 8-0 record. An insane Texas Tech team that's just really good. You need all hands on deck on the road. And no coach saying it's not going to happen. It's like, I'm holding out hope. I know that this is a long-form answer, but this is helping people understand my thought process. So I would go 60%.
Yeah.
65%.
There's also the element of, if I'm LJ Martin, knowing that if I don't go, well, I got Sione Moa, who's out with that compartment disease or syndrome. Yeah, that's it. And so and it's no disrespect to the guys behind him, but there's not a lot of depth there, and there's not a lot of experience depth behind there. And so you're almost feeling like, well, geez, I got to go just because we don't have a lot of other guys that have been experienced. As Kalani Sitake just said, he goes, you may not know their names, but we may have to rely on them.
Hey, Lloyd, can you play that again? The comments that Scotty was just
in that update. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just the very last comment from.
Because he says essentially like, well, we're going to have to find somebody, and you may not know who they are, but we do.
A-Rod's always ready to make adjustments. We can throw the ball every play if we have to, and we can run the ball every play if we have to. Those are easy adjustments to make, and if we feel like teams are going to take away the run from us and try to crowd the box, and then we can find different ways to run the ball, but we also can find different ways to advance the ball through the air. And all the running backs can run too. And it's not just LJ, and LJ's awesome at it, don't get me wrong, but we have guys who can run. You just don't know their names yet, and hopefully you'll start to find out a little bit more about them as we go out through the season.
Well, guess what? You may not know their name now, but if LJ can't go, then you're going to know their name, and hopefully they can step up. But if I'm LJ, that's another layer of pressure on me, knowing that, I don't have this competent number two that he and I have been splitting carries. I've had, 15 to 20 carries every week. He's been 10 to 15, and he can step up and take the load while I rest. No, it's the biggest game of the year so far with Texas Tech, and it's a huge game on the road. I need to be there.
I think that everything lines up. Look, if I felt just based off of what I saw, if I felt completely uncomfortable, I would go 20%. I'd go 30%. I just feel like everything that's stacked on it. Look, if that arm's just holding on by a thread, everything that's on this game and in this moment, I'm going to go at least give it a try. I'm going to go give you a quarter. We'll shoot it up, whatever it is, whether it's a pec or – because if it was a collarbone, that was one thing that I was nervous about, that it might be a collarbone. If it's a collarbone, he's out for the next 4 games, easy.
Yeah.
If it's a broken collarbone, you just can't play on that thing. That thing will fracture, and it could cause all kinds of bleeding and issues. You can't do that. If it was a fracture in the upper or lower arm, I think it would be announced. He's out the rest of this season. So that tells me that it's some type of damage, maybe a stinger. It might be a shoulder. It could be a hyperextended elbow. It's something like that. And what that tells me is, okay, well, if it's soft tissue and if it's not season ending, I can shoot it up. I'll take the pain away. Yeah. I'll numb it. And then after the game, after I'm in a lot of pain, I've got more numbers. I've got more painkiller. I've got ways I can eliminate that pain. The pain that I can't eliminate is the emotional pain of sitting on a sideline and watching my team lose to Texas Tech. I'll never forgive myself. When we're 8-0 and I'm sitting here with my helmet or I'm sitting here in street clothes. Football players are tough dudes. And like I said, the standard's set. But if you can't play, you can't play. That's the other thing. If he can't play, then he can't play. What I'm saying is, if somebody says to him, I think it's you're hurt, it's damaged. I don't think I don't think whatever bicep tear. I don't think the bicep's going to tear anymore.
Yeah, it's not going to be made worse. It's not going to have a long-term effect on your career.
Yeah.
And so it comes down to pain tolerance.
We can help with the pain tolerance.
Yeah.
And again.
And then you got Jack Kelly over there who's like, I'm going. And like, oh, well, he's going. Can't make it any worse.
And by the way, I have no idea. No clue. That's why when I'm talking about a collarbone or a bicep or a hyperextended elbow or a shoulder, I have no idea. And that's how it should be. I shouldn't know. We should all just sit here and speculate.
Yeah.
But when I add all the pieces together, it's one of the biggest moments in BYU football history. if LJ can go, I think LJ goes.
148, Hans and Scotty. Mitch Harper is going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Mills, Hans and I are huge fans, and we've been huge fans for over a year now. You ever think about adding up all the Beehive Mills you've consumed over the last year or so?
I could do probably quick math because
we're looking at 10 a month.
Yeah.
So we're well over 100.
Yeah, well over 100.
And every one of them has just been fantastic.
They're great, and they're just so convenient. And it's so nice because anybody from your 12-year-old son, your 12-year-old daughter, to your 90-year-old grandma can cut the top off this frozen package and put it into a slow cooker and have fresh meats and fresh vegetables and fresh sauces cook into that perfect meal. Everybody can do it. It's just so convenient. And then really in the landscape of expensive food, we're talking about $3 or $4 per serving.
Yeah.
It's extremely affordable for great flavors and good fresh chicken and fresh pork and fresh beef and fresh carrots and celery that's all cut down. These meals are incredible.
BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com. Their soup menu's available right now, as well as their regular October menu. What I suggest you do is go make a quick order. BeehiveMills.com. Add the promo code THEZONE. That's going to save you $20. And then sign up for a subscription. You're like, well, I don't want to get locked in for a year. I'm not telling you to. All you have to do is sign up for a subscription. That's going to take another 10% off. And then you can decide how you want to proceed going forward because they will not lock you into a contract. They're that confident that they're going to give you the best food on the planet at a great price, the convenience factor, the nutritional value, and the great quality. It's all there for you at BeehiveMills.com. MEALS, and just in case the Utah accent screws you over, that's BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Huge game for the Utes at home this weekend, welcoming in Cincinnati. ESPN Game Day will be there. Of course, you got all the attention on Salt Lake City, but Kyle Whittingham needs his team to keep their emotions in check.
Take it the same every week. You got to be very consistent with your approach, with your preparation. You can't be on highs and lows. Every game is big. The next one's the biggest because it's the next one. That's the mentality, and never look past anybody. Our players do a good job of that. But to us, every single week is a big game, and this week is no different.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. That's right. Get the best barbecue right there in the district in South Jordan, and you can also have them cater your next event. 10% off your first catering order. Go to KennyJBBQ.com for information on their menu.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great day. It's a fun one. It's your Cougar preview show. And remember, coming up tomorrow, it will be your Ute preview show. Frank Dolce will come by, we think. For how long? We don't know. And then on Friday, it'll be Alema Harrington and Ron McBride. So we got you covered. Everything you need to know about the games coming up this weekend. All right, so if you're this is BYU's second bye week. How different do you think Kalani's treating this one as opposed to maybe the first bye week? Because this one just feels like, hey, we just got to get across the finish line. Everybody just shut it down. I want everybody on their couches, and we need to heal up because this stretch run is going to be crazy for this team.
Didn't you ask Bronco that?
Yeah, Bronco said he's treating it almost exactly opposite of how he treated the first one.
And I feel like BYU and Utah State's bye weeks have
both of them have lined up. Yep. They're the one a few weeks ago and then this one.
I would guess that he would treat it quite a bit different.
Yeah.
That first bye week came so early.
Mm-hmm.
And, the tough thing is with this bye week, if you're doing it right, you have to project for December 6th.
Yeah.
Right?
You have to.
Yeah. So you've got to prepare. You got to start preparing for, it's a 4-game regular season finish, but what are we doing in this bye week? There's 4 games left in the regular season, but how many games are potentially left? Because, if you go 3-1 to finish, you're in.
You're in, yeah. You'll be in the college football playoff. And you'll be in the Big 12 championship game for sure, and a good chance you're in the college football playoff. If you go 3-1, and let's say that one loss is on the road against Cincinnati, but you still make it into the Big 12 championship game, and that loss was a really close loss, I think you're, depending on how everything shakes out, I think you got a really good shot at the playoff.
A shot.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, how crazy is that stadium going to be if they host a first-round college football playoff game?
I forgot that. The higher-ranked team hosts.
Yeah, the first round.
The first round.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
It's not a set.
No. And then, but if you get a first-round bye, then you're right. You're automatically into the Final Four, and those are at bowl game sites. But if you're in that first round and you're the higher seed, you host.
I forgot that.
I'm sure they'll be pretty chill.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Just a casual,
pretty laid-back atmosphere there at Lavelle Edwards Stadium.
Well, I guarantee ESPN will have them kicking off at 9:30 p.m.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Although things did kind of reverse for the Texas Tech announcement. 11 o'clock?
11. Well, 10 a.m. here, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yes, 11.
11 a.m. Central.
Yeah.
Jeez. So with the bye week, this is how I would handle it. I don't know if this is how Kalani is handling it. I would say we've got 4 left. We got a lot in front of us. I know we got to pay attention to Texas Tech and work really hard on this, but let's rest them up as if we're going more than 4 weeks. And just a regular bowl game, it doesn't really count. Like, if you just end up back at the Alamo Bowl, well, we don't need to focus on the bye week. We don't need to focus on that. But if we're focusing on potentially getting to the championship game, this is how we're going to do it. The other thing is, what's really nice, Kalani has very recent experience with a 9-0 start.
Mm-hmm.
And then watching it turn with 2 consecutive losses. How and why? And I'm going through every piece of laundry to understand how and why. What happened? What was a punt off of a Kansas State player's head, a BYU player's head that was thinking that it was going to be a pass, blah, blah, blah. Wait a second, but that's not really what it is. That game shouldn't have been close. We were a better team. We should have separated. What did we do or what didn't we do? And I'm going through every piece of laundry trying to figure out where it fell apart. So my guess is Kalani's recent experience with that is going to help. Why do I even mention that? Well, talked to him in the post game of that rivalry game and said, you're now sitting at 7-0. You're getting ready for Iowa State. Last year you came out of a rivalry game win and you lost 2 in a row. What can you do or what do you know? And he said, he goes, I know. I know what we did last year and I know where it fell apart. And he kind of just made it feel like I've got a plan. So trust my plan. So he figured that out.
Yeah.
It didn't look like he did in the first half of Iowa State, but they got it together. They figured it out, and they finished with a win. So I think that Kalani is very calculated, very smart guy. Kalani has taken everything. And I remember talking to Kalani when he was taking the BYU job, and he was like, Hans, I've got a plan, man. I know what I want to do. I know how I can do it. I've been around the right guys. I know what I need to do. He was very confident with that plan, and that plan has come along. And I'm so glad BYU has been patient to let this plan come along. He's smart. He's knowing what went down in the 9-0 start, where it fell apart. And I think that he knows what he needs to do in this bye week, how to finish out the 4-game regular season and look past it and make sure he's ready for whatever might be past it. So it's a good situation.
202, Hans and Scotty. Mitch Harper joins us next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Exhausted with applying for jobs online and never hearing back? You're in luck. With Express Employment professionals, expert in your community, are dedicated to helping you find a job. With more than 870 locations, there's always an office in your area. The best part? Once Express Employment Professionals has your information, you'll be the first to hear about new opportunities that match your skills. Start by finding a location at expresspros.com and contact your local office today. That's www.expresspros.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Ultra, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Ultra helps Mike fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs so he can wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, folks, it is time to talk some BYU on our Cougar Preview Show with the man himself. He is your Cougar insider for KSLSports.com and overall good dude. It is Mitch Harper. Mitch, how are you?
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Happy to be on with you today.
Always a pleasure. In your let's go back to August. Did you ever think 8-0 would have been possible?
I didn't know because I really thought the road games in the Big 12 would cause some landmines. And, there have been moments for sure. Colorado, Iowa State, where even Arizona, where it looked like in all three of those spots, BYU was, dead in the water and looked like they were going to take an L. But they've always had an answer and responded. And, whether it's Bear this year, Jake Retzloff last year, the common thread has been this coaching staff, and they've gotten to a point where no matter who their personnel is, they believe they can win. And, BYU's a winning program that believes no matter the circumstances, they can find a way to get out with a victory. And that's a strong attribute to have for a team that's chasing some big things heading into November.
So, Mitch, I can't really get any information on this, and I'm just wondering if you have any insight into LJ Martin, Cialia Serra, and Jack Kelly. I mean, really, that's the three-headed monster you need back for Texas Tech, and it just feels like mum's the word down there.
It's very mum right now, and it's still kind of the buzz just continues to be further evaluation this week with the bye week. And, LJ Martin's going to be critical, because, Cialia Serra is interesting with him. He got, a little bit shaken up in the Arizona game, which seemed to be that same arm that he was being looked at Iowa State. Quickly responded, though, and returned to action in that game. And Kelly's critical for BYU. But all three of those guys are key pieces to what BYU does, both offensively and defensively. And, LJ Martin, I've kind of said this whole year that the season does go as far as LJ will take them. And I think if they have any games without LJ, that's going to be a tall task to try to replicate his production because, after him at running back, it's really thin. And, I even asked Kalani in this week's presser if there's any consideration to maybe make a position change for someone because Kalani has a history of doing that, moving someone over to the running back side because they've got to get creative there if LJ can't go. But the mum is probably the right word to put it, is that everyone keeps referring to further evaluations and as far as they continue to navigate this bye week.
All right, so just on your own speculation, saying there's no position change and LJ can't go, how do you think the carries are distributed going into next week? Because I don't anticipate Moa's coming back anytime soon, is he?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Moa last night at BYU's trick-or-treat event that they had at the women's basketball game. He was in a masked costume, looked okay. I mean, but they're not officially ruling him out for the season yet. But the severity of his situation, it would seem like it might be tall task to expect him back for November 8th. But I think that with that running back situation, what's interesting too that kind of gets a little bit forgotten in that game was late in the game against Iowa State, Preston Rex. He went to the medical tent and he was limping at the end of the game. Now he was walking on his own after the game, but he got a little bit shaken up in that one too. So it's a banged up football team. And then, so you got Enoch Nawahine, you got Preston Rex, a real wild card. You dig deep into this running back unit, but a guy that I thought was, in moments impressive. And the context here on these is this was third team, fourth team type situations in spring and fall camp because this is how deep of a player this was as far as going to the running back unit. Was someone that I kind of always came impressed with was Logan Payne out of Weber High School. If they have to, elevate him to someone who's, on that travel roster, he could be a name to watch. Kalani continues to reference how there are players in the program that, people will learn about their names soon. If you want to have who could be that Sione Moa type candidate, I'd point to Logan Payne potentially being that guy for BYU. But Rex, Nawahine, and then Logan Payne. Javesa Damuni, they've said all the right things about how they still believe in him, but he hasn't sniffed the field ever since he had that fumble against West Virginia, and he hasn't been, he's been suited up and traveled and been available, but hasn't played. And he's got to maybe be in the factor more so too, but that speaks volumes when LJ goes down. He's not even coming near that field. So I'd go Rex, Nawahine, and Logan Payne as the top three for BYU at running back.
So give me some of your thoughts on Bear Bachmeier. They ran him again 12 times for 50 yards. He's got a touchdown in every game except for Colorado, but he still had 100 yards at Colorado on 15 carries. We're seeing some of his completion percentage drop a little bit, but he's still making big play after big play. Just your thoughts on Bear Bachmeier for the remaining 4 games in the regular season, and then just your thoughts on what he is for the future of BYU.
It's been remarkable how he continues to just always level up and rise the occasion in these moments. And, you get deep into the weeds and kind of look at some of his throws. And that one pass to Parker Kingston, that was a touchdown grab. It was kind of like backyard jackpot style where he just throws it up in the air and it felt like it floated a little bit. He thought that's going to be a pick, and it lands in Kingston's hands. There's been some good fortune there for Bear, but he's a gamer. I've been really impressed with his ability to, on the ground, to get tough yardage up the middle on these quarterback draws where he's going into the heart of defenses, and getting 3 or 4 yards. And, BYU has been very fortunate this year to where they're always in, some third and manageables. This is not a team that was always behind the sticks, and that's because of LJ and Bear. And I think that's been something that's been very advantageous for Bear to have success this year, is that he's been in a lot of manageable situations where he's not in third and longs and feeling like, there's no chance to get the first down here. So I think that's been something that's been good. And I think Aaron Roderick's done an excellent job in developing Bear. I think this has probably been the finest moment for Aaron Roderick since he's been BYU's offensive coordinator. A lot of praise goes to Jay Hill for this BYU program when it comes to the defense, and rightfully so. Jay Hill's done an excellent job in these 3 years at BYU, but I think Aaron Roderick deserves some more flowers too for what he's doing offensively. To adjust in game at Iowa State, and the pass is coming. And I know Iowa State they were down some key personnel in their secondary, and that kind of reared its ugly face for the Cyclones. But for BYU to still be effective throwing the football in those circumstances, that's pretty impressive. And I think that goes back to the top at the offensive coordinator spot with Aaron Roderick, who's done an excellent job with Bear. And Bear's the face of this program going forward, and for BYU and this program, and he's a humble guy, and it doesn't seem like the spotlight is getting too much to his head at all. I thought, that spot at Iowa State could have been a real letdown and a half with that Utah win and the increased notoriety, but he was the same Bear, and he just rose the occasion. They had a slow start, sure, but the offense was playing some good football early in that one. So I just think he's been really impressive for BYU, and he shows that he can do it in the air. He can do it on the ground. 300-plus yards in multiple games this year. He can do a lot of different things for this team, and it's he's the face of this program going forward.
Do you anticipate JoJo Phillips will be in the lineup in Lubbock?
That's what Aaron Roderick's saying. So they expect him to play on November 8th. And, we saw moments of him at practices dating back to Arizona week where he was in a helmet and pads. So it's been a slow build trending towards that. But yeah, Roderick believes that he'll be playing against Texas Tech on November 8th. That's the expectation, barring any sort of setback. So, and that would be huge, because coming out of fall camp, if you pointed to a guy who was, the number one target for Bear, it was probably JoJo Phillips, because Parker Kingston was, dealing with his injury in camp, and Chase Roberts was still never fully 100% coming back from the shoulder in fall camp. So the guy that had the best chemistry with Bear in camp was probably JoJo, and you saw that early reflected in the Portland State and Stanford games in terms of targets and accounts. So that just would be another huge weapon to a receiver unit that's been really good with Roberts and Kingston and their ability to get yards after the catch. And you add in JoJo and Cody Hagan, that would be a huge boost for BYU down the stretch run.
So Do you believe BYU has to go 3-1 to be in the Big 12 championship, or is there a good possibility they go 2-2 that they could be in this championship?
3-1 to be on the safe side. I think that's going to be important here because, two of the teams that they've got down the stretch run are going to be in that, Arlington race chase, if you will, with Texas Tech and Cincinnati, maybe to a lesser degree, TCU as well, to be a third team. So I'd say 2 or 1 loss is probably the safe bet for BYU if you got to be 11-1 to get to Arlington, because last year they had 2 losses and they were left on the outside. So I think they've got to have the mindset to, be an 11-1 football team at least. They obviously want to go undefeated, but that will be a tall task because BYU has a difficult remaining strength of schedule left. But if they can go, 3-1, that would be huge. And I think that's where, that Texas Tech game coming out of the bye, regardless of where BYU's at personnel-wise, BYU should play loose. They're going to be an underdog in that one. That's just kind of the MO of what people view BYU going into those spots. They'll probably be a, touchdown underdog, I would imagine, against Texas Tech, but play loose. And I think BYU can be very competitive against Texas Tech. I'm really curious to see how they perform this week against K-State. But, for BYU to be in this spot in November with, championship aspirations, it's a really good football team right now. And it's a better football team than last season, led by Bear Bachmeier and BYU team that's pretty sound all across the board.
I think that we looked at so many teams around the Big 12 and, thought they'd be great and anticipated. But Cincinnati's, frankly, wasn't really on my radar. And I think for a lot of people, still haven't been much on their radar. I think there's going to be a lot of people down in Provo keeping a close eye on that game in Salt Lake City just to see what Cincinnati's about.
No question. And Cincinnati with their running back situation, kind of curious. I know they've had some injuries there, but, this is a really good football team. And, and I think it speaks to just, again, the depth in the Big 12. And it'll be really interesting to see, after this weekend, what the playoff rankings look like next Tuesday night and how the Big 12 is viewed because, they don't have that self-fulfilling quality loss metric that goes in their favor. Texas Tech a few weeks ago loses the game at Arizona State with Sam Leavitt, a good Arizona State team, and they plummet 7 spots, and it doesn't suddenly get viewed as a quality loss. So there's like this razor-thin margin for error, if at all, for these Big 12 teams. But this is a pretty good league. I've been really impressed with the quality of these teams. I mean, BYU going into that spot in Iowa State last week, I know Iowa State wasn't ranked, and they were on a 2-game losing streak, but in my time covering BYU since being here at KSL since 2019, I think that's one of the best wins I've seen BYU put together on the road, hostile environment. It wasn't, a massive BYU crowd. There was a good showing of Cougar fans there, but that was a, pro Iowa State crowd. Obviously, they're home fans. They were juiced up for that one. Great tailgating scene. They were ready for hours before kickoff, and BYU rolled in, faced some adversity, responded, and bounced back. But it shows just like the Big 12's got some really competitive teams that, Iowa State was once the number 11 team in the country, and BYU went in there and got a win over those guys. So I just think that this league is getting better, but it just doesn't feel like they're getting the respect to match that depth that's been I think on display in this league. And teams like Texas Tech have quality wins over Houston, and Houston's a 7-1 team. So it's an impressive Big 12 race, and that Cincinnati-Utah game is going to be a good one. And I even look at Utah too. Utah's got only 2 losses, and it's 2 teams that are knocking on the door of the top 10, could be in the top 10 of the playoff. If they run the table, I mean, there should be at-large conversation for Utah because that'd be their only 2 losses. If that was an SEC team, they're probably a lock for the playoff to have 2 losses against teams that would be in the top 10. This Big 12 is really good this year, and whoever comes out on top of this is definitely one of the best teams in college football this season.
What do you think of the 11 o'clock Texas Tech kickoff, and do you think game day's on its way?
I thought it was good for selfish reasons in the media, like just getting up and going and covering a game. But I think what we learned, too, the BYU-Utah game, being in prime time, network TV, it's kind of a flop by TV rating standards. I mean, 2 million viewers, which is good, but it wasn't great what you would have thought with all of the promotion that a network television provided to that game with big noon kickoff and all the social media, chatter about the game. Still, BYU-Utah's kind of regional, and those primetime spots, I guess, don't deliver as well for the Big 12, whereas an early morning window where a lot of fans maybe are still getting ready to go to their, games in the primetime spots later in the day, they can be at home and watch a morning game. Maybe you can get more eyeballs on the product because you need that in the Big 12. And I think that's something that's going to be important, and get eyeballs on BYU and Texas Tech. And so I think it's not ideal, but same time, if you're a road team, I think it's really good because, you just get up, get ready for the day and just go play the game. And then you're home at a reasonable time and you can enjoy the rest of your weekend, especially if you get a win. So I think it's okay. And I think it'll be a really good spot. And I thought that Reese Davis tease last night on the college football playoff show about, tortillas possibly being thrown around on College game day soon. That should be the College game day game, especially if Texas Tech wins this week at Kansas State. That is a perfect game because and there are two teams, BYU and Texas Tech, that really have the ability both to be good, excellent teams down the stretch this year in the college football national conversation, but could be two of the best programs going forward in this, new media rights era of the Big 12 between now and 2031. These are two heavily invested programs that are committed to winning higher than probably they've ever been before. They have the potential to be two of the faces, the flag bearers of the Big 12 going forward, and be a real launching pad for these programs. So it'd be huge if game day was there to spotlight the Big 12 in back-to-back weeks with Salt Lake this weekend and then Lubbock the next.
For those that have been in Lubbock and other Big 12 cities, I know Hans got a good dose of a triple Whataburger.
That was great.
Where are you at on Whataburger? Yes or no?
Big fan of Whataburger. Anything on that menu, I'm a Whataburger fan.
Very, very good.
They love their mustard on those things, but it works.
They do.
And they love thick slices of cheese.
And a bunch of onions.
It's so good. It was amazing. Probably see you out there in Lubbock, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. And I've never been to Lubbock. I'm looking forward to it. I don't hear all the greatest of things of Lubbock, but I'm open-minded. I'll see what it's like and then give my judgment on it then. But I think it's going to be an amazing atmosphere. I mean, I think that's one thing I've kind of seen with these Big 12 games, and I kind of always wondered to myself too, at what point, when BYU rolls into a town, would it mean something to a Big 12 city? Because 2 years ago, going to games like Kansas and West Virginia was still kind of like, this is weird. This Big 12 legacy program playing BYU. Well, quickly, BYU's made its presence felt in the Big 12 to where they are a big-time game. And I think that's huge, too, for BYU to potentially have a top 10 matchup in a conference in a power league. I mean, that BYU-Arizona State game was huge last year, but this one has the chance to be even bigger stakes. So huge chance for BYU and great spot for them to have a bye week, to have an extra week to prepare for a really good Texas Tech team.
Yeah, during COVID, Utah State was playing New Mexico in basketball, and it was and the New Mexico governor wasn't letting any games being played in the state, so they moved everything to Lubbock. So Utah State played New Mexico for back-to-back games in Lubbock. So I spent 4 or 5 days in Lubbock, and it was I wasn't too brokenhearted when it was time to come home. Let's just say that. But I ate a lot of Whataburger. I did eat. I ate my weight in Whataburger, and that was considerable.
If it's as difficult to get to as Ames, then we're in for a really fun trip.
I'm imagining it's going to be challenging to get to. There are direct flights on Southwest, but that's about it from what I've seen.
You can find a direct from Salt Lake to Lubbock. Wow.
It's on Southwest. Nothing on Delta, but there are direct flights.
I had to do Delta and then had a long layover in Houston and then finally made it to Lubbock. And when you fly in, you will actually fly into a cotton field. That airport is surrounded by cotton fields. So everything you would anticipate, you're going to get there in Lubbock for sure. Mitch, you're the best, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, guys. Take care.
There he is, Mitch Harper, Cougar Insider, KSLSports.com. Good dude, too. You're hard-pressed to find a better beat writer than that guy.
If you're 2-2, losing to Cincinnati and Texas Tech, you're out.
Yeah. Yep.
If you're 2-2 and it's TCU and UCF, you're in.
Probably, as crazy as that is to think about. Beating the two good teams and losing to the two mediocre teams.
Right.
But, yeah, probably.
It's about who you lose to.
Yep. And, because if you pick up those wins and pick up those tiebreakers against those two teams, then you're in pretty good shape.
But I just want people to know that the sample size that I have for this team tells me they could beat anybody they play.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Anybody they play.
Yeah.
People ask, could they go undefeated? Yeah, they could. Absolutely, they could. Bear Bachmeier's had 4 games or 5 games without a turnover? 5?
I believe 5. I think he's only had interceptions in 2 games this year.
Yeah. Okay, so if you're telling me that, yeah, if you're telling me that you can own the turnover margin, and you got this defense, you could beat anybody. You could beat Texas Tech. You could beat TCU, Cincinnati. You could.
How much of the not turning the ball over, how much of percentage do you give to Bear Bachmeier, and how much percentage do you give to Aaron Roderick for keeping him in situations where it would be very hard to turn the ball over? Meaning, like the play calling with the one read, it's either like, hey, look, you got it, you don't, okay, then run.
Oh, I think that they've got it down to a science.
Yeah.
Of we're not going to lose the turnover battle. In fact, I grabbed a note for Matt Campbell, Iowa State head coach, because going into that game, I was going to mention this, but Matt Campbell was 41-10 just by winning the turnover battle. So he was 41-10. Kalani's something ridiculous, like, I don't know, it's like 62-5 or something, 62-8, some crazy number, just when winning the turnover battle.
That's crazy.
So I think, smart minds get together and they start cranking this out, and they're like, all right, how much do we risk turnover as compared to how much does not turning over the ball control a game? One turnover against Iowa State, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
Instead, they got a +4 margin.
Yep. And that's what won them the game.
Yep. So it's like with Bear, I want to get rowdy. I want to continue to open up the gates, but you've won 8 straight by doing what you're doing. And by the way, there's a lot of mesh points. He runs a ton of mesh points. Mesh points can always get sloppy, especially with inexperienced quarterbacks. Now, this is one thing to watch if they do go to a different running back. If LJ can't play, different running backs can have problems at mesh points. Mesh points, different heights with different running backs, different points in the arms, different types of hands, different contact. LJ and Bear got very comfortable with how they were delivering and pulling and taking those RPOs. But I think that with a game plan probably controls 70% of the turnovers.
Yeah. And then Bear just
60, 70%.
Making good choices.
And then making the game plan to the point where it's like, okay, Bear, we will not throw the ball here.
Yeah.
So I think that they've done a really good job with that.
All right. Coming up next, we continue to get you ready for the stretch run of the BYU football season. Cougars have the week off. They'll be back in action a week from Saturday when they take on Texas Tech right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! The wins just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts. It's memories.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU has the week off before a huge game against Texas Tech coming up a week from Saturday. Kalani Sitake loving the way his true freshman quarterback's been able to handle a lot of adversity this year.
The composure that he has, the poise, it's something special. We thought that this would be the case, that he would respond really well to it. And this is with him just starting in the summer, and you start to see him be a lot more comfortable with what we're doing. Man, he's a learning machine, so he's always trying to find ways to get better. And I think he's so focused on trying to find ways to get better that he's not really worried about the environment, the situation, the circumstances that he's in. He just wants to keep getting better, and that's whether things are going well or bad for the team.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. awesome barbecue there at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan when you want to grab a quick bite for you or your family. And if you want that barbecue to come to your next function, hey, they've got a lot of great catering options available for you. Check out that catering menu at kennyjbbq.com. There, you will get 10% off your first catering order.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your Cougar preview show. BYU, Texas Tech, not Saturday. I wish it was Saturday.
Yeah, me too.
I'm ready to get this thing going.
So
Kalani, on the other hand, is like, we need
to slow down.
Yeah.
A couple of guys that we have not mentioned. Raider DeMooney has been out for a bit.
Yes.
And he's another guy. Give him an extra week. Can you get Raider DeMooney back in the lineup? Because if so, that could help spell Tanner Wall a little bit. That gives the backing to Satawala. By the way,
Satawala's been so good.
Nobody's touching Satawala. You leave him on the field every snap. You can leave him on the field. He has been excellent. He's had a couple of coverages breakdowns, including the very first play of the game. And by the way, I don't know what exactly the coverage was against Iowa State, but you do know that Satawala was over the top of that route, bit down hard on the nickel blitz, thinking there was going to be a dropout, and the go route went right over the top of him. First play of the game against Iowa State. Horrible momentum killer. Just, that's a tough way to start. But look at how Satawala responded.
Yeah.
And you learn from those moments. Sometimes it takes getting burnt really bad and having the meat of the muscle show through the burn and the horrible pain of the burn to remember, oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. I don't want to do that ever.
But when you're a kid, you put your hand on the burner, you only do it once.
Yeah. And so you're hoping that every step like that for this sophomore Satawala, he's learning. But Raider DeMooney is one that, you look at and say, all right, can he be back? Another guy that we didn't see check in against Iowa State, at least I didn't. I don't know if you saw him, number 96, Justin Kirkland.
Nope. I think he was a DNP.
I don't think he played.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he dressed. I'm pretty sure I saw him on the sideline. I just didn't see him ever touch the field in the game. And when you're getting your butt kicked in the run game in the first half, that's a nice body to put out there and say it right. Just stop some of the interior bleeding, please. So, if you're kind of paying attention to what Justin Kirkland's doing, Justin was fighting through injury, and it took him a while to get onto the field kind of later in the season. And so I don't know what the management is with Justin Kirkland, but if he's available against Texas Tech, that's a big help. So it'd be nice to have Raider, Justin Kirkland, Siale Serra. When I was watching Siale Serra after the injury, Siale Serra's injury didn't scare me as much.
Okay.
Like I wasn't thinking, oh, that's a season ender. With LJ, the way it all went down, you're like, that might be a season ender. When it was not announced as a season ender, it's like, that's amazing news. Okay, let's heal. Let's go from there. With Siale, it felt like it was kind of a, dang it, but we'll live to fight another day here. That's how I felt with Siale. So I would hope that he could be back. I mean, you've got to have Glasgow, Isera, and Kelly to finish this season. That's your staple. And you got to have LJ Martin. Everybody else is just like, if you get JoJo Phillips back, oh man, that's a good cushy feeling. If you get Raider DeMooney back, that's a good cushy feeling. You have to have Glasgow, Isera, and Kelly healthy, and LJ Martin healthy on the offensive side.
So you can pick 3 of the 4 against Texas Tech.
3 of the 4?
Yeah. Actually, no, you get 2 of the 4.
2 of the 4.
Against Texas Tech.
LJ and Jack.
Yeah. It's pretty much a no-brainer on that one. All right, so who's your third then? If you can have the next one.
Glasgow.
Yeah.
And I know Glasgow finished the game, so people are probably like, what? I just watched part of the third quarter.
That dude looks like he's running on fumes.
He got stiff-armed
to
the ground. That's not Glasgow. Like that, he did not look. He will never take. He does not miss a tackle. He missed a couple. And it's like, that's not him. So he's dealing with a bum wheel or something. But if you're talking about fully healthy, first 2 would be Kelly and LJ. Third would be Glasgow. But Isera is so critical. When Max Alford came in to fill in for Isera against Iowa State, you saw a real drop.
Yeah.
And it was a drop in the scrape over the top off the edge. So D-end collapse on a tight end or collapse on the offensive tackle, and D-end's either coming inside, or if you're running an odd front, he's got B-gap responsibilities, and your linebacker contacts with the tight end, you've got to have that backer that scrapes over the top for the outside contain. Both Kelly and Glasgow were getting trapped at that outside point. And I'm not sure if they were responsible for outside leverage and contain, or if that was Max Alford that's supposed to scrape over the top, because Ciali does that often, where he'll be there to make that tackle as the running back bounces to that gap that's kind of between the hash and the numbers. And that just wasn't happening. And then Alford did a much better job of that in the second half, and it started to look much more clean. But he, just like I talked about with Satawala, I think Max Alford was kind of thrown into the heat.
And he's a really good player, good kid. He was at Utah State. He's just been through hell and back with injuries. And so, he's got multiple ACL tears. And so that's a guy that, when he's probably
multiple ACLs?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. From high school and college. And so that the speed probably isn't there, and certainly isn't to match Ciali. And so when you look at the comparison, there's going to be a big drop-off. Now, Alford's going to bust his butt. He's going to give you everything he's got. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, he had a great sack.
Yeah, great player. But there's just going to be a drop-off. There just is.
Yeah, he had a great sack against Iowa State. And he had a couple of other big moments. But Sarah's really come on strong. By the way, one thing that we brought up during the broadcast was this is just highlighting and emphasizing how bad of a loss Che Bryant-Strother was.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Because Che Bryant-Strother was supposed to be 1A, 1B with Ciali Isera.
Yeah.
And you lost him in the Portland State game.
All right, Hans and Scotty will wrap up this bad boy next. Get you ready for JJ and Alex, and get you ready for the Ute preview show coming up tomorrow right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't know if I've ever heard of a lightly carbonated protein soda. I'd never heard of it before I found it at buckedup.com. If you go to buckedup.com and you click on the drinks, you're going to see, you'll see it. It says shop, and you go to shop, and you can go to the energy drinks. You can click on that, and you're going to find the LFG, you'll find the original Bucked Up, and then you're going to see the protein drinks. It's a lightly carbonated protein drink, and it's fruit flavors, and there's 25 grams of protein in a can of soda. It's brand new, and I just finished off one of the peach mangoes here in the studio. It's just delicious. It's good, solid protein. It's a different take on a protein drink. It's not that chocolate or vanilla. And it's very affordable. Go to buckedup.com, order a case of that, use promo code The Zone, and you're going to get 20% off that order. While you're at it, add in some of their creatine and add in some of their pre-workout. Scotty and I have been talking a lot about it, this Woke AF. It's the amazing bucked up pre-workout, and this thing jacks you up to a 10. It'll get you ready for the extra mile, the extra rep. I love it. I can't hardly go a day without it. I love their pre-workouts. So whether it's their pre-workouts, their creatines, or these amazing protein drinks, you've also got their energy drinks and so much more. Go shop for it at buckedup.com and use promo code THEZONE for 20% off your order.
Attention, RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected, serviced, and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale that has been extended now through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
How many of you had Cincinnati undefeated on your bingo board coming into the Rice-Eccles Stadium showdown with the University of Utah? Well, I didn't. I know a lot of other people didn't, but Kyle Whittingham knows they've got their work cut out for him against that Cincinnati offense.
Red zone touchdown percentage is over 70%. Balanced, as you say, nearly 200 yards rushing and about 280 or 90 throwing, scoring nearly 40 points a week, and they can hurt you different ways. And maybe the biggest RPO team that we faced as well. They really lean heavily on the RPOs. And so Coach Scally and the defense has their work cut out for them, but I got no doubt that we'll have a good plan, and it's just a matter of going out and executing.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your next event and give you 10% off your first order. Go to KennyJBBQ.com for your catering menu.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ah, yes. Another Cougar show in the books. Big thanks to Danny Ainge. What's happened?
Scotty's just being Scotty.
Lloyd's speaking.
That's what he does.
You know what? You can say a lot about Lloyd. Lloyd speaks the truth, though. He doesn't lie. He gives you the honest opinion on things.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, give me your honest opinion, Lloyd, on BYU Texas Tech. How does that play out?
Ooh.
Oh, you're jumping right to that game?
Yeah.
Can we get through Texas Tech?
No.
Kansas State?
Kansas State
No.
first, please?
Well, you're calling a Kansas State victory there, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're still sticking with
Yeah,
that?
I am.
I think you're right.
Yeah. I am. I think it's Kansas State. I think that's a tough stadium to play in, and I think that they're starting to heat up.
Which would be a real downer going into
Oh,
that
it would.
BYU.
It would.
I
Well-
mean, it's good. So it's good for Utah. Obviously we want everything for our local teams, so it's very good for Utah. It keeps them in the hunt, but it'll be bad for next weekend's game.
I have very, very selfish hopes and desires for the Big 12.
Yeah.
Very selfish. But it would be really nice to be able to take this entire station because you got two. So, yeah, I'm very selfishly, I want to see Texas Tech lose. And I want a down, bruised, and kind of beaten Texas Tech team for BYU in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
The other thing is they've lost their backup quarterback that was really good and came in against
that beat
University of Utah.
Yeah.
It was really good. And now they go back to Morton. I don't know how healthy Morton is, and I kind of wonder if it's like, hey, Morton, now it's got to be you. Yeah, but I'm only 60%. Well,
toughen up, big fella.
We just lost our second string, so it's you at 60%. We'll see. Kansas State could get to him. Kansas State could bruise him up. But personally, I just want to see the easiest path to Arlington.
So would you be willing to sacrifice a crazy atmosphere in Lubbock, probably game day out there, previewing BYU if it meant Kansas State wins?
I would sign that contract right now.
I would too, actually. Because you know what? We talk about selfish. What do we all want? A BYU Utah Big 12 championship game.
But so just think about this. This weekend could flip everything on its head.
Yep.
Texas Tech lose to Kansas State. Utah beat Cincinnati. Everything's flipped on its head.
Yep.
Because BYU is going to beat Cincinnati. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I like BYU's matchup against Cincinnati. So if Utah takes care of business and BYU takes care of business, Cincinnati's out of the picture. Texas Tech loses to Kansas State. That's two losses.
Yep.
BYU could give them their third.
Then they're out.
It's not as crazy as people think it might be.
Yeah. No.
Now, Houston's the wild card because Houston doesn't have a lot of tough games in front of them. They got one loss. So Houston could be a tough one. But Houston has to play TCU, right?
Yeah. I can't remember. They still do have TCU, but I'm not exactly sure who else they have left.
Sorry, I put my 4-game roster away.
All right, so they've got West Virginia this week. Then they're at Central Florida. Then they get TCU at home, and then they're at Baylor.
Hey, those aren't two guaranteed.
No, that's not a guaranteed 3-1 finish there. They could go 2-2 in that stretch.
So BYU, rest up.
Let's go.
Let the dog lick the wounds.
Yep.
Because they've got aggressive saliva.
Let that cat nurse those wounds and those tears.
Yeah. And then Right? Are you talking about my old cat?
Yeah.
The hickey maker.
Yeah.
The healer.
The healer.
The healer.
All right, 2:58. JJ Alex coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open, now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to your Wednesday. Thanks for being a part of the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, Alex Annapolis, our producer. Welcome to your Wednesday. As you get ready for Week 10 of college football, what are the things that are the most intriguing about? Actually, let me ask you this, JJ. What's the most shocking thing that has happened at a national level this year in college football?
The most shocking?
Most shocking thing that's happened at a national level.
Probably the Brian Kelly saga
football
that's playing out right now.
Really?
Did you think he was going to be fired midseason? LSU was a top 10 team.
Yeah.
You think about it in that context, that's incredibly shocking. So, I mean, he's a piece of crap. He's a terrible human being. We all know that. But as long as you're winning, nobody cares, right?
You should have seen our producer Alex's face when you said that. There's this part of him in the wind. Am I supposed to dump that?
He's a well-documented bad human being. Even his former players say he's a terrible person. He just wins. He won at Notre Dame. He's been winning at LSU.
Brian Kelly, his next interview. Were you a giant piece of crap? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I used to be a piece of crap. Not anymore.
You're not anymore? No. What does that mean you used to be? Well, sloppy steaks.
Yeah.
Sloppy steaks, white linen pants. Oh, yeah, listen.
Do you have another one that tops that? I'm trying to think of something more shocking.
I think that
Indiana being number 2 in the country
Indiana being
is
number
shocking.
2. I think the fact that Vanderbilt,
Their
by
win
the
in
way,
Autzen, Penn State's collapse.
Oh, I think the Penn State collapse and the firing of James Franklin is actually more shocking than the Brian Kelly one. Penn State was number 4 3 games into the season. Penn State was in the national semifinal last year. Penn State, well, I won't go there. Didn't fire coaches when they should have. Right?
I mean, they covered up the biggest scandal in probably our country's history.
It's not related, and yet pretty hard not
it's
to.
It's part of their past. They can't run away from it.
Yeah, and I think that part of you can't go, and I'm not like I'm trying to saddle Penn State with something that they haven't already had to hear a bunch over the past couple decades, but James Franklin is a well-documented, like, his players freaking love him.
Not a piece of crap.
And his recruits.
By all accounts, a great man.
Right, and his recruits go to Penn State because of him. And then they end up, and you know what he does? Cheers those freaking guys on forever. So that's the thing is when a guy leaves, how many people came out of the woodwork to praise Brian Kelly? I don't think we've seen one.
Not one soul.
When James Franklin did, it's people coming out of the woodwork.
Parsons.
Yeah, they're coming out of the woodwork and they're saying, here's what made James Franklin special for me. It was like eulogizing the guy.
Right.
So from that perspective, the coaching thing, yeah, Indiana being number 2, I would dare say that Vanderbilt, according to odds makers, having a 62% chance of making the college football playoff. Wake me up. Go back in time and tell 2021 JJ and Alex that Diego Pavia, you're like the kid from New Mexico?
Right.
Would be leading Vanderbilt after getting an extra year of football because he told the NCAA to stuff it. He doesn't care about the time that he played the junior college level. He needs to be able to play this level. That he was going to lead Vanderbilt. If Vanderbilt makes the college football playoff, that would be the stunner of all stunners in my lifetime of college football, I think. Indiana did it last year, right? And so you kind of go, if they do it again this year, you're going, well, then it's not fake. So for me, those are the shocking national ones. Maybe I'm missing on any of them. Maybe it's that all the names, we did it again to ourselves. All the names that we threw out there for the Heisman Trophy at the beginning of the year, flush them all down the toilet. Not one of them has worked out. Drew Aller, may he rest.
Yeah, Arch Manning's probably been a biggest shock as not having the impact that everyone thought he was going to have.
That actually probably was the biggest flop, right?
As far as who were the Heisman Trophy frontrunners? Klubnik,
Aller,
and Manning.
Klubnik, Manning.
All
who else?
Well below expectations.
Who's the guy? Nussmeier.
Yeah.
Right? And now look at the list. Everyone was like, I don't even know if Ty Simpson's even going to start at Alabama. He's second best odds. Best odds in the entire country, just like you had Fernando Mendoza. Of course. And then guess what? He looks like his twin brother, but he's not. Alberto Mendoza is the backup, and he looks the exact same, and he'll probably just pick up where his brother left off. So those are your top two Heisman. By the way, not to – like if you have 20,000-to-1 odds in the Heisman race and you're listed like 17th, like slow your roll because the last like 5 guys are 1 in 20,000.
Right.
But one of those guys is Bear Bachmeier. Isn't that funny?
And you know what?
Bear Bachmeier's on the list.
Where's Bear rank on the stories?
He's now
the top story in all of college football.
All of college football.
This is the top 10 team in the country right now.
It is. All of college football, I don't know if it cracks the interest level necessarily.
Absolutely should.
I get it.
Gus Johnson just did a little bit with them.
Why did Gus
He's
have
getting
to,
national
Why
attention.
was Gus wearing that outfit? Was he a beat boy? Was he a b-boy? Was he going to dance?
Nothing like a 70-year-old guy dressing up like a 25-year-old guy.
In a tracksuit.
Love it.
I think I sold that exact outfit to somebody when I was working at Champs in the late 90s.
Oh, man.
At the mall. So
hey, everything comes back.
All right.
Just hold on
to
it
So
for a while.
Bachmeier, from a national level, from a national perspective, he's the number one story, right? From a local level.
Oh, 100%.
He's the
Bear
number one
Bachmeier
story.
is the best story of the year in Utah college football. Not even close.
And we still have 4 games left. It's great. Now, one of the wrinkles that's been added, well, we should probably start the show off officially, Alex Annapolis. Is that all right? Do I have your permission? Okay. Let's start the show off officially here. Then we'll get the P's and Q's figured out, and we'll dot the I's and cross the T's. Let's get it going with the cut, and we'll jump in right here officially on the show.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
By far the worst flavor of Lifesaver is the butter rum or the butterscotch or whatever it is.
We can't be friends.
JJ's over here with Lifesavers that my grandma would approve of. May she rest.
That's what it does. It reminds me of grandma's.
It's not Werther's, but it's like in the same category.
It's the butter rum Lifesaver.
Butter rum Lifesaver. Yeah, kids are knocking your door down to be like, "You have any more of those Lifesavers, Mr. Jensen, for Halloween?" I don't think so. Which ones? The light brown.
I'm going to prove you wrong.
Do you have any more of those light brown Lifesavers, sir? What's scotch?
You laugh until you pop it in your mouth.
What's scotch, Mr. Jensen?
What's rum?
What's rum? Well, ask your mom and dad. All right?
They probably don't even know.
Anyway,
It's
terrible candy choice, but God bless you. We're getting to the show.
They were free.
So, Kyle Whittingham, I know this is going to be a shocker to you because one of the wrinkles this year has been the injury report stuff. And I will tell you that the injury report, all the things that go along with it, none of us know how it's actually supposed to be handled. You know why? Because there aren't actually really any clear and specific rules except for that you should list guys if they're going to be on it. Now, I asked you this last week when I was like, remember when they listed Devin Dampier as probable, and then on Saturday they went, nope.
Game time decision.
Yeah, but listed as probable, and then they go, all right, now he's not going to play. If you do that in the NFL, you kind of get hosed. You got to be a little bit more specific. You have to say questionable. You can't say probable and then not play him. You can't do it. You can't list him as out after being probable. You have to have a little bit more of a and look, the spirit in which this is intended is actually the wrong spirit of why we're doing this in the first place. Nobody likes the fact that gambling has had such an impact on the sport that we're catering to gamblers with these injury reports. However, everybody has these same things that they have to live by now. And the Big 12 is really funny because they're having this conversation right now about like, hey, So what are you doing in your injury report? What do you say in your injury report? Well, now Brett McMurphy. Oh man, I love this so much. Sorry, I have to crack a smile while I'm saying this. Brett McMurphy pulled some anonymous athletic directors, and then we start to guess.
Do you think you know who this athletic director might be?
I don't know. Honestly, you can really say, oh no, for sure, it's this person, it's that person. The natural instinct is to go, oh, an anonymous AD calling out Utah, got to be Brian Santiago. Now, is Brian Santiago an insane competitor? Yes. Is Mark Harlan an insane competitor? I think so. We could probably put him in that category. I don't think that it necessarily has to be Brian Santiago. I think there are a lot of athletic directors who are trying to live the letter of what the NCAA and the Brett Yormark, this is a conference deal.
Yes.
What the conference is saying to do with these availability reports. But here's the anonymous AD calling out Coach Whittingham. Whittingham has done it multiple times this year. If you're actually taking the sanctity of these availability reports that you as a conference have installed, you should take them more seriously. There should be some sort of repercussion. He's outright lying and manipulating reports. That's ridiculous. Can I quote you on that? No. Just put me down as Craig. Just put me down as anonymous. Now, I don't know. I don't know if it's being disingenuous. I love the word sanctity in an availability report. Like, settle down a little bit.
Jeez.
That's a bit much. But do you think that Kyle Whittingham is? We knew that they were going to try to go along. This is the first go at it. This is the first draft of trying to figure this out. They might make coaches be a little bit more succinct in how they do this, and a little bit more like, hey, this is how you actually have to do it. Did Kyle Whittingham put that Lander Barton was considered out for the first half on the availability report? And we all knew, of course, he had to sit out for one half. More than an injury, we know what he was out for. Like, that was a little bit of a blank you to the conference, right? Or at least to the other coaches. So is he manipulating these reports? Is he just going by the fact that this is a weird thing that we have to do, and I'm not really a fan of doing it, so here's your little list, and I'll just go along with it?
I'll answer your question by saying he's giving the league the bare minimum he has to stay out of trouble, because he's a ultra competitor and he's not going to give out any information he doesn't have to. So is he giving everybody everything? Of course not. He was never going to. Is he kind of making light of it by doing this way? Sure, why not? I know he hates it. It's just another thing he's got to do. But let me ask this question to everybody listening. Do you care about the injury report? Does it matter to you? Do you need to know whether Devin Dampier is questionable or probable or not playing at all for Saturday's game? Does that impact your choice to buy a ticket or to sell your tickets? Does it matter to you? Us in the media, does it matter to us? Do we really? We've gone without injury reports covering college football in my entire time here. Has it ever been a big deal? Let me just share that the only big deal it is when we're evaluating performance and we're evaluating the current state of a program. It helps us make a fair and accurate evaluation with the more information that we know. So, case in point, Texas Tech game. Did Devin Dampier play good against Texas Tech? No, not at all. It was extremely disappointing. So you're left to criticize the poor performance. Where was the run game that he's known for? How come his passes were short? Knowing that he had a injured ankle changes how you evaluate that performance. Oh, sure. He's injured. What a gutsy performance. He went out there and gave it the best he could. It wasn't good enough, but of course it wasn't. He was injured. Outside of that, I don't care. I want to come here on the radio and be accurate about what we're evaluating and saying, but ultimately that's it. I don't care about their injury report. It's the only people that really care are the people that are gambling on the games, and that's not good. So if people are getting screwed over by injury situations because you're gambling, you're kind of asking for that. I don't feel bad for you at all. I'm sorry, I don't. That's the risk you take by throwing cash down on a game. The whole thing's unpredictable. You don't know what's going to happen, and that's why it's such a dang rush, and that's why you love it. You don't know. That's why it's such a high and such a low. Such a high when you win and such a low when you lose. So I don't care about what information people get for their gambling. I'm sorry. So ultimately, this stuff is just kind of ridiculous to me.
That's what That's what the athletic director, the unnamed athletic director, is like. He screwed me so many times on that.
Unless the athletic director was betting on the game.
That's what I'm saying. No way.
Did you bet on Colorado to cover on Saturday? Did you not know that they were going to roll out a healthy quarterback when you thought Dampier was hurt?
Curse you, Whittingham.
If Dampier played, we would have covered, and I would have made some cash.
The bookie shows up.
Right. The Colorado AD's got a really tough explanation.
Ridiculous.
He's got to give it to his wife. Look, I don't care ultimately outside of the things I mentioned, and those are minor things. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm fine with Kyle Whittingham just being like giving it a middle finger. I don't care. I get why he would. Put yourself in his position. It's just another thing he's got to worry about. He doesn't want you to have any more information than you already have because he's trying to win. And here's the honest truth. Football's not an honest game. Is there any sport that's honest?
I do think it's
funny. Literally these coaches have spent millions of dollars to come up with a scheme.
Right.
If you come up with a scheme in business, you're a criminal. Right? Like these coaches, they work hard to create deception, to hide things, to make things unavailable to the other team in order to give them a competitive advantage. So, of course, he's going to try to keep a competitive advantage here. And, of course, he's going to do as little as he can to help these injury report situations. And unless the conference is going to put some teeth into this, he's going to continue to do it. And, listener, do you care? Utah fan, do you care?
So, here's the here are the participation status categories according to the Big 12. Okay. It says the participation status goes like this. So what does out mean? 0% chance they're going to play, right? Doubtful means it's a 25% chance that they'll play. Questionable is a 50% chance that they'd play. So 50. This is according to what the leagues. I'm looking at their website in the report at the reporting home, and it's a PDF of 5 pages of how this policy works. Okay. Probable means a 75% chance that they would play, and then available 100% chance they're going to dress and they're going to be able to play. Game time decision is one that happens. That's the 90 minutes before. So you either have available game time decision or out. Those are the only 3 you can pick on game day of those deals. So they have to submit these. Here's the act in good faith part of the of the PDF that I think the word sanctity was probably used a little bit too. If the word sanctity is used, does that automatically make it a BYU guy?
Sanctity and gambling in the same situation.
Does that make it a BYU athletic director if they use the word sanctity? Okay, I'm just wondering. Act in good faith. So here's what it says. Institutional personnel are required to comply with this policy in good faith. Actions designed to conceal a student-athlete's actual participation status for strategic or competitive purposes are not allowed. Gray area at the very least. That, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, conduct that could be interpreted as misleading or causing confusion about an athlete's participation status is also not permitted. And then they ask you to avoid inconsistent public comments. Institutional staff, coaches, athletic trainers, sports information personnel, etc., must not publicly comment on a student's availability in ways that contradict the availability report. Yeah, no, he should be good to go. He's listed as questionable, right? Listed as out. Oh, I hope he's playing. He's been practicing this week. Excuse you? So they don't
have to disclose whether somebody's practicing.
I know.
Or not.
Here's the enforcement part. The conference office holds the authority to investigate potential violations of this policy. This includes, but is not limited to, engaging with relevant institutional personnel and student athletes, as well as reviewing pertinent practice footage. They'll go back and look. He was limping. He was in a boot all week. I got it on film right here. Could you imagine? Coach Whittingham, submit your practices this week on film. What? Yeah, we want to see what happened. I want to see what type of participation Devin Dampier had. That's the type of power the conference does have. They want to make sure. The thing is that submitting that deal, as they said, they need to figure out what the line actually is. Because saying it needs to be in good faith means that they're asking you to be kind of on your scout's honor, right? That you're doing it with the right intentions, okay? And if they're listed as out, they can't play. If they're listed as probable and they don't play, we may have I don't know. I mean, things can happen, right? That's what you say as coaches. Yeah, some things came up. We didn't like how it looked. We thought he was going to play, and then he didn't. You know? So it's just funny. It's just another dumb thing that we're getting involved with the world of following college football, right? Like,
the closer that college football gets to pro sports and the more that gambling is embraced and involved in the game. By the way, student athletes can now bet on games. Is that correct? Can we talk about that?
NCAA, you can. There's some guidelines on pro sports betting.
There you go.
That the NCAA is allowing.
So as long as those things continue to go in the direction they're going, then that's kind of where we're at with this, and you have to embrace that. Now, I'll mention the NFL handles this all the time and has been for a long time because it's very important to the NFL and the integrity of the game that they have. They are very transparent with injuries because of the gambling situation with the NFL that has existed for a long time, and that's why those policies are in place. But even this week, like the Ravens are in trouble with Lamar Jackson's situation with practicing, et cetera, and not being forthright with information. So it's even happening at the NFL level where these coaches are trying to prevent that information from getting out. So the only way to drop the hammer is fines, financial.
Right.
So if the Big 12 is really serious about this and it matters to them that much, they're going to have no choice but to fine a coach like Kyle Whittingham who's not coming forth with accurate information. That's what the league.
Yeah.
If the league wants to enforce this, they really have to enforce it.
Right.
They got to put some teeth behind it. They're going to have to start fining coaches and schools.
Yeah, but he's also going to be able to say, and I think Kyle Whittingham would be well within his right to go, no, I played your game. I played along.
And as long as he checks the boxes of everything that they require, then that's exactly how it'll be.
Now, there are guys like Kyle Whittingham who are going to say, all right, well, what do I actually have to do? Where's that line there? You know?
They towed that line on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Was technically Devin Dampier available? Yes, he was dressed on the sidelines. He's warmed up before the game. He did.
Remember when
they followed every protocol.
Remember at Wazoo last year? I mean, that about sent everyone through the dadgum roof on the broadcasting side of things.
Oh, in 2022?
Was it 22 or 23?
Oh, yeah. No, that was Cam Rising.
Cam Rising at Wazoo.
Yeah, it was.
He's out there throwing the ball, and everyone's like, okay.
Even the Fox broadcast crew thought Cam Rising starting. All of a sudden, you go out there, they pull the camera in the huddle, and all of a sudden the offensive linemen go up to the line, and you're like, that's not Cam Rising, that's Bryson
Barnes. They show Cam Rising on the sideline. Hey, warmed up. Oh.
Cam didn't play a second in that game.
Nope. We wouldn't go into.
Fox was furious. They were furious.
Did he do the same thing against Florida? It was stark in the Washington State game because he was out there. He trotted out there with 20 minutes before the game.
Yeah, that was bad. It was egregious.
And he starts throwing the ball around, and he goes, easy go.
It was so bad that their broadcast partner did not have the information.
Yes.
And you don't tick off your broadcast partner.
They were like, And it was funny to listen to.
Checks.
Who's the Fox guy that does it? Papadakis?
Yep.
And he's like, I'm going to be honest, we were told something totally different. You know, and you're like, all right. So this isn't that. Kyle Whittingham's having to be a little bit more transparent than that. But guess what? That you could still technically get away with. And what were you going to do? Find him? No, all you do is walk by him and go, thanks a lot, dude. Like, we're trying to put a broadcast together. And he goes, don't care. What was your name again? I don't know who you are. You will get that. So,
but that's certainly, as you can see, if you're a gambler, that's information that you really want to have. But other than that, it's not life or death for anybody. It's not a big deal.
Hey, anonymous athletic director, get some guts and put your friggin' name on it.
No way. Speaking of withholding information,
I know.
Isn't it fun? Isn't it ironic that an athletic director is criticizing Kyle Whittingham for withholding information, and then the athletic director withholds his name from the report?
Well, here's my question.
That's
like, just
that's so
do
thick.
the math. Do the math.
That's so thick.
The anonymous athletic director what are the odds that it is the Baylor athletic director? Just do the math at it. They haven't played Baylor yet? Yeah, so that's why. Yeah, see, the
Houston athletic director just can't believe this. He's had enough.
Other teams that neither team is
playing. It's time to put your foot down on Utah.
Kansas State shows up. How dare you, coach? You guys aren't even playing us this year.
Why are you letting the Utes get away with this?
Oh, my gosh. All right. This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth. For all your trusted local needs in retirement, it is TrajanWealth.com. Let's come back, and we will take a break. I think today's a Win Ticket Wednesday, isn't it? You know what that means? We've got stuff to give away on a Win Ticket Wednesday you don't want to miss out on. We've got all sorts of fun to have. And let's get in next, talking a little bit about this Mammoth hockey team who last night hit the ice and finally ran into a little bit of a wall there after period one. We'll talk about that and much more. The more important thing, though, is how long are you signing up those young kids to be part of your team? Logan Cooley, a record signing for the young kid. He's going to be in Utah for a long time. We'll talk about that next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Not too much crash activity at the moment, but there is one westbound on the 201 highway approaching the I-215 West Belt. It's over on the right shoulder. Southbound I-15 slowing already in place from Murray to Midville to kick off the afternoon drive. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Nepolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! The wins just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Are you tired of racing to the finish line only to realize the checkered flag is moving every time you get close? Finding the right job feels exactly like that. But with Express Employment Professionals, you'll fly through the track into your next job and never pay a fee. With more than 870 locations across the country, there's always an Express Employment office in your area. Get started today at expresspros.com or locate one of our offices to apply in person. That's www.expresspros.com, expresspros.com.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees.
No one knows
commercials ram like Doug.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake gives praise to the depth in the wide receiver room for BYU.
No, they're both really talented, and they run great routes. And when I say that, I know a lot of attention goes to Chase and to Parker, but we have punch 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 too, and that's not even including Carson and the tight ends. And so we feel good about the entire group, and we know that sometimes teams are going to try to take away Chase and Parker, and what a great time for possibly JoJo to return. You know, Cody Hagan can play too, and we have a bunch of guys that can play, so we're feeling really good about the entire group.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Hot and Cold's next. Big money for Logan Cooley next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tough matchup for the Mammoth here tonight, but Gunther steps in, left the puck behind him, pass across, Cooley shoots and scores! The kids came to play! Logan Cooley up top, Bouchard. This way, Wallman, left circle. He shoots, kicked away, and they score. And it's Leon Draisaitl. Out ahead comes McDavid, and he shoots and scores into the empty net. Connor McDavid gets his second goal of the game, his third of the year, an empty netter to make it 6-3.
You're locked into JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being a part of the program. Now, here's what we've got. Hot and cold, of course. Today brought to you by the good folks of Enbridge Gas. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. Get it done today. Hot and cold. I will not say that this is a cold team, the Utah Mammoth, yet. They lost one game after winning 7 in a row. Felt like they hit that wall, JJ. Like, man, this has been a good run. There was a moment in last night's game. That first period was phenomenal. Well, they get a goal. They get a fantastic goal from Logan Cooley, who showed some amazing patience and really cleaning up. What ended up being kind of a miscue by Gunther, and Gunther still was able to get that nice pass off. Cooley waited to the right moment, put that thing top right shelf. Beautiful goal. J.J. Peterka on a phenomenal pressure situation from the defense, pushing that puck away. Peterka gets up the ice, top left shelf. It was as good as it gets. And then they just played solid defense against a couple of the best hockey players in the world, and Leon Draisaitl and Connor McDavid, who ended up putting their stamp on the game by the end of it because they got 5 goals, the Oilers did, in just the second period, adding an empty netter by McDavid at the end. You had Draisaitl with 3 points last night. You had Connor McDavid with a couple goals. He's only had 3 on the season. 2 of them came last night. Now, that's a team that's gone to the Western Conference Finals and won it the past 2 years, JJ.
Yeah, they've been in the Cup the last 2 years.
They've been in the Stanley Cup Final the last 2 years. They have a couple of the best players in the world.
2 of the top 5.
They're at their barn. Those are kind of things that happen to add up to be a loss for your team. This team's 8-3. Fine. The big win of the day has nothing to do with anything on the ice. It has to do with Logan Cooley and the extension, of course, that he inked today. 8 years, $10 million per. Not a bad way to get things started if you're 20-ish. Is he 21 yet?
He is.
21. He just turned 21. Drinks on him tonight. Okay, team? Logan Cooley today at the press conference. It was rolled out at the practice facility, and SEG, Ryan Smith, talking about this kid. Anytime that this hockey club or anytime this hockey team gets talked about the way that they do by Ryan Smith, and SEG goes after it, and they talk about the type of commitment. It's one thing to say that you're committed. It's another to be sitting at a facility that you have purpose-built for them and customized for them, and be sitting with one of them who you expect to be part of the future, and signing over $80 million to a kid because he's worth every dang penny of it. Here's what Logan Cooley said about the contract extension that he got today: $8 million times 10. Not a bad way to get things going.
I'd like to thank Bill, Bear, Luds, Chris for everything you guys have done for me. And, I love it here. It's, the best time I've had playing hockey. The fans, the facilities we have are second to none. And, I think just the team we have with Gunther, Keller, Sergey, the core we have here, it's a special group. And I'm excited to add to that. And, I think the way we're playing and the team we have, we're going to be a dangerous team to stop.
Don't go by just off of the sound of his voice. He's excited. All right. When you watch Logan Cooley score goals and then they go over to the side and they show him, it looks like someone just took his lunch. He scores a goal and he goes over and just goes, cool. I mean, that guy has got ice in the veins. And he looks every bit of only the 21 years old that he is, by the way. Looks like he can barely grow a mustache. And when he gets on the ice, he looks like here's the thing. When you watch Connor McDavid play, there's a stark difference of other people skating around him, right? He has this black hole quality to him where the gravity of the whole ice just kind of gets sucked toward him.
You saw last night.
And
that goal he scored.
And Logan Cooley is the same way. He's not as big, obviously, as a guy like Connor McDavid.
But he's faster.
He is like my kids can see number 92 before they see the 92 on the jersey. You know what I mean? They see him flying up the ice. No one has that speed. And so you're paying for elite scoring ability, which he's already shown young in his career, and then this year has just been phenomenal. Added a couple more last night. They didn't get the win, but they're 8-3 on the season, and it's a great way to start things off here. I think everybody has this thought in their head like, hey, look, had a bad night on the defensive end for those last 2 periods, for certainly the second period. I'm not worried about that. What you're worried about is how long can you keep a team and a core together that's going to win long term? Logan Cooley is a huge part of that. How much did they sign up for Dylan Gunther on his extension? 8 years also?
Similar number, yes.
7 years, 8 years? You're talking about guys, you've signed them up for the prime of their career.
He's 8 year, $57.14 million.
You've signed them up for the prime of their careers.
Dylan Gunther might be the best deal in hockey. My gosh.
Here's the thing. All these deals. An 8-year deal at 10
7.14 average annual value.
And you know what's funny is that 7.1 was an insane number 4 or 5 years ago. You would never, are you kidding? We're getting to that point? Like Ovechkin, I think at one point got 11 or 12 or 13 million. Some of the highest paid guys in the league are going to get 10, 11, 12. And that's insane, right? But getting $8 million per for the next, or $10 million per for the next 8 years is huge because you're going to get Logan Cooley all the way up till he's 29 at least. And I bet you're going to see him play his freaking guts out, and he's going to be playing awesome. And then you're going to see him get re-upped again when he's 25 and a half. Right? That's how this works. You know why? Because in 3 or 4 years, $8 million a year is going to look really like a bargain like crazy for a guy who's playing well. That's how these work. It works like that in every sport. And if his agent's worth anything, he'll come to him and go, hey, look, the market value for a guy like this now is actually X. Right? And you know what? If he's good and if he's part of this team and if he's a phenomenal teammate on top of being a guy who's going to be a good goal scorer and an awesome player on this team and an all-star level guy, then pay him. I'm already saying re-up his next one. That's how far down the line I've gotten. So a tremendous ad, I think, for this team. And if you're following the Mammoth at all and you're watching what makes this team special, he's a huge part of that. That top line for this team is unbelievable right now at the age that they are. So is this going to be the year they get into the playoffs? Maybe. But you can guarantee when you sign up a guy like him that you're giving yourself a way better shot in the future for being able to punch your ticket as well. That's why they do it.
The Utah Mammoth now have a core locked in long-term that will allow them to compete for a Stanley Cup championship. That's how talented these young guys are. And then you add in to the mix everybody else that's involved, and you got a team that's on the rise. And it's not just us who follow it every day that are noticing that. So a lot of national writers and national media members who cover the NHL are taking notice of the Utah Mammoth and realizing that this is a problem for the entire league. This is a team that's going to be competing for a long, long time together. And it just feels like eventually they're going to be able to break through. And it's apples and oranges, but I want to bring this up because it gives you some insight on where this team is and why fans of the Utah Mammoth should be so excited. In the same building, you have the Utah Jazz. Now, the Utah Jazz are obviously in a rebuild. There's a lot of young talent on that team, but do you know anything about the young talent? Do you have any reference point that would say that the Jazz have the pieces in place that they would need to eventually make a Stanley Cup run, an NBA championship run? No, we have no idea. In fact, I would say quite the other direction is I think there's still a feeling like, no, they don't have it, and that's why they need to go in the lottery again and try to get that player still. You have the complete opposite feeling with the Mammoth. You know, based on the results that we've seen on the ice so far this season with these young guys together, that this is something special. You can see it, you can feel it, and it's showing in the results. It's showing in the standings. I don't think any of us expected the Mammoth to be this good early on. We expected them to be in the mix, but did you expect them to lead the NHL in points nearly a month into the season?
No.
Of course not.
No.
So they're ahead of schedule. And to see this today, that was one of the biggest concerns we had. What did we ask Bill Armstrong when he was in here in the studio? We had to ask him about the Cooley contract situation. It was like this little tiny cloud in a very sunny sky that was over this franchise, and now that's completely gone. What's holding this franchise back from making a run to a Stanley Cup? Probably not this year. But pretty soon. And the entire league is noticing that they are going to be in a position to compete because the word is out that this new ownership group is serious and that they're going to give this franchise everything they need to be able to compete. And they're going to take care of these guys on the roster.
How do you think this would have gone?
And they proved it. Ryan and Ashley backed it up with their cash this morning. They're going to do everything they can to bring a Stanley Cup to this town, and they're backing it up with their money. They're backing it up with their actions, and that's exactly what happened this morning.
How do you think this would have gone over when Cooley's agent and he would have sat down with the Morellos?
Never would have happened. You know what Morello would have told Bill Armstrong? You know what Morello would have told Bill Armstrong?
We can't afford that.
You're going to have to
trade him.
You're going to have to trade Logan Cooley.
What could we get in return for him?
Can you imagine what that must be like
That'd
for Bill Armstrong? Awful. And fortunately for him, he doesn't have to deal with that. You draft and you develop a talent like Logan Cooley, and your owner says, "Yeah, I'm not paying $10 million a year for this kid for the next 8 years." Trade him. Get us some draft picks. Oh, my gosh. Back to my point about Ryan and Ashley Smith saying, no. Those days are over. We want a cup. We're all in. Logan Cooley sees it. That's as close as you're going to get to a smile from Logan Cooley ever than what you saw this morning. He knows.
How do you think he was feeling on that flight last night? They're like, guys, we lost. Everybody, when you're on the bus when you're coming home from a loss and the coach is like, hey, shut up, everybody. Don't talk.
That was awful. I got to go to bed early tonight. Go sign my
Cooley's like,
my
you guys,
$80 million contract.
He's flying and he's getting texts and he's like looking at the guys and he's going, I can spend a lot of time with these dudes.
Yeah.
I get to spend a lot of time with these guys. And I hope we can win a lot of games. That's what I think he's saying. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you sign up for something like this. Anyway, all right. Good for him. There's your hot and cold segment. Logan Cooley's definitely hot right now. The Mammoth are still, even after the loss last night at Edmonton, they come back again, and they've got themselves do they have a Sunday night matchup over here at Delta Center?
Sunday afternoon, the Lightning.
Sunday afternoon. So that's going to be a fun one. And I think the Lightning come to town. Yeah, like you said, the Lightning, they're pretty darn good, but we'll see. I don't know where they're at this season in the East, but whenever the Lightning come to town, that's one of those teams that Bear always says,
he has a lot of respect for them.
We model kind of how we do things, or we see what they do, and we like what they do.
The Lightning, by the way, just 10 points. They're 4-4-2.
Which is basically what Edmonton was last night, right?
Correct.
So
don't look into that too
yeah.
much. It's going to be a battle.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. I've got a Would You Rather on a Wednesday edition of the program. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Exhausted with applying for jobs online and never hearing back? You're in luck. With Express Employment Professionals, experts in your community are dedicated to helping you find a job. With more than 870 locations, there's always an office in your area. The best part, once Express Employment Professionals has your information, you'll be the first to hear about new opportunities that match your skills. Start by finding a location at expresspros.com and contact your local office today. That's www.expresspros.com, expresspros.com.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about what makes Cincinnati such a dangerous team.
Red zone touchdown percentage is over 70%. Balanced, as you say, nearly 200 yards rushing and about 280 or 90 throwing, scoring nearly 40 points a week, and they can hurt you different ways. And maybe the biggest RPO team that we faced as well. They really lean heavily on the RPOs. And so Coach Scally and the defense has their work cut out for them, but I got no doubt that we'll have a good plan, and it's just a matter of going out and executing.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. I was looking at one of these renderings, JJ.
Oh, you found some renderings.
3D renderings.
Ooh. Whose 3D renderings were
Remember
these?
back when 3D meant something? Like, we would say 3D and be like, oh. And then
do I need to put my glasses on?
Whatever the 3D thing was, sucked. When every movie was in 3D, well, the movie's in 3D.
Remember when ESPN
you're wearing
had a
blue
3D?
and you're like, this movie's going to be great. How do I know? I'm wearing a blue and a red lens over my eyes. It's going to make my experience go great. And the things that come out of the screen, like, I mean.
Do you remember ESPN 3D?
No, I do not.
You don't?
No.
Yeah.
I think I probably put it out of my head. But, okay.
Remember when they tried to make the new big screen TVs like to make 3D a thing with these TVs?
All right, now that I'm understanding because my in-laws.
Like 12 years. It's like 15 years.
It wasn't
ago.
that long ago. It was basically like the TV's version of Laserdisc, where it was like these giant DVDs are going to be awesome, and like people bought it way too early. We had a Laserdisc. And my dad, I think
if you had Laserdisc back when Laserdisc came out, you were rich.
It was like the kids with these big old laser discs, and you're like, what do you have? What do you have on it? Okay, we had Rattle and Hum, the U2 on tour, Rattle and Hum.
Probably paid $30 for it.
I don't know what, and I watched it multiple times because we had the player, and we got rid of it after 2 years because it was like that's not a thing. What was there? Blu-ray, and what was the other one? Purple Town. There was there was Blu-ray. And it was there were two types of DVDs. There was like a Blu-ray one and then like an ultraviolet or something like that, right? Wasn't there and Blu-ray won out. It was like basically like a beta versus VHS kind of a battle.
Yeah.
And anybody like yourself who's in TV goes, well, beta's actually way better.
We use beta in TV, not VHS.
It's higher quality.
Oh, 100% was.
From an at-home perspective, the smaller VCR was more important.
Laserdisc goes way back to the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, that's okay.
And they blew away VHS,
okay,
but
so my
the DVD beat it out because it was cheaper.
My in-laws got sucked into an RC Willey 3D TV that was massive.
Oh, man.
And you had to have the glass, and the glasses were like $80 a piece too.
Right, yeah.
They had to have batteries in them.
Yes.
And there were like 9 movies that were 3D, and you'd watch those 9 movies and you'd be like, that's so cool. We may have put those glasses on 5 times. And now that TV is a freaking relic in my in-laws' basement. So no, it didn't last. But all I was thinking was with all those things, right? I saw a rendering. And it was kind of a little bit of an extension of what the Power District was going to look like. And it was a little bit more of I went back and just kind of looked at what Big League Utah is doing. And then I saw also a rendering of what I think, is it Vanderbilt? No, it's one of the teams that kind of a lower team in the SEC was like, they're spending like, basically they're making a mall around their stadium. Sound familiar? Like we've done these kinds of things
that's
before.
the new thing, yeah.
Right? And the whole thing was they're going to make, a shopping district and kind of a whole entertainment district out of the whole thing. I thought, man. So all I could think about is a Major League Baseball team here, an NHL team here, an NBA team here. And then my kid asked me the other day, and it was the first time I didn't actually laugh at him. I wondered. He goes, is there ever going to be a time when the NFL comes to Utah? And I had to really think about it because my thought before always was absolutely not. Not population won't support it. There's not really it's not really that, but the population is getting big. There's one of the few places that still grows.
The lack of corporate structure was always an issue. That was the bigger problem.
Are we getting,
the tech world here changed everything.
That corner? I say we as the state of Utah.
Yes.
Will there ever be an NFL team here in the state of Utah?
You just need the owner.
Don't we already have one? I mean, honestly.
If the Miller Group gets the baseball team, they're pretty full with that.
This gives me my would you rather for the day.
Ryan and Ashley, do they need more sports properties, especially an NFL team?
This gives you my would you rather.
I don't know.
If Ryan and Ashley Smith had to sell the Jazz to somebody else for an NFL team, let's say you be Ashley Smith, I'll be Ryan. Honey, I have an opportunity to buy an NFL team, bring it here to Utah, but I have to sell the Jazz and I have to sell the NHL team.
Which team is it?
What was that, sweetie?
Which team is it?
Which NFL team?
Yeah.
It'd be a new one, expansion.
The NFL's expanding to 33 teams?
Los Pioneers. Well, yeah, because there's going to be another one in...
we need more NFL teams, or are they going to get one that relocates?
They're going to put a second one in London. They're going to put one in London. And then they want another one out west.
What division is the team in London going to be in?
The AFC way east.
The NFC South.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? So, but would it be worth Ryan and Ashley Smith giving up ownership of the hockey club or of the Mammoth and of the Jazz to be able to bring us?
No.
Because they would do it right, though. They'd bring an NFL team here right.
Yeah, but they already had to offload the RSL, all the soccer stuff to. It's too much.
That's what I'm saying.
You spread yourself thin.
That's what I'm saying. You have
the more
to sell them both.
spread thin you are, the harder it is to focus.
But you sell them both, then you can focus on an NFL team.
But now I'm concerned because the Mammoth are in an incredible spot. The Jazz are building.
See?
What happens to those entities if you sell them off?
You get an NFL team and you get owners that are here still. You kind of just hope that they can see that same vision. It's hard. It's hard to imagine
with NFL ownership is it's rarely anymore is it one person because it takes billions to get a team.
Right, which is that could get you a franchise fee. That could get you a franchise fee.
Let me just say this. Utah becoming a 4-sports state would be insane. When I say 4 sports, I don't mean to offend any of the others.
Okay, let's say
4 major North American sports leagues. We know who they are.
You are going to, but you and I are kind of midlife crisis guys right now, okay? Will this happen in our lifetime?
Well, I never thought hockey would, so maybe.
Okay.
I mean, baseball was a pipe dream too, and we might find out here.
In
a little bit more than a year that we have a team.
I already know what it is because it's already been a transient franchise in a city that doesn't freaking care. You know where I'm going? The Salt Lake City Rams coming to town. Alex, you can cheer for them here.
The Chargers would be much more likely than the Rams.
St. Louis would be pissed.
Nobody in Arizona cares about the Cardinals, and we have a lot of success with stealing Arizona teams.
I've thought about that. Don't think I haven't thought about it. All right.
And the Diamondbacks are going to come here too. So.
All right.
Let's just steal them all.
I want you to start working on some renderings for me. Hey, Annapolis, can you get some 3D renderings going for me?
Hey, if you're going to do a 3D rendering, make sure it has a Ferris wheel in it.
That's exactly right.
Every 3D rendering has to have a Ferris wheel.
It's the eye of Salt Lake City. It's never been done before in any city. Okay.
Except every city waterfront that I've visited.
They're always
Seattle, Ferris wheel.
Ferris wheel.
LA, Ferris wheel.
London,
Ferris wheel.
Give me the Ferris wheel. All right. We'll take a break. We got more around the corner. Let's jump in next. We've got some conversations to have about these about this team coming to Salt Lake City this weekend. I don't know a dang thing about Scott Satterfield's team except for his quarterback is absolutely overperforming. Scott Springer covers Cincinnati for the Cincinnati Enquirer, who's going to join us next right here at 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical brings wellness home. What do they also bring to you? Better mobility for a loved one who might need it. Oxygen for that loved one or for yourself. If you get oxygen that comes to your home and you need that for your day-to-day being able to get through things, then guess what? You already know that there's a battle when it comes to the home medical side of things. What about a clean set of the CPAP supplies that you need? CPAP resupply program with Alpine Home Medical, all the things I just mentioned. Everything, plus anything else that could be home medical related. Alpine Home Medical does it better than anybody else, JJ. 17 years in a row, best in the state of Utah. They have brick and mortar locations, but you can also take care of it online. And they will take care of it for you. They work with the insurance companies. You just set it and forget it, and it shows up to your house discreetly, and they're going to take care of you with Alpine Home Medical.
They've been around for 28 years, and you are their number one priority. They want you to know Alpine Home Medical and their staff will always work hard for you and advocate with lawmakers to help their customers receive better Medicare reimbursement and giving you the very best access to medical supplies that you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, their 11 stores are your home for comfort. So when you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that. Best of state experience every single time. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Did you know Medicare plans change from one year to the next? And this year, it's important for you to review your current prescription drug and health coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare plans now at medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE, paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colville, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. We've got some tickets we're going to give away in the next hour here to Brian Regan, who's going to be coming to Delta Center, so don't miss it. I'll give you the moment when you can call. It's not right now. Don't bother Alex, the producer, please. You can now. No, don't call yet. You can bother him, though. I actually would appreciate you bothering him. We've got lots going on in the program. Our show, as always, we're going to kick things off at this hour with the cut, top of the program. Let's get talking some Cincinnati football. The Bearcats, of course, coming to Salt Lake City for the first time ever. Let's get right to it here, and we'll jump in.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and Mitsubishi in the family of the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Give it a shot today. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Scott Springer covers the Cincinnati Bearcats for the Cincinnati Enquirer. Thanks for hanging out with us, Scott. What's going on, man?
Man, we have to talk football. I was calling for those concert tickets.
Hey, listen. Clean comedy hits hard here in Salt Lake City, man.
Hey, Brian Regan's a tough ticket.
Yeah.
These are Brian Regan and your Nate Bargatzes. Those guys always end up adding third and fourth shows because they're like, why am I selling out in Salt Lake so much? Because you don't say the F word that much in your set. Good for you.
Well,
it's good.
You know what? It takes a special kind of clever there. My son just saw Nate Bargatze here in town. I know he's heading that way.
He said, I think he said it this week on game day, right? He goes, I'm making a business decision here. I'm picking BYU for his picks that he had because it was like
always coming
he
here.
knows he always has multiple shows here in Salt Lake. So, Scott, be honest with us. How much did you guys see it coming here with Scott Satterfield figuring things out with these guys? Look, talent has never been really an issue at Cincinnati. It was putting it all together, and, man, it seems like they have. But I think we've all been shocked by what the Bearcats have done this year. Where are you at on that?
Yeah, I mean, preseason I had them at 7 wins, but, you know, they have, 3 to play after 4 total to play. So yeah, they're already at 7. So, you know, we'll see what happens. It's a crazy year in the Big 12, a fair amount of parity, and the biggest difference with this team is in years past, they would lose games that got kind of close or things would go wrong. They actually had so many games where they outgained the opponent and managed to lose. And for instance, the last game against Baylor, they took off from them, and then next thing you know, Baylor's within a touchdown, and then the score ends up 41-20. Iowa State, they blew the doors off in the first half, but Iowa State came back on them. Still, Cincinnati hung on and won. So they're figuring out ways to win and not ways to lose, which is what was happening in the past, and they're not making mistakes. They're not really turning the ball over. Brendan Sorsby has one interception that came in game one against Nebraska. If that's a touchdown, they're 8-0. And no one would have figured that at all. I think everyone figured improvement and figured bowl game, but to the extent where they are right now, and let's be fair, there's still a lot of football to play yet, but no one would have guessed 7-1 at this point.
We knew Sorsby coming in was talented, but I didn't expect a season like this from him. How has he been different this year compared to the past?
I think it's just a lot of confidence. He comes out and is more and more confident, and the offensive line has protected him. He's only been sacked twice. He takes them out for very expensive steaks every week and keeps them fed and happy, and that's working for him. And you know, when he's able to do some other things and be protected, he actually runs the ball pretty well. He's not really one to take the slide. He's a fairly aggressive runner. And, you know, just more talent surrounding them. The receivers a little bit better, a little bit faster, and all those things. You know, when they came into the league 2 years ago, a lot of people said they didn't really look the part, the Big 12 part, necessarily, you know, frame size, speed-wise, and all that. So with personnel, and you know, to tell you the truth, they probably have more personnel people than the Bengals, and that's certainly showing this year. But they've just put a lot of work into the team, and they all seem to get along. You know, the culture thing, everyone has culture, but it seems to work, and so they're buying into all the stuff that they say in practice, and they get along. They're eating nice steaks and scoring some points.
You know, I think that a lot of people saw. I mean, we've done the Big 12 media days for the past 3 years since BYU got in, and then of course when Utah got in, then our whole market was all in, and you know, we go after and cover these teams extensively. And Scott Satterfield was one of these guys that I think that we looked at every time that the Big 12 media days would come around. I think this last year especially, we were like, man, this guy's got to figure it out, because I don't know how much longer you can be at Cincinnati, get kind of the talent you have. Those people are not that far removed from a college football playoff, and the days that Luke Fickell brought them of, you know, exceptional seasons of football. And I know the Big 12 is different, but what has Coach Satterfield done that's been so different too? Because it seems like he's figured some things out. It's one thing to have your quarterback turn a corner, get, you know, grow up, so to speak, but what has the head coach done for this team?
Well, I think it's the organization, mainly, you know, the personnel department, like I said, having a general manager and so many people that are looking at tape every day of recruits and looking in the transfer portal. They've made some absolute steals in the transfer portal. One of them is linebacker Jake Golday, who's probably going to play in the NFL, and they find him at Central Arkansas. He's a 6'4", 240-pound guy that runs really fast, tackles really hard, and you know, he just wasn't there. One of the receivers, Jeff Caldwell's a big 6'5" guy out of Lindenwood, which is somewhere in Missouri. I've never been there, but he's a target they can throw to. And then they've gotten other guys. Cyrus Allen has been the top receiver. He was at Texas A&M. You know, all these guys are 2 and 3 schools now. It's tough to remember the resumes, but I think Louisiana Tech before that. But they all seem to be happy to be in a Power 4 conference and playing at this level of competition. And then you're right. To be fair, and I've said this, and not everyone buys into it, but Luke Fickell did what he did in the American, and they had a great year in the American. I'm not so sure they would have the same year in the Big 12. Now, they had tremendous players, Desmond Ridder and Sauce Gardner and guys, Jerome Ford. Those guys are in the NFL, or at least trying to be. I just don't think they would have had the same results, because I can remember, you know, even when they had game day in Cincinnati, the last game they played Tulsa. So not knocking Tulsa, but you know, that's not really a game day marquee game, you know, when you're thinking Cincinnati-Tulsa. It really doesn't, you know, push the meter too much. But I think they owed the Bearcats one, and they came and did game day that day. And that was a one-score game. So just a totally different league. The competition between each team, you never know. You can't take anyone lightly. Everyone has players.
Utah's a 10.5-point favorite in this game. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah. I guess yes and no. I don't know. I think the biggest spread they had was the Nebraska game to start the season. But, Utah's awfully tough at home. And, when you rack up all those yards and you throw in another quarterback and he continues to get it done. I mean, what did they allowed Colorado like -18 in the first half, and they had nearly 400. I mean, that one's over. The best thing Primetime could have done was gotten on the bus at that point. But
trust me, he wanted to.
I bet he did. Yeah. And, when you're talking moving through time zones and the travel and all that stuff, injuries, we don't know for sure which one of the quarterbacks is going to go, but I think Dampier or Ficklin, either one is just as good as the other based on one game. I mean, I can't tell you the history of Bird Ficklin, but he's got a cool name and he ran all over the place. And so, I think you're going to see two decent offenses, but Utah also has a pretty tough defense, and we'll see how the Bearcats do with the noise. I will tell you, Arrowhead Stadium was about as loud as I've ever heard. So I know Utah gets loud, but it's going to have to be really, really loud to impress me over that. But so there's the challenge to the Muss from the Low Life Reporter.
Challenge accepted, I'm sure.
Throw it out there.
Yeah.
Listen, our producer Alex will make he'll make a promo out of that immediately, so that the Muss gets the message before the week goes on. I was looking at this too, and I know that Evan Pryor has been. I think people are wondering about what his status is going to be. Obviously, we'll find out a little bit more tonight. But obviously, missing on one of your better players, if you're Scott Satterfield, that's not a good place to be in. What would they be missing without him?
He's a little different runner than Tawi Walker. They've been running both those guys, and they've varied on the starts. Pryor's running style has more spurtability or whatever. He can, elusive. He's kind of the so-called home run hitter, where Walker is the smash mouth, straight ahead guy. And he's had some tremendous hits on people, Walker has. And he's ran the ball, been a steady runner before for Wisconsin. So it won't be anything new for him to get more carries. I'm sure he's probably looking forward to getting more carries. But I don't think Pryor's going to play if you just read between the lines. They already kind of said he's going to be out, at least listed as out. And they're looking at a bye week next week. And they've already said they're looking forward to the following week. So I don't think Pryor's going to play. Be shocked. The guys that would come in his place, a guy named Manny Covey came in against Texas Tech a year ago. Another fast guy, didn't really run the ball for a ton of yards, but he caught 6 passes for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. He had a touchdown called back this year at Kansas on a punt return. So he's a pretty elusive, shifty guy. And then there's another guy, Chance Williams, transferred from Grambling State a couple years ago. He got some carries in the last game. But I think Walker's probably going to get most of the load, but we'll see. It probably depends on what Utah does defensively and what's working for Cincinnati offensively. They've scored a ton of points. Both these teams have scored, over 38 points a game. So I expect it to be high scoring and exciting, and what the people pay for to see things, on ESPN at night.
When people look at Utah, the offensive line really stands out, and for good reason. When you've got 2 tackles that might go in the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft, how does that Cincinnati defensive front match up with Utah's offensive line?
If Dante Corleone is healthy, that certainly helps matters. He's been playing. I don't know that he's been 100% all year. They play a 3-3-5. Now, my guess, and what Satterfield has alluded to, is that they might be stacking the box a little bit more based on the Utah running attack. But Corleone is just it's hard to describe. He's a little bit over 6 foot tall, but 330 some odd pounds, just solid rock, extremely strong. And he gets a great push, doesn't get a ton of sacks. He occupies people, and that allows other guys to come in. But yeah, I think the Bearcats will have their hands full with that offensive line. On the other hand, their offensive line isn't too bad either, because when Sorsby's only been sacked twice, they've done a decent job. And they've actually performed better than last year's offensive line, and 3 of those guys got NFL looks. So it's a strange year. It's a fun year. It's good to see him win because it makes my job easier, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Absolutely. Where does this team, I mean, like with the rest of the schedule matching up, like now that we start to get to the year, and it's funny because we'll do strength of schedule before we even know who these freaking teams are, before the season's out. But by the end of it, Cincinnati's got quite a go here. The last 4 weeks of the season for them, it's going to be a tough road to hoe. But everybody they've got to go through it, and people are dealing with injuries. How do they match up in the next few games here as it starts to stack up? And I know that the good news is you're not a coach who's going to go, we just take it one game at a time. But what does the next 4 games look like for the Bearcats?
Well, you get a week off, so they played 6 straight. So you have a week off before you play Arizona, so that should help heal some guys up. I'd be lying if I told you I knew a ton about Arizona, other than saw their coach at media day and all that, and they're as potent as anyone. The BYU game, I think Cincinnati people would be happy to have that one at home, and they have it at home.
Right.
November 22nd. But as you guys know, cold weather's not going to affect the Cougars, or would it the Utes coming here? It's like you guys have seen your fill of cold and snow and stuff like that. So even if it is a brisk November day or night, that's not going to affect them any. But I think diehard Cincinnati fans would like another shot at BYU. They actually gave them a decent game 2 years ago, and some turnovers cost them that game. And then you go to Fort Worth against TCU. They're always very tough there. So you're right. It's you want to get as many as you can. I think if they were to beat Utah, that would give them a great deal of confidence. But they should in no way get a big head and think that, well, you're just going to sweep the next 3. So it's not right there. But yeah, they definitely need, in my opinion, to at least get another win to get a decent bowl game. But to tell you the truth, they don't think of it that way. I mean, all year long, their goals are listed, and when you walk in the new performance facility that they have, which is immaculate, they list the game goals, and then like number 4 is get to Dallas for the Big 12 championship game. And then, now with the way things are going, you can look at that championship game and you get a shot at the playoff if you get beyond that. So they're thinking that. Whether or not it's justified, I guess we'll find out late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. I know we got an early flight, so it won't be a whole lot of sleep that night.
Certainly not. Just wanted to get your thoughts on the Big 12 race overall. We kind of figured, based on last year, that things would be kind of crazy and wide open, and I think that's exactly what we're getting, especially after Texas Tech got some injuries and lost at Arizona State. How do you view the race right now, and who do you think is going to come out on top?
I know we're talking, if you're Utah people, that you don't like to hear that BYU looks good, but BYU looks good. And it's amazing what the freshman quarterback's doing. So they're certainly the one that you would want to, take a shot at. I think Utah is still very well in it. Arizona State, I wonder with Levitt out, what's going on there, because they've been susceptible without him. I thought Iowa State was a decent team. Whether or not they can get back up into things, I'm not sure. But it seems like the top. Well, Texas Tech, I don't want to forget them. Well, what I worry about is the backup quarterback that had such a great game. I think it was against Utah.
Yeah.
He's out, so I don't know how that affects them. Let's face it, they've got more money. They might have 3 or 4 quarterbacks there waiting.
Great point.
In the wings. They just open the bank vault and bring another one in there. So can't mess with that oil money. It's an immaculate stadium out there, and they're not throwing tortillas anymore. I don't know if that's like kryptonite where you took the tortillas away from them. I'm not sure.
The way they've been talking about the attention the tortillas have gotten has been next level. We haven't talked more about tortillas across this conference than anything else in a long time. So I'm sure Brett Yormark loves spending time talking about the tortillas. It's going to be a fun one, Scott. We're looking forward to it. I'm assuming first trip out for you to be able to see one here at Rice Eccles Stadium?
I've been to the stadium. I've not been to a game. So obviously was at the BYU game 2 years ago, and I've been out to your place for basketball. And I'm coming out tomorrow. One of my sons and his wife actually live in Sandy, so I'll get to see them and check some things out and maybe hit the Red Iguana. That's a great place. I'm giving them a free commercial there.
Well, don't worry. We do it quite enough. I'll give you a tip, though, so you don't have to do the full waiting in line. Right around the corner is Red Iguana 2. Same exact menu.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, same exact menu.
Much shorter wait.
Shorter wait. It's probably, 4 blocks away, JJ? 5 blocks away?
It's odd, but
it's right there. It's a little bit cleaner. Just giving you a little tip and a little bit less of a wait. So Red Iguana 2 right around
I
the corner.
didn't know that. That's an excellent tip.
It's same company, same people. They're pumping out the same
There's
stuff.
so much demand. They had to build a 2 down the street.
Yeah, so it's good. Either way. Well, you look, if you drive by and you see the Red Iguana line is going down North Temple there, then just, head on down and find yourself at the Red Iguana 2. It's fine. If you like the nostalgia and I like to push the door open and it squeaks, it's got all those stickers on it, fine.
Yeah.
If not, you can have a little bit better of a situation.
Well, they're a little short on restrooms in there, too, which, you eat too much of that stuff, that could be an issue.
Oh, you definitely need that access.
Talk about doing a great commercial for Red Iguana. We got you covered. Boom. All right. Scott, we're looking forward to it. And good luck this weekend on your travels and have fun with the family. And then we'll see you on Saturday.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
There you go. Scott Springer, Cincinnati Enquirer. I think that's a guy who probably has, what you're getting with this team. You're not going to be hyperbolic about they're going to win this whole dadgum thing. Every week, I think BYU fans are going through this, right? And Utah fans to an extent where they're like, you're trepidatious in every step of success that you're having.
Nobody in this conference feels secure.
No.
Texas Tech now is shaken because of the quarterback situation that they're going through. Baron Morton should be back for Kansas State. Said he could have played last week if they needed him. But Baron Morton hasn't been lights out either. So I think there's a lot of Red Raider fans that are kind of feeling weird. How do Houston Cougar fans feel?
Oh,
hey, notice us.
There's
hey.
so many programs that
I don't know that there are Houston fans, but if you are one,
they're not used to success.
They don't know how to process 7-1.
And he makes a good point. He's like, look, he said, I've been trying to tell people this. I don't know if Luke Fickell would have had this success in the Big 12. It's not a bad. I mean,
he's not having that success in the Big 10.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Why would it be any different? It's a difficult thing to do to go to Power 4 and win every freaking week. And by the way, man, they want that Nebraska game back, right?
Oh,
Sorsby wants that interception.
He almost made that play in the end zone.
Sorsby wants that interception back. That's crazy. That's the only one he's thrown all year.
They'd be top 10 in the country right now.
For sure. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Don't want to miss any of it. We've got our NFL Blitz next, so stay right here with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual slowdowns in place like southbound I-15 from Murray to Draper and westbound on both 21 North in Lehigh and Pioneer Crossing heading over to Redwood Road. Unusual delays too. Northbound and southbound traffic on Wasatch Boulevard is bogged down between Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Good for Bird. Good for the free bird for getting out there and performing. I mean, right from jump. Now, I don't know if Utah were behind and he's got to throw him back in the game. That might be rough.
That was the big talking point last week on our show. Was I thought there's a real chance that Bird's a better passer than
Dampier.
Mm-hmm. I'm still not sure that isn't the case. That still could be possible. And I do think you saw 4 throws, I would say, that were very legitimate throws. He also started the game 0 of 5 and was thrown behind guys. One of them was a drop, but it was not super promising.
No, but Witt loves a dual threat quarterback for that reason. Yeah. Because he'd rather win running over the other team than he would throwing it all over the yard. I think in Witt's mind, if he's throwing it all over the yard, it's because something went wrong.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about staying focused after a big comeback win like the one they had last week.
Yeah, I think the focus more than anything is just, hey, get these guys focused on what we want to accomplish. It's great to celebrate the wins. I want our guys to experience that and have as much fun with it, but it's now time to go to work. We've had plenty of time to receive praise and pat ourselves on the back. We want to learn from the Iowa State game. Part of staying humble and staying hungry is that we would get hungry and get back on the path to working and make sure that we're getting where we want to be by the time we take the field again.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Be the hero and have ribs and brisket Maybe they do wings too. I don't know. Kenny J's will do whatever you want. Order that, and you'll be a hero at your next party. Kenny J's Barbecue, South Jordan at the District. NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for being a part of the show. You can download the podcast wherever podcasts are found. You can also go and stream the show live on our YouTube page, KSL Sports. See our mugs right there on the screen here in the studio. No problem. How you doing, Mom? Nominate the U Sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. How do you do it? Submit that nomination, KSLSports.com/contest every Thursday. On this very program, we read off the winners for you. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact in your community with the Hercules Hero of the Week program, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. They get prizes from both. JJ, speaking of guys getting paid, I've always said that Aiden Hutchinson is like the football Detroit version of Logan Cooley. Get their young guy signed up for a long extension. How about 4 years, $180 million for Aiden Hutchinson?
Good for Aiden, especially after coming off that broken leg.
He's phenomenal. He's from there. I mean, you know the story.
Perfect fit.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
it makes
a perfect
sense.
fit?
Playing for that coach, absolutely.
National champion of Michigan.
Oh, Dan Campbell and he, like, you know those guys have steak dinners together, and only steak. Don't bring any vegetables out.
Are they sloppy steaks?
Pulling Al Michaels, put some ketchup on the steak.
Oh, no veggies for Mr. Michaels.
He's all, just bring out the steak only.
That's it.
Maybe an adult beverage for Al, just in case. But $180 million, I don't think it's the richest contract for a non-quarterback. We love saying that. Yeah. It is the largest edge rusher number that's guaranteed, right? The guaranteed amount of money is the part that is the most money. $141 million of it guaranteed. That's not bad at all.
Nope. That's good.
Almost $40 million a year guaranteed of those $180 million. 141 of those are guaranteed.
That's
so
correct.
Good for him.
Only Micah Parsons' contract is higher among non-quarterbacks.
Yeah. So he gets the most amount of money guaranteed, but he doesn't get to brag about it in the locker room. That he kept mentioning how much. I think that Scott Singer kept mentioning how many steaks that Brendan Sorsby just keeps bringing it. He takes his O-line and gets steaks every week.
He's also a steak guy. Sloppy steaks.
all the linemen. Hey,
got to keep your guys fed.
Hey, Q, where are we going for dinner tonight? That's my offensive
Sloppy
lineman,
steaks
boys.
at Trefani's.
Hey, Annapolis, find the best steak place in Cincinnati. Chop Chop. Actually, it might be just called Chop Chop.
Oh, it's
Chop
gotta be
House.
Ruth's Chris.
if there's a Ruth's Chris in Cincinnati, I'm sure they. Actually, you know what? I guarantee there is. They're probably like four.
You know there is.
Some of that old Procter and Gamble money. Can I take you to a nice steak dinner over at Ruth's Chris? Okay. Isaiah Pacheco, by the way, looks like he's going to miss this game against the Bills after getting banged up against the Commanders. Maybe if he didn't run like he was trying to step on small children going through, trying to avoid getting pulled into the lava pits of death or something. That guy runs so mad.
Yeah, he's a violent runner. You have to run violent.
Never seen anybody run like that. My kids try to do the impersonations of Isaiah Pacheco running through those.
It's not like he's a first-round draft pick. The dude just had to run like that to survive and make it in the league.
And he's been awesome. But he's going to be out against the Bills, looks like. Speaking of being out, Terry McLaurin re-injured that quad. He's He's going to be out against the Seahawks. That's bad news for a team that. Well, it's bad news for a team that can't. Their team can't stay healthy. They don't have their quarterback. Don't have their main wide receiver.
At what point do we declare the Commanders' playoff hopes?
I declare bankruptcy. Yeah, I think it's probably now. They're there.
They're in big trouble.
Was that the team? Was that the team that was that the team that knocked you guys out of the playoffs last year? Who knocked the Rams out of the playoffs?
The Eagles, remember?
Ah, that's right.
The Rams had a chance to win at the end, and they came up short.
And then the Eagles knocked the Commanders out of the playoffs.
The Commanders upset the Lions, if you remember right.
That's right.
Yes.
And the Commanders couldn't stop the tush push.
Nobody
for
can.
74 plays in a row where they just kept going, and at one point, and the referee in that game was like, he's been warned and he can't jump over the line anymore because it's not fair. And you're going to get kicked out, okay? Don't do it anymore. It turned into like, oh, yeah, they're like, if you keep doing it, we're going to put touchdown on the board anyway. That's because it's being mean. Can't do that. Cam Scatterbu, by the way, ruptured ligaments, part of the deal, but also the open fracture, what we call a compound fracture. Gross.
Oh, bummer.
It's been confirmed, so the toughest guy in football is going to have a tough road of recovery ahead of him. I always hate that because I see those injuries for other people, and I don't have the wherewithal to like fight through getting better. You know what I mean? Like I have for them no desire. You know what? Just hang it up. You had a great career. Lasted 9 games. It was awesome. Great job. People loved you in New York for 19 minutes, man. Cam, just hang it up now. It's not worth it. It's hard to imagine people coming back from stuff like that and playing at a high level. Hey, in the spirit of guys who can't hang it up, Mercedes Lewis is 41 years old. I'm assuming he's 338 pounds as well, probably. Mercedes Lewis has been playing heavy these last few years.
Well, I mean, he's in his 40s. We all play heavy in our 40s, right?
He's been signed to the Broncos practice squad.
It's pretty wild. They need a tight end, and he knows how to play the position, so he's a warm body.
Yeah. Now we'll see how it goes.
They didn't feel good about their depth.
I can't believe Mercedes Lewis is still playing football.
It's a great story.
41 years old at tight end is basically like.
Yeah, it's not like you're a kicker.
Is that more impressive than a quarterback being 45? I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
A 41-year-old
tight end's not an easy position to play. It's a very physical position.
That's a 50-year-old running back right there.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. By the way, polls have shown that NFL fans want to have more games on the schedule.
Of course.
Not a shock.
I don't have to practice all week. I'm not the one beating my brain in.
But we have different, I don't know, maybe as media members, we just see that adding an 18th game, maybe it's because the jaded part of us goes, they're just doing it for the money. Don't do it.
It would even the schedules out. I mean, 18 is an even number. But let me say this. One of the reasons why the NFL is such a big deal is because every game is an event.
Not necessarily.
Every single game is an event.
The Thursday night games are trash.
But they're still an event. They're once a week. And every game matters so much.
What about
in the NBA, does every game matter so much?
No.
In the NHL, does every game matter so much? Just like the Utah Mammoth last night, it was a bummer to see this weekend, but it was just one game out of 82. No big deal.
What's the Thursday night NFL game this week?
I haven't even looked.
Oh, the 2-5 Ravens going to the 2-6 Dolphins.
Oh, barf. Really?
Hey, after you just got done saying every game matters and then you say barf about that one, you're in jail now. You can't have contradicting.
Not every game matters.
Not every game is an event. Oh. That is tough.
The Dolphins in a Thursday night game, probably an exception. And the Ravens haven't been much better either.
Hey, Tyler Huntley maybe gets it done again.
Is Lamar Jackson going to run out there, or is it going to be Tyler Huntley?
I think they said he's trending toward it. But if you're picking a week to come back, maybe week 10.
Did you not see what the Dolphins did last week?
Oh, yeah. They blew up
They're back.
No, they're not. Stop it.
They're back.
Tua threw like 5 touchdowns or whatever. Get out of here. The Falcons, that was stupid. You guys are in.
The Falcons are the most inconsistent team in the league.
You guys are in football jail. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have our top 10. We also have coming up. It's our Win Ticket Wednesday. We've got stuff to give away. You don't want to miss it. Stay here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The westbound flow on the I-215 South Belt is slow this afternoon from Highland Drive over to State Street. Once you get to I-15, expect the usual delays southbound from Murray down to Draper and Sandy out to Tulla County. Today is one of those days where construction on southbound SR-36 is causing problems from Erda into Tulla City. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check it out for yourself. Hey, look, I'm going to just give you a little bit of a preview, too. You can go check out for yourself on their website. They have the Thanksgiving feast that you can get for $12. That's right. You throw all of it inside of the oven in a combination of oven and slow cooker, and you got yourself a meal for $12. And it's easy. It's just right there, and you don't have to worry about it. Let them do all the chopping up stuff. Let them do all the things that are put together, and you're going to have a phenomenal meal for 12 people. On top of all of that, they also have, if somebody's going through something in their lives, maybe you can reach out and you can send some sympathy to them. Get them a Get Better box. Get them a sympathy box that will help them get through some rough times. And it's a set it and forget it situation for them. It's a set it and forget it situation for you on that side of gifting. But on top of all that, JJ, the most important thing, how about a hot meal for your family? Every night you can sit down to a great meal. It's all about getting around the table, and Beehive Meals makes it a lot easier nowadays, too.
Yeah, here's a sample of some of those November meals. Creamy lemon chicken, chicken parmesan, honey sesame chicken, creamy chicken tacos, zesty Italian chicken, broccoli cheddar soup, pork carnitas, lasagna soup, sweet and sour meatballs, steak fajitas. Doesn't that all sound better than whatever fast food thing you were going to hit on the way home tonight? In between practices when you got to try to figure out what dinner is. Let the stress of trying to figure out what dinner is go away. Let Beehive Meals take care of that for you. No chopping veggies, no measuring spices, no last-minute scramble at 5 o'clock. Just set it and let the dinner cook in your crock pot all day long until you're ready to get home when everyone's home, and you can make that home-cooked meal in less than 5 minutes. It's awesome. It makes a big difference. You're going to save time and you're going to save money. Go to their website right now, beehivemeals.com. Get your first order done, and when you do, use the promo code THEZONE. You're going to get $20 off that first order. That's a winning play for this season of giving. Give yourself some money back and give yourself some time back with Beehive Meals. It's beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Olson IT. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching.
This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yet, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here's Devin Dampier talking about his message to the team heading into the final stretch of the season.
I got the privilege to talk to the team before, and I've told them, we've lost games before, but every time we've lost, we've came back and we play Utah ball. So I said this time, we just got to win out. It was a little different, a little bit more intent to it, but our boys know what to do.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Are you ready to play Top 10? It's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
The Utes get set for another huge Big 12 game as they square off against Cincinnati. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Yes, it's that time of the day for us. It's that time of the week for us to be able to hook you up with some tickets to Win Ticket Wednesday. We've been doing it all day long across all of the shows. We're going to include ourselves in that. JJ and Alex, of course.
We get a win, too? Is that what you're meaning?
We always participate in the Win Ticket Wednesdays by providing a way for a listener, JJ. No relation to you or to Alex Napolis.
Did you provide a way for me to get those tickets?
Nope.
Dang it.
Ineligible.
Stupid rules.
I always love, people are like, yes, I won that. And they're like, did you win 90 days ago? Yes. Okay. Going back in 14 more days. Okay.
Sounds like somebody who's had to answer those calls.
Oh, my gosh. The amount of people that are just, no, somebody else.
No, it's not me.
Hey. Just let somebody else win if you've already won. But if you haven't, how about some tickets to see Brian Regan on Valentine's Day of next year at Delta Center, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. Call number 12. You get a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan. That's a tough ticket to get. All the way next February at Delta Center. Go check it out for yourself. 801-575-ZONE. I've got a top 10 here for you, JJ. Oh man, the amount of memes I saw of people and just like posting on social media of people making They're like, I bet Ohtani and his manager are celebrating after he threw those home run balls to Vladimir Guerrero last night. The idea of, you know why he threw those.
Think the fix was in?
No, are you kidding? That guy wants to go down in history. That's not a way to do it. Like, they shelled him, man.
They did. Kind of surprised by it.
Yeah, good for them. Good for the Blue Jays.
They're right back in it.
2-2.
Tied at 2.
They're already overperforming what we thought they were going to do. 1 or 2 games was the most that we kind of had for them, and that was it.
And now it's time for sports cliche. Now it's a 3-game series.
Now what you got here is it's anybody's series at this point.
Did they play one more in Toronto? What do they do?
No, it's
and
one more in LA,
1.
and then they go to Toronto for the final 2.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
2-3-2 format in the World Series.
Yes. I have in front of me, JJ, for our top 10 today. The top 10 World Series titles won by franchises.
Ooh, okay.
What franchises have the most World Series wins across the board here?
All right.
Let's put some time up on the old clock here. Get our guy Alex Napolis set up, and then on your mark, get set, go.
Yankees,
Ding,
Dodgers,
ding,
Red Sox,
ding.
A's.
Ding.
Cardinals.
Ding.
Giants.
Ding.
Now where do we go? Not Cubs. Oh, man. I bet it's a random one. Not White Sox. I already did a Red Sox.
Very close with White Sox. Just
Detroit
on the outside
Tigers. No, not top 10? Okay, not the Twins. They've only won 2. Not the Cleveland Guardians. None of the Texas franchises. Definitely not the Marlins. Atlanta Braves.
Ding.
Okay, that was a delayed ding that cost me some time.
I had to look for sure.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
Ding.
Jeez, that was a delayed ding.
It was. It's a lot. The list has pictures in it, so I have to scroll.
Cincinnati Reds, no.
Ding.
Oh, they're in it. Hey,
You got one more.
One more. Oh, I ran out of time. I didn't get to 10. Who did? Okay. Who did I miss?
So there's actually a few that are tied with 3.
Okay.
But both of these, but you did say 2 teams, and then you said it's not them. But the White Sox technically have 3 titles.
Okay.
The Twins technically have 3 titles
Because they won one when they were the Senators,
Back
right?
when they were the Senators in 1924.
I don't remember that.
And old Cassius Johnson hit one over the fence.
Really? Donnie broke the head over there that day.
Yankees, Cardinals, in this order.
Yeah.
Yankees, Cardinals, Red Sox, A's are tied for 3rd with the Red Sox. They've won 9.
Yep.
So have the Red Sox. Dodgers with 8. Giants
got them
with 8. Pirates with 5. I thought you
Got
were
'em.
gonna. I thought you
I
were gonna.
got
You
the
did
Pirates.
You did. The Reds with 5.
Yes.
The Braves.
I got them
at 4. The Tigers at 4, and then the White Sox and Twin Senators are the last.
Dang, I did it.
You did it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Are you saying I got 10 out of 10?
You did. Got 10 out of 10 today. Good for you.
What do I win those tickets now?
No.
Brian Regan?
Where's the Martinelli? Yeah, there you go. Let's do it. Go across the. Hey, you know what, JJ?
What you saying? I don't get any Brian Regan tickets?
Is that your Brian
You're not
Regan?
going to give me the tickets?
Shit, I can't spell, huh?
Oh, what?
Everybody's got a Brian Regan impersonation in this building. We had to hear those ads for too long. Hey, you know what, though? In this break, why don't you go get yourself a soda across the way here?
Oh, thank you.
Just bill me for it.
All right. Put it on the P card.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Just go over to the no,
thrilled that I got.
I love when he says, no, I just want to thank my family, though.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Is this the first top 10 we've nailed?
No. We've gotten a couple.
Thanks for your help, by the way, Napolis.
He's over there.
You couldn't even say Yankees?
I love how
you couldn't even say the Yankees.
He picked up a second phone to look like he was extra busy.
I know.
No, I'm over here. Oh,
I'm giving away the other tickets that you said
he put
we
his
needed
cell
to give
phone
away.
under his. He put his cell phone under his chin. He had 2 other phones. He's like, can't do anything about it.
I'm producing a radio show and calling a soccer game at the same time. I don't have time for your silly thing.
What I do love is that every day our Gen X producer Alex Napolis has to use a landline. Still makes me feel good in my heart. Every day picks up the landline. and wins radio contest. Both very much 90s things.
So what was it like when you got the job and you had to learn how those work?
So this cord, I can't cut
a couple months training.
I can't just
like,
walk
what's
away.
This cord attach? What? Where's the?
There was a picture of me on my
There's
phone.
no apps on this phone.
There's a picture. And you remember where your phone was when you were a kid? It's like on a very central like wall.
Always in the kitchen.
So we had it like kind of in this spot that was like kind of toggled. It was like on the door frame of the kitchen, but also kind of almost in the entryway, almost in the dining room.
Always the phone was near the kitchen for some reason.
Yeah. So, and I remember like one day my dad's like, we got to get a longer cord for this thing. It's just walking around the house with this long cord, and then it gets all weird and wound up funny. And all right.
Oh man.
But also, what color was your phone?
Yellow.
Beige.
You had a beige one?
Oh yeah.
We had a yellow one.
Yellow is aggressive.
Yeah.
Beige was very common. Sometimes you get like a light, like a maroon maybe.
Well,
if you're real crazy.
What I really wanted growing up was the Sports Illustrated football phone.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I will say my sister was the coolest
Google
cat.
it.
My sister was the coolest cat in town because we got a second line in the house, and she got it for her 16th birthday. She got the second line in her room.
She got a phone line for her birthday.
I think it was mostly to help my parents be like, look, you can't be on the phone at night, all night. People are trying to call. Call waiting. Remember that was classic.
Oh
too.
yeah.
All right. Caller ID changed the world. I was like, this is insane. All right.
Ended prank calling.
No, *667 still helps with that. Still.
There's a true veteran right there.
Even in 2025 still helps.
True veteran right here.
My kids are all, Dad, there's this thing. It's called *667. I'm like, you settle your butt down.
Alex Curie is one of the jerky boys.
Excuse you. Oh, we used to call people for sure. You know what my move was? We'd call people who had dogs that they were like trying to adopt out. And we'd be like, can you get, that's great. Does he have an aggressive nature? They're like, oh, not at all. I'm all, it's a strike against him. Can you sharpen his claws, do you think, pretty well? Like we were like if he was if it was him and 3 other dachshunds against a pit bull, how do you think they'd do? Like it just, I don't fight them. They train my big dogs though. And the lady's like, I can't do this. We would make the worst phone calls.
Hello, Sal Rosenberg.
It was all cheating off of whatever they were doing with the Jerky Boys.
Yeah, they really inspired a lot of prank calling in the 90s.
Hey, Matt Baimani is going to join
I'll
us
bring
next.
all my shoes and my glasses with me.
we're going
so
to
I have them.
Matt, of course, hosts BYU Athletics. He's one of the in-studio hosts. He's going to give us some thoughts as to that win over Iowa State, but also how BYU can stay healthy to try to make a run as they get into their bye week here. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Attention RV owners or RV wannabe owners. It's the used RV blowout sale. RVs from all over the Intermountain West have been sent to the Layton Hills Mall for this RV liquidation event. Repos, buybacks, rental returns, and trade-ins. Blowout pricing. Every RV has been inspected, serviced, and ready to go. Free admission, free parking, dealers welcome. It's the used RV blowout sale that has been extended now through Saturday, 10 a.m. to dusk. Go to UtahRVEvent.com. Sponsored by Paris RV. Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a much-needed off week for the Cougars as they rest up for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
People wasting away in paradise, going backwards once in a while, taking your time, give it a try. What do you believe? What do you believe?
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Did we give those tickets away to somebody who wasn't related to JJ? Good. That's good. I was looking at, speaking of tickets, by the way. So I was looking at tickets just across the board. It's so expensive to go to a college football game now. You want to go up to this game this weekend versus Cincinnati up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. It's going to cost you $250 to walk into the stadium. You know what I mean? Like $190 if you can find one on row 34 on that east side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, I have definitely sat a few games on E34. You know what I mean? Like I've definitely been in those sections, and it's so expensive to go to games now.
Yeah, it is.
And what was it 2 weeks ago? It was BYU and Utah was the most expensive college football ticket in town.
Yeah, in the country.
In the country. Yeah. Across the entire nation, That was a $290 or $320, something like that, average for the lowest priced seats in the stadium.
USC Notre Dame was cheaper.
To the credit of BYU and Utah, a lot fewer losses between BYU and Utah than it was between USC and Notre Dame. Am I right?
True.
But regardless, I'm just saying it's crazy now because getting a ticket to these games isn't just difficult to come by. BYU's games are all sold out basically the rest of the way. And they're not, I'm telling you right now, for as much as it sounds like something that has always happened, it has not. How long ago was it that we'd look in the sections of Lavelle Edwards Stadium?
Remember those late night 8:15 kickoffs against Idaho on the Independence days?
I remember a middle of the day kickoff against San Jose State one time. Oof. Do you remember that? Like in 20?
Oh yeah.
It must have been like 2016. No, it must have been like 2015, something like that.
Yeah.
And I swear they were like, today's attendance 49,000. I'm like, you're lying. There's no way. It's like 32, bro. And now every stadium in this state is packed.
It's great.
Think about every sporting event. The hockey club, packed. The Jazz, I don't care what you say about them, freaking packed. You know what I mean? Both football stadiums, packed. It's crazy to see what a sports ticket is going to garner these days. And so I love it because live sports are they're still a thing. There's nothing, it's unbeatable. You cannot beat live sports, man. And when you're there and you're in person, and if you're lucky enough to take your kids there too, like those are phenomenal moments. Our show, of course, as always, brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth this hour. TRAJANwealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Let's jump in here. Top of the hour, it's The Cut. We'll get to Matt Baiamonte. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Matt Baiamonte joining the program right now. Matt, of course, works for BYU Athletics. He is one of the in-studio hosts. Join us on the program. Matt, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just getting ready to carve some pumpkins. A little late, but trying to squeeze in some Halloween.
It's not late. You know why? Because you could do what we did, carve them up, and now they're all rotted and gross and sopping on the front porch. So this is a great time to do it.
Perfect for those teenage vandals.
Yeah. I don't know. Do they come around? Do they come around down there? I don't know if they come around down there. Matt,
they come around everywhere, man. The teenage vandals. There's no place you can hide from them.
I naturally have to ask you, what design are you carving?
I'm just going to go simple. I'm just going to carve some.
You were going to tell me you were some kind of artist or something.
No.
Oh, no. I have no art in me at all.
You're not going to do a Trump.
That's why I talk for a living.
A Trump pumpkin.
I want to see a Trump pumpkin.
Come on.
It's orange. It's perfect.
I know.
The person who might do a good Trump pumpkin is Mitch Harper.
Oh yeah, he could.
Is Mitch an artist and we don't know?
No, he just does a great impersonation of a Trump.
Oh,
yeah.
Of course he does.
Mamani, I got a question for you. Now, I might be exposing you a little bit on here, but we did have this conversation up in the press box a couple weeks ago at the Utah game. We were having a conversation about, who knows? I mean, everything this year is going crazy, and who knows what this team's going to be able to do. But, riding the wave of winning a bunch of games in a row. But you even said, you were like, look, Iowa State day game at Jack Trice Stadium, it has a loss written all over it. And I think after the first half, you were dead right. Could you have imagined BYU flipping the script and going the direction that they did last week with that massive comeback win against Iowa State?
No, I didn't see that coming. And honestly, my thinking at the time and my thinking this whole year, guys, has been simple, which is, can a true freshman quarterback do things that true freshman quarterbacks don't typically do? And there's so many examples in history throughout college football where you throw in a true freshman quarterback and it doesn't work out like this. And that, I think, is just a fair assumption, is that you want to avoid a true freshman quarterback. Look, we saw it last year in this state with Isaac Wilson. That did not go well. That's what typically happens. So when you say you're going to throw a true freshman quarterback into a road venue like Ames, Iowa, or into the rivalry game, it's hard to imagine the things that transpired, but yet they did. And that's what makes the season so fun. And what makes Bear Bachmeier so special is that he's doing things that most true freshman quarterbacks don't do. He's taking care of the football. he's very rarely making poor decisions. And what's been so impressive about Bear is there's 5 or 6 drives this season where you needed him to deliver, whether it be early against Colorado. Can he put together a drive to calm the team down? At Arizona, can he put together back-to-back scoring drives to even push it to overtime? And last week, when you go down 17-7 and then the defense makes a play, but before the half, you're thinking, can this offense just do something to get some momentum going? And what does he do? He leads a scoring drive. So what Bear Bachmeier is doing right now, guys, is it's unprecedented. It's not normal for a true freshman. And it's the most exciting element to the season that he continues to deliver. He's getting better each week. And what he did in that second half was really, really impressive. This might be crazy, but I don't see how BYU is undefeated without Bear. Like, if you want to play the multiverse game, if they have Jake Retzloff as the quarterback, I don't think they're undefeated. I don't know if they win these last 2 games with Jake, because Jake was mistake-prone. He had moments of clutch, and he had some really nice highs. You think about that game-winning drive against Oklahoma State. You think about the play that he made to Chase Roberts in that rivalry game up in Salt Lake City. But he's not going to move the chains with his legs as frequent as Bear does. And he didn't take care of the football like Bear did. So I think Bear is the number one reason that BYU is doing these things that a lot of fans, including myself, didn't expect, like winning a road game at Iowa State.
I'm calling them the cardiac Cougars because they have this tendency to fall behind for whatever reason, and then at the same time stay steady and not panic and end up winning these games. How are they doing it, and how sustainable is this?
Well, you don't want to make it a habit, because at some point you come back to the Iowa State game. If Rocco Beck doesn't make an absolutely boneheaded interception in the red zone, they maybe go up 24-7. And can BYU come back from that? I don't know. The most they've come back from is 14. So it's not a good place to be in. I do think one of the reasons they have been in this situation is defensively, they're not quite as stout as they were last year. And I think the reason for that is simply health. They are really reliant on that starting group. You look at the linebacker position in particular. Jack Kelly's been banged up. He missed a game. We know that Isaiah Glasker's missed a little bit of time. And then the backups behind them, there's not a lot of experience in terms of depth. You lose Che Bryant Strother earlier in the year. I did like that Kalani announced that he'll return for next season, so that's some added depth for next year. But when you are missing some of your key players, we haven't seen Raider DeMooney in weeks. He was like the best run-stuffing safety that BYU has. So I think defensively they've been a little loose at the start of some of these games. Now, on the flip side, Jay Hill and the defense have done a phenomenal job at halftime of making adjustments and slowing teams down. So that has been encouraging. And I think the one thing that is sustainable, and I just touched on it, but it's Bear. I think Bear has been very consistent in the way that he plays. There hasn't been a game yet where he's looked bad or he's looked like, okay, that's a true freshman making mistakes. If you want to nitpick, you can maybe say that Arizona game where his completion percentage was a little low was more of what you would expect from a true freshman. But as long as Bear continues to improve, if he continues to be a threat on the ground, which I think you can assume that's going to be the case, knock on wood, he stays healthy, but he's been effective on the ground. He's made great decisions. And his chemistry in particular with Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston, where those guys continue to have 100-yard receiving games. I like that about Bear a lot, that he's getting the ball to some of the best playmakers. Between Carson Ryan, Parker Kingston, and Chase Roberts, he's feeding them the ball a lot. They are really producing. They're playing good football. So I think that part is sustainable. The one thing that does give me a little pause, and to your point, JJ, on the cardiac Cougs, is can the defense's health remain? This bye week's at a great time, but after the bye week, can the health hold up defensively to where, they don't find themselves spotting a quick 17 or a quick 20 that requires the offense to put together 2 or 3 consecutive scoring drives to stay in the game?
Matt Baiamonte, he's in-studio host for BYU Athletics, and, of course, as we're watching this season kind of unfold here, you go into the bye week. I don't know what that means injury-wise. What do we know? Obviously, we're going to find out a lot tonight when the first injury report comes out, but what are the thoughts so far on some of the major names that have been mentioned? Of course, chief among them, LJ Martin, and what his status may be for this week.
Yeah, there's two pieces of information out there about LJ that I find interesting.
Sorry, I'm saying that they won't have to put a injury report out until next week, obviously, but they're probably loving that. But, I mean, again, I don't know if that's going to be even enough time to get LJ back.
Yeah, the LJ thing, it's really hard to get a read on what it is, and I think, why even give a sense of what it is during the bye week, to your point, Alex. But you have Aaron Roderick on the coordinator's corner saying that he's visiting specialists and getting opinions. That would be kind of the glass half full view of the situation, that he's trying to determine the severity of the situation. But then on the flip side, you guys see the pictures of and Bear at the Adam Sandler show over the weekend after the win. No sling. I think that's an encouraging sign. So it's hard to say. I do like that he's not wearing a sling in that picture. I think that's a positive sign. But then A-Rod on the flip side says he's getting some opinions. So I think that one is a really hard read right now. And again, to your point, we're not going to get the injury reports, so we're not going to know. But that would be a big blow for sure. That running back room is thin. LJ has been one of the biggest reasons I think Bears had success this year, because they've had such a good run game. They've been able to ease Bear in. He's not being asked to throw it 40, 50 times. Mm-hmm. Especially early in the year, it was sub 30, in some cases sub 25 attempt games. So if you were not without LJ for an extended period of time, that makes things incredibly difficult. And then I think with Jack Kelly and the defense, Raider DeMooney, it sounds like Raiders going to be back against Texas Tech. You hope that this bye week is huge for them to get some rest, because that defense, as I mentioned, it's good, and they are situationally great. They're making key plays. Falatau Satual has maybe been the best defensive player on the field this year for BYU, but lose some of those players: Logan Latui, Kiana Tanavasa, Jack Kelly, Isaiah Glasker. So the health there, they've shown signs of being nicked up and bruised. They got to get healthy, and they need a health wants to continue to play which is, I think they're in a good position right now to make a run for the title game.
Well, it's a wild thing to think. So I know that BYU's got to be thinking about that, because if they don't, you got to plan. You got to plan to use your guys the best you can, so you can get to December 6th in Arlington. But, of course, after this next bye week here, they go down to Lubbock, and that's going to be an even bigger test, right? Everybody knows that every week just seems to be the stakes keep getting higher, not just because of the wins and losses, but because every opponent seems to be getting better on paper too. So, Matt Baiamonte, studio host for BYU Athletics. Matt, always good to talk to you, man. We'll chat with you again sometime, dude.
Same with you guys. Alex, JJ, you guys are the best. Have a happy Halloween, and we'll see you around.
Happy carving.
Yep, have fun. Don't cut the old fingers off over there, kids.
Let's not go to the emergency room tonight.
No. They do a pretty good job now of having those, because you don't need the sharp. You don't need the sharpness. The real carving is in those fine little saws that you can get in the kits, and those don't cut your fingers off.
They look like drywall saws.
Just tiny.
Baby saws.
Mm-hmm. And you can get some detail going on, bro.
I've seen some amazing art done on pumpkins.
Not at my house. Not in my house.
No talented artists at your house? That's
Never.
too bad.
Okay. Let's jump out of here and we'll take a break. We'll come back when we do return. Got ourselves our Jazz Daily, going to get you ready, of course, for the Jazz versus the Trailblazers tonight. We've got an injury report update for you. Can the Jazz continue what's going on with this team, which has so far been pretty darn fun? When are we going to see the Ace Bailey we've been promised? I wonder how he's feeling now. What's crazy is they're playing as well as they are, and the rookie sensation that everybody's been waiting to see bust out, and the guy we saw in the preseason, all those things, we haven't even seen him yet. And when I think when he shows up, this Jazz team's going to go to even another level. I don't know if you want him at another level, but we'll talk about it. More to go around the corner. Jazz Daily next.
Stop winning games.
Right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash on eastbound 201 highway right at 32nd West, and only one left lane is getting through, and delays stretching back to 56 West. There's also westbound delays heading to the same spot from I-15, which is also slow northbound from South Salt Lake up to the North Interchange, and southbound from Murray to Bluffdale. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Way to hit! Way to hit! The wins just keep on coming for Kalani Sitake and BYU.
LJ goes off tackle and gets in for 6.
As the undefeated Cougars get ready for the stretch run of the college football season. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone will be there every step of the way as BYU looks to punch their ticket to the Big 12 title game. And a spot in the college football playoff. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about his offensive coordinator, Aaron Roderick, being able to make in-game adjustments for the betterment of their offense.
A-Rod's always ready to make adjustments. We can throw the ball every play if we have to, and we can run the ball every play if we have to. Those are easy adjustments to make, and if we feel like teams are going to take away the run from us and try to crowd the box, and then we can find different ways to run the ball, but we also can find different ways to advance the ball through the air. And all the running backs can run too. It's not just LJ, and LJ is awesome at it, don't get me wrong, but we have guys that can run. You just don't know their names yet, and hopefully we'll start to find out a little bit more about them as we go out through the season.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. Imagine ribs and brisket for all those parties coming up. You can make that happen. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Or just go down and have some brisket and ribs at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Jazz Daily starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The last time a Utah Jazz player scored 50 points in a game was 1998. Marketing, working the right side, attacks the rack, off the contact, puts it off the glass and in. Lowry Marketing is bigger, stronger, and better than anyone else on the floor tonight. Clayton is working the right side, stops in the pocket, top to Lowry, tough turnaround, three, hit it! My goodness, Lowry Marketing, how do you do?
You're locked into JJ and Alex. 2 G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, you know what round ball rock means? It means that NBA and NBC was last night.
NBA Coast to Coast on NBC and KSL.
I think that they actually had Bob Costas doing the voiceover too to intro it and everything.
Good.
Feels like it's all back.
Love the nostalgia. Takes me back to a happy place.
I thought it was cool they were able to use AI to get him back. Rest in peace, Bob. He's still with us? His hair definitely is. I did not kill off a legend. He's not dead. I know. One of your colleagues, Bob Costas, he's not
colleagues.
dead.
I wish.
One of your NBC colleagues, you and Savannah and Bob and
I miss
Al
Bob's
Roker
political
hanging out.
opinions.
I think NBC wants that.
Can we check in with Bob Costas to see what he has to say about Trump's second term?
They're all Bob. Let's hold off on the pink eye and the commentary on.
He'll never live that down. Got pink eye at the Olympics. Brutal. Broadcaster's nightmare.
Tell you what,
like you could take my limbs, but I don't take my face or my voice. It's my moneymaker.
Get that drop. All right.
Going on TV with red eye is not, or red eye. Pink eye is not fun.
They're like straight up. We're all
everyone's judging.
I don't know.
You.
They straight up were like, get out of here, Bob. Go home. We don't need you at these Olympics anymore. Disgust us.
I know how it is. There's nobody that. There's not like it's not like you can call somebody in from home.
I know. Oh, Tarico came in, filled in quite well. Hey, listen. Jazz Trailblazers tonight. The Trailblazers beat the crud out of the Lakers, I think, the other night, didn't they? Yeah, they beat the Lakers on Monday night. And then I think that so you have two teams who are right now like kind of overperforming a little bit, right?
I think everyone thought the Blazers would be a little bit better.
Yeah, but
they upgrade a little bit.
So the Jazz right now, every game has been like has had its own weird personality. You blow out the Clippers game 1. You play a heck of a defensive game there in Sacramento. They lose by 1 point. Lowry's 51 the other night, gets them to win number 2 of the season, and they end up winning in overtime over the Phoenix Suns. Every game has had its own, with this team. Now, what we haven't seen is Ace Bailey, number 5 overall pick of the first round of this year's draft, have a game where we thought, there's the future. Now, part of that is because we don't know how he's felt. Like, he's been way under the weather. What is a game like this? What do you expect in a game like this tonight? I think the Jazz are, I don't know, are they favored even at home tonight? I mean, they're actually dogs.
They are dogs.
Home dogs. 3.5 point home dogs for the Jazz at Delta Center tonight. I would, by the way, like with how these games have been turning out this early in the season, if you bet on NBA games, like you are an absolute sucker. Teams right now don't know who they are.
Don't do that.
Don't get into this. All right. So Trailblazers come to town. What takes shape in this game, JJ? What's a storyline that you would love to see take shape in game number 4 of the season?
How does Lauri Markkanen follow up 51 points? He's not going to score 51 again, but right now he's in top 5 in the league in scoring. I know it's just 3 games, but he's averaging 35 points per game.
Yeah.
So what kind of pace can he keep up? 34.7 to be exact. Lauri Markkanen looks like the all-star from 3 years ago. And how many games does Utah win if Lauri continues to play like that? There's a reason why he sat out some games last year.
Hey, how many threes has Walker ended up hitting this year?
He went 3 for 3, right?
Well, he went 1 for 2 the other night.
Oh, did he miss one?
Yeah. So has he got 3 threes this year already?
I'm pretty sure he hit that. 2 in the first game.
He did. He was 2 for 2 in the first game. I think he was 1 for 2 last game. So Walker continuing to shoot threes is also a fun storyline to follow.
Yeah, 1 for 2 against the Suns.
Yeah, he's officially fallen off.
He's shooting 75% from 3.
Just like you had on the,
we all expected.
You had that on the paper.
Walker's been great. I know he didn't have a great game against the Kings, but he was awesome in the Suns in the wins. He was great.
Yeah.
I think honestly, I mean, Lowry's going to score 51, but without Walker Kessler's rebounding and defense, block shots, steals even.
Yeah.
They're not 2-1. So the Jazz have an emerging group of players that are really good. I think Lowry's obvious. Walker Kessler is now a proven center in the league and continues to get better. And Keontae George has been a great story so far early in the season. I think if you looked back on the last 2 years, it feels like there was some inconsistency, and maybe you chalk that up to some immaturity. Not that he was. It's not like goofing around.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but the maturity.
I'm talking about being
NBA
a pro
game.
each and every day.
Yes.
Understanding what it takes and being consistent.
Yeah.
We're seeing consistency 3 games in here. Now he'd love to have that last shot back against the Kings, but he took the shot. Like, that's growth. And remember last year at the end of the season, he was coming off the bench, and we're all like, is Keontae part of the future? Blah, blah, blah. Well, he's clearly part of the future now. And so I feel like you have those 3 guys that you know are part of it. You have Bryce Sensabaugh coming off the bench, which feels like a role moving forward. What does everything else look like? I think there's starting to become a little bit of a picture coming into focus about who the Jazz are going to be moving forward. How many games are they going to win this year? I think that's really interesting, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. Tonight, I don't know. I mean, the Blazers are a team that's ready to win. That's a team that's been down for a while, actually longer than the Jazz.
They're a little bit ahead in their rebuild.
And
right?
You've got a Drew Holiday on that team.
Mm-hmm.
And that feels like a team that's trying and wanting to win some games. I think that they're better than the Suns, and the Suns push the Jazz to overtime. I do think the 2-1 is great, but are the Jazz really going to win at that clip for the rest of the year? I just don't think so. I don't know. It's interesting that the Blazers are a favorite tonight because I could see it being that way. Can the Jazz win back-to-back games? That's going to be interesting to watch tonight.
Yeah, so
Then
obviously
all of a sudden they're 3-1, and we're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and it's
going to remind me of Will Hardy's first year at Utah.
Here's what we have. Will Hardy, that first year, they were like, look, come on, man. Because what did he win? 36 games, 37 games?
Yeah, I remember they were 10-3 to start the season.
But they had to even kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit at the end.
They made trades at the trade deadline. They got rid of Mike Conley.
Yeah.
They had to make the roster worse.
So, yeah, to me, I watch games like this tonight, and obviously, I don't know who's. Oh, is Nurkic going to be available then? Yeah, Nurkic is available. Nice. Other than that, usual suspects are still out. Niang and Collier. So you're going to have your full get up, of course, because I think that now what's the lineup going to look like? Do you stay? Do you mix up the lineup? This is how you make the season more interesting for Jazz fans who are watching that secondary game being played of how does this team get to make sure that you convey. See, you don't tank, just convey.
Yeah.
Play to convey. That's my new
boom, put it on a t-shirt.
Write it down. Play to convey.
Yeah.
No one's saying tank.
No.
Just get out there.
Just play to convey.
Put the lineup out
play
there.
Play not to convey.
You
got to put the qualifier in it. Play not to convey.
And you have to make sure that this is where Will Hardy, he's great at just experimenting with lineups. You know who your starters should be. You also know that there's some guys you want to get in there. I want to see some consistency starting to build up from guys like Taylor Hendricks. I want to see Walter Clayton Jr. continue to kind of keep growing into a bonus rookie who's actually going to get rotation minutes, and I think he's doing great. What is Ace Bailey going to be game 4? What is Ace Bailey going to be game 4? Is this going to be his first double-digit?
It would be great.
Night of scoring for the Jazz.
I think
rookie?
that the illness took something out of his lungs, and he hasn't been able to play a lot of minutes. He only played 14 minutes in an overtime game on Monday. So I'd like to see him get a little bit more minutes. But Svi Mikhailuk's been playing really good basketball.
Get that drop. That's a very 2025 quote. Svi Mikhailuk has been playing some phenomenal basketball.
Will Hardy's going to play the players. He's not going to.
I know.
He's not going to sandbag Mikhailuk. He's going to play him because he's playing the best basketball.
And guess what?
He was plus 28 against the Suns on Monday night.
Well, you know what?
It was better than Lowry.
It's phenomenal. In a game, the last game at home against the Clippers, everybody was plus 28.
But here's the problem. You know who's got Ace's minutes? Svi Mikhailuk.
Yep.
So, do you want to see the rookie get a lot of experience, or do you want to see Svi Mikhailuk?
Keontae George quietly also playing some great basketball. I say quietly because, when somebody's scoring 51 on your roster, you're always going to get – and then I think people watch and see what Walker does, and they want to see what he does on the defensive end. They want to see how he does and what he's been kind of a 20-10 guy, and they want to see what Lowry can do. And then after that, it's like everybody's been expecting Keontae George to be something that he's not, whether it be for good or for bad. Does that make sense?
Yes, but you know what? He had 10 assists the other night.
He's playing
That's
good ball.
Good point guard numbers. 26 and 10 is excellent point guard work. He's doing great.
Yeah. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner when we return. Going to get you ready for the Jazz, taking on the Trailblazers tonight. Pre-game, of course, fires up at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock, right on the money, and then we're going to get you going. But before that, we've got our best and worst, and we'll get you going there. Oh, yes, the best and worst. We're going to sneak it in. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash on eastbound 201 highway right at 32nd West. Still only one left lane getting through, and delays stretching back to 56 West. I-15 still heavy from downtown to the south end of Salt Lake Valley. Utah County looks better southbound from the point of the mountain to American Forks. Slow from there to Provo and on. Heavy northbound 6 North Salt Lake into Davis County. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for Utah as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes welcome the Cincinnati Bearcats. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
For 70 years, Les Olson IT has helped businesses succeed, and for the past decade, we've been your trusted managed service provider, delivering stability and innovation to protect what matters most. This October, during National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, remember, your business needs protection on every front, physical and digital. From advanced cybersecurity to secure office technology, Les Olson IT has the tools to keep you safe. Call this month for a free network assessment, including a full cybersecurity risk evaluation.
Les Olson IT.
It might only be October, but Utah is getting ready for a brand new immersive holiday tradition in South Jordan. Step into the magic and holiday lights at the ballpark at America First Square, sponsored by Mickey Couture. A walk through winter wonderland like no other. Dazzling lights, festive music, and family fun for all ages starting November 14th. Reserve your tickets now at the ballpark at afs.com. Make this season unforgettable by celebrating Utah's newest holiday tradition. Holiday lights at the ballpark.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have two locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
One simple thing can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection with a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cash Dillon talks about Lander Barton and Lance Holtzclaw being mentors for the young players on the defensive line.
They teach us very well. They teach me very well. Those guys are a little bit older than me, and so I just try to learn from them and keep up with them because they're really good. So it's awesome to have those guys in our room.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Best and Worst is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Oh, the things we do to keep ourselves entertained in this business. Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jazz coming up top of the hour. Going to get your pregame right here. In the meantime, best and worst brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Oh, boy. Did we sneak this one in finally? Yeah. You know what's funny is you made this joke earlier, and I don't think either of us had actually seen the Magic Johnson tweet yet.
Oh, you didn't? I assumed you had.
Oh, okay. Sports cliches abounding. Now, this is from a guy who owns, this guy, I don't know who he is, but he owns Starbucks. And I think he owns the Dodgers. Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson, yes, that Magic Johnson sent the tweet of the day out. And this is just for anybody who needs to know what's going on in sports. Magic Johnson tweeted this out. Again, like I said, minority owner of the Dodgers. With the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important. Whichever team wins takes control of the series. Dun, dun, dun. Magic Johnson.
Wow, I hadn't thought about it before, but he's right.
You can't get that kind of insights unless it's from somebody who's a Hall of Famer.
You had to play the game.
Well, at least basketball.
A
right?
game.
That is straight from a guy who has won massive games at the Forum.
Hashtag analysis.
Hashtag generic, just like he doesn't want to ruin. He's like, anyway, keep shopping at Walmart. I'm assuming he owns part of Walmart too. There's your best of the day.
That guy owns everything.
Worst of the day is Louisiana's Governor Jeff Landry, who, by the way, was part of the big-time decision-making crew who had the clandestine meeting at the governor's mansion about firing Brian Kelly. This is how insanely they take football down in Louisiana. He says Louisiana State's athletic director will not hire the next football coach. We are not going down a failed path.
Wow.
I said it with that accent.
That's quite an endorsement of the athletic director at LSU. Oh, yeah.
Oh, we ain't going to go down that failed path. More like that. Bobby Boucher. We're not going down that failed path. All right. We'll talk about the Jazz tomorrow. We'll get you ready, of course, right now with your pregame right here on the KSL Sports Zone, and then tip-off as well right around the corner as well. For JJ, I'm Alex. See you next time, everybody. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6366.